them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth, by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic ASFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy creative pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. ASFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Did you know that of all the 110,000 plus university graduates in Ghana, only 10% find employment right after their mandatory national service? It takes the rest about 10 years to secure a permanent employment, according to the Institute of Statistics, Social, and Economic Research. Here's more. Only about 8,648 out of the 86,478 national service personnel deployed in 2020-21 service year were employed right after their national service. It may take up to 10 years for the remaining 77,830 to secure permanent employment, ISSER says. On a continental level, nearly 2/3, or 64.4% of people aged between 15 and 24 are unemployed. Many thought leaders have called youth unemployment in Africa an economic crisis. Over the past 8 years, Stars from All Nations has been researching the root causes of Africa's rising youth unemployment, and our research shows 5 specific issues. Number 1, a mismatch of skills between academia and industry requirements. 2, lack of access to job sources. Number 3, lack of right type network. Number 4, lack of coaching and support services. Number 5, insufficient jobs available. Enters Ready for Work. Ready for Work is an immersive digital career accelerator that makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip entry-level job seekers with employment skills and help talent managers make data-driven recruitment decisions. Here's how it works. We partner with industry-leading employers and entrepreneurs in high-growth markets to design personalized project-based learning modules in finance, digital marketing, UX, UI, data science, and engineering. We recruit best-in-class entry-level job seekers and early career professionals for a 6-week intensive career coaching bootcamp via our digital platform, readyforwork.africa. At the end of the bootcamp, we open up the platform to our partners to onboard Ready for Work leaders for internships or full-time jobs. Ready for Work brings the needed fresh perspectives for talent development on the continent. Unlike other frameworks that major in providing learners with certification that use little benefits, Ready for Work help fellows launch fulfilling careers in high-growth companies through direct job access. On the employer side, Ready for Work is the one-stop shop for data-driven recruitments, not guesswork. Instead of relying on resumes that are unreliable for matching talents to jobs, Ready for Work helps employers to make skill-based hiring decisions that get better results at less than 50% of the cost. Are you a job seeker looking to bypass the hurdles of finding a well-paying job in today's competitive job market? Or an SME looking for a globally competitive talent? Ready for Work is your final destination. To learn more or apply for our upcoming cohort, visit readyforwork.africa or call us on 030-280-2935.
Hi, my name is Kezia Omoye Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Ready for Work Cohort 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I thought I knew. And then I recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue career in the digital marketing field.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction on companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
I describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. My name is Emewulu, and I'm excited because it's barely 7 days away from our exciting Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you know, is the Guinness World Record edition. I'm aiming to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon through this exciting Student Entrepreneurship Week, the 5th edition. For some of you that might not know what exactly this programming is all about, I established Student Entrepreneurship Week in 2018 to create a platform for budding entrepreneurs to explore their entrepreneurial impulses by learning from investors, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders from around the world. The last edition brought together over 6,000 people online and on-site in 2021. Now, this edition is going to be unique in every way because we are mobilizing over 96 speakers because we've now opened the wait list and considering to extend the timeline into what will become a history-making project. And I'm glad to say, I'm thrilled to say we filled all the speaker slots and we have a lot more people wanting to join. So why am I doing this? You've asked the question, some of you have asked the question, Tom Chris, why are you doing this? And it's very simple. I'm doing this to use it as a platform. I'm trying to break this record, to use it as a platform to really draw attention to our smart, intelligent system called Ready for Work, which we've created for early career professionals and entry-level job seekers to help them to unlock their potential. Now, Ready for Work really leverages artificial intelligence and machine learning to help Africa's youth understand how they stack up against their competition and give them tools and resources to upskill and become of higher value when seeking gainful and meaningful work. It doesn't make sense to spend 4 years of degree course and be carrying CV from office to office like a robot for jobs that do not exist. that's what Ready for Work really is out to solve. So we've been having exciting success stories from this programming, which we've had 5 cohorts of it. And 126 people have leveraged our platform and our system to make their life progressive and meaningful on their own terms. And I've been told if a lot more people, a lot more young Africans know about this Ready for Work platform, they will utilize it, they will take advantage of it, they will be part of the global workforce. And so that's what this Guinness World Record attempt is really all about. And I really want to thank every one of you that have joined us in the process of mobilizing attention for the speakers and the programming. I thank you so much. But we still have a lot more work to do. You know, you can join us today. Visit the website, sfanonline.org, sfanonline.org, and you will see a lot more ways that you can participate. Go to the event website, click the event, go to Student Entrepreneurship Week. You will see a lot more ways that you can join forces with us in making this happen, making it successful. Now, beyond that, I really want to also answer some of the questions that we've been receiving in the process of creating this project. Number one is, how is this going to be happening? Well, we've structured the Guinness World Record attempt into a hybrid programming in the sense that we'll be creating it, we'll be streaming from here, from our office at Spintex. So some of you will be able to join us on site. The speakers will be here, some of them on site. And I'll be interviewing them in the hours stipulated. Every speaker will have about 30 minutes to 1 hour to share their exciting opinions. We have speakers from different walks of life: entrepreneurship development, financing, AI, money, business management, lifestyle, and every other exciting topic. I'll ask them meaningful questions. They will share exciting thoughts with you. You will learn a lot. You'll be inspired. You'll be motivated to take your life into your hands, put your skills before you, and manage it and grow it and, you know, make more money. And for those online, you can go to the website, sfanonline.org, go to the website and click on the event and go to the event page, Student Entrepreneurship Week, and you will join online. You'll watch every session of this exciting programming online on the website. So it's exciting for you to be a part of this. And another way you can participate really is to help us to mobilize more interest. You know, share it on your social media, tag me, Tom Chris Emewulu, and I'll be happy to recirculate it. Tag SFAN, SFAN online. By the way, I really want to thank my team who are supporting me. This is an individual attempt, and I am happy to receive the company's support. And it's been a lot of work. Many people have put in so much effort in making this programming excellent. I do not take that support for granted, both internally and externally. And we're looking to get more of you join forces with us. This is a worthy cause. This is not a game that doesn't track to any meaningful output. This seeks to help young people. This seeks to uplift the ecosystem. This seeks to put Ghana on the map. Now, the next question that we've received in the process of, you know, creating this event is, Tom Chris, do you have permission from Guinness World Record to break this record? The answer to that question is yes. I applied for this in May, even though I had this idea since 2018, thereabout. You know, I've been doubting myself. But in May this year, I applied, and shout out to Hilda. She was the one that, you know, motivated a lot of people to do different things. And of course, Clara, shout out to you. You are the pioneer in this direction. So I'm aiming to break this record as the first person to do it on this plane. And yes, Guinness World Record has given their go-ahead for me to do this. Now, the other side of it is, if I don't get to speak as an interviewee for your Guinness World Record, how else can I support you? Yes, you can donate to Ready for Work Scholarship Fund to help young people access all these wonderful tools and resources that I've mentioned already. And you get to do something that helps Africa. And beyond that, you get personal considerations as well. Now, if there are any other questions that you have for me, please feel free to reach out to us, info@sfanonline.org, or just message me on different social media platforms where I am, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Tom Chris Emewulu is my name. Message me and I'm happy to, provide answers or clarify any concern or thoughts that you might have. To everyone who has been sending good wishes and well wishes and words and prayers, it makes a lot of difference for me. This is a community effort. The community is joining forces with me to do this. And you know what they say, when a child is raised by the community, that child grows up to become the child of the community. And so together, we would uplift our ecosystem, put the country on the map, put the continent where it's supposed to be, and build a forceful unit to solving the economic crisis of youth unemployment. As we know, youth entrepreneurship is one vehicle to help us address youth unemployment. The research is there. The numbers are all over the place. African Development Bank says of all 12 million people that graduate from universities across the continent, only 3 to 4 million find jobs within 1 year of graduating. So we have a deficit of 6 million. And one of the ways that we can tackle this is youth entrepreneurship. That's what I'm aiming to pioneer, inclusive of the skills development, inclusive of the community building, inclusive of creating access to jobs and pipelines to jobs. One way that I and my organization is trying to bridge this gap between education and industry is to help young people take their lives into their own hands and make it progressive, whether they work in an existing institution or they want to explore their entrepreneurial impulses through youth entrepreneurship and self-employment. So thank you very much to all our partners. A big shout out to all of you. I will do my best to make you proud. Thank you. God bless you all. If you ask me, Tom Chris, what is it that you want people to know about you? It's very simple. I want my work, I want my life to mean something. I want to create that platform that will help Africa's young businesses to actualize their full potential, and help businesses around the world to thrive. And principally, that's what Global Student Entrepreneurship Week is about. This Guinness World Record attempt is really about mobilizing resources that will give entry-level job seekers they need to become of higher value. We've done a good job in putting this together. The question is, are you with me on this?
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our advocacy provides support services that help Africa.
Hello.
Hello. Wow.
Hi.
Hi.
How are
Pastor,
you?
I'm proud of you. This is incredible.
Hi. So, how's your morning?
Energized. This is the earliest conversation I've had with someone that's not around me. So that's interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful. And as I told you, you're about to become part of history. So
I'm excited to be doing this with you. I'm not gonna
let's
lie.
let's do it. Please introduce yourself to our virtual audience.
Okay, hi people. My name is Lindsay Joy Nkrumah Gentle. I am a media personality, so to speak. I have been proudly at this for about 8 years, on to 9, and I can't wait to share the knowledge that I've picked up along the way with you guys. Yeah.
Wonderful. That's a nice introduction, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the beginning. So you grew up here in Accra, right? Or should I
Yes, most
say,
of my life. Yes, most of my life.
and what happened to the rest of your life? Yeah.
The rest of my life, I was floating around the planet with family.
Okay, okay. Which secondary school did you go to?
Ooh, I would credit it's called the Dogono Senior High School. It's
The
somewhere in Awushi. I don't know if people
right.
know about it, but yes.
Okay. Okay. So if I was a classmate, then what would my impression of you be those days?
Oh, people that I've come across, once in a while you just cross paths with people like that, have been like, wow, like this was expected. I don't know how they expected it, but I guess my
Okay.
personality, who I was, how I presented myself, how I spoke, the difference I made wherever I was,
All
actually
spoke media.
felt this. Yes, 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 yes.
That's wonderful. Okay. So you knew you were going to be in the media all the while.
Let me tell you, no, I didn't know that. I was convinced I was going to be an astronaut.
Oh yeah?
Yes. I didn't
How
even know where I was done down here in Ghana, but I was so convinced up until GSS 3. Yes, when my science tutor was asking the class what exactly we all wanted to be so that he could help us pick the schools we could attend.
mm-hmm.
And the whole class laughed it out of me. I think that was the last time I ever spoke about that till now. So
Oh,
that dream may have started as I was entering secondary
right.
school. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it the laughter that hurt or the
No,
inability?
no, 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 no. I've been odd all my life, so mockery and no, that's not it. It's the fact that he was someone trusted, right? Or
Okay.
the most trusted figure in that sense. My mom is not a scientist, so my mom can tell me that
Okay.
it will happen. But I believe that he's a science tutor. He's been doing this for years. He would know all these things. He gave me the facts that there's nowhere that is done here in Ghana. And
Mm,
so, like, even if I wanted to study it, there is no way for that to happen. So I have to start from somewhere. So
mm,
we put that on hold. I don't even know if
right.
that's still possible.
Okay, so you finished your high school, and what happened to university?
Oh, okay. So I am an only daughter to a single mother.
Okay,
Wow, this is deep
right.
now. Okay. I'm an only daughter to a single mother, and you just sometimes you notice how the efforts that your people are putting in and
Mm-hmm.
you try to support the best way you can.
Right.
After after senior high school, I had to utilize the skills or gifts that I had. So
Mm-hmm.
in talking to a mentor, a then mentor, he advised that, wow, one unique thing about me is my perspective on life, number one, and how I present myself, like verbally.
Right.
So the best thing right now to get something going or get me started on a career path is to go
Right.
start interning in radio stations. I'm like, what do you even mean? Like, that would never have crossed my mind. He's like, no, I actually dare you to try. Shouts to him. His name is Samuel Arthur. Like, I would give
Okay.
him that name wherever. So he actually gave me a six months benchmark to
Okay.
start it. Just go anywhere, everywhere. So
Mm,
I started off by going to Choice, then Choice, but it was non-existent by the time I came to it.
right.
So I was given the contact to somebody who said, oh, you know what? Instead of looking for Choice, which doesn't exist anymore, why don't you go find YFM? I'm like,
Mm,
YFM? Trust me, that was the first time I heard about it. So I found my way to that space the next day because it was time was fast spent and
right.
given the shot immediately. You know what? Start Monday. I was like, is this really happening? Yeah,
Wow.
that's how the journey began.
Right. But there was a gap.
There was 2 3 months gap
Okay.
of
What?
intern.
Right. Straight
After
from high
that,
school.
straight from high school, actually. Straight from high
Let me
school.
confirm.
Okay, oh no. Say like ooh, say like a 1.5 year gap in that I was marketing.
Okay.
I've been a real estate marketer. Wow, my journey has been interesting. I was the
Right.
highest performing amongst the bunch that were selected at that point in time. So I have a very good record. That company, I don't know if it still exists, it's called Lamudi. So we
Right.
would have to get people to sign on. Started from there. And then it was during that process that I encountered this mentor of mine, then mentor,
Okay.
and he advised me. So it was the span of like a year and a half. Yeah.
Right. And where did the accent come from?
It's from like my developing stages, accent, no. The developing stages was built upon that. The content that my mom made me consume was not local to see.
Right.
And
Right.
over time, I've just maintained that.
Okay.
So wherever I go, people would think you just picked it up for your career, but no, this you can go as far back as possible. This has been it.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Intentional or subset of influence?
Ooh, I wouldn't entirely put it on influence because the greater part of my years has been on this side, and you cannot watch TV or movies that much. So
Right.
I would say it's me sustaining it.
Right.
Yes.
So it was planned.
Mm, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I feel like there is still some details missing before YFM.
What? Okay, it could be that I forgot saying. If it does come up, I would definitely mention it. But no,
Right.
for now, I do not recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now YFM, what year?
In 2016.
2016.
Yes. Yes.
Why? Did you start with the one at Accra Mall then?
Yes, I did, actually. We started from the Accra Mall. Ending part, I think it should have been October 2016.
Okay.
So I did the internship. It wasn't
Right.
even 3 months, it was like 6 months. And then I left to go be a personal assistant to a very well-known personality in Ghana for like
Right.
8 months-ish.
Okay. Okay.
8 months, worst case scenario. And then I came back to YFM
Right.
officially to work.
Officially.
Yeah.
And you were now in the studio.
Yes. No.
Right.
I was part-time in the studio. It wasn't
Okay.
full-time. I started that journey as the administrator
Right.
and administrator, co-host,
Right.
and client service executive. So I was filling enough seats as possible.
Right.
But
Right.
hey, I actually want to get this done. So as time
Okay.
progressed, I started to do more of the on-air thing. But come to think of it, even now I'm still carrying other things. Like I'm the manager of the TV station, that's YTV, along with co-producing one of the flagship segments that's called Leaderboard Series that happens on the mid morning. Then I do
Okay.
the radio. So yeah, that's been my transformation journey.
Right. Okay. So how did you learn to handle the show? Were there some training, on the job training, or
Ooh,
do as I do?
mm. Do as you, how do I word? Do as you can by
Do
looking
as you can.
around. So you can never ever really be somebody else. So you have to
Right.
bring your unique self to it. All you
Right.
need to note, if you're smart and you're willing to do it, just note what keys are needed, number one, and how these people manage whatever it is that they're doing. So
Okay.
you can never learn exactly. If I'm watching Eddie Blay go on air, how is his style? It's definitely going to be different from Brownberry. So what is going to be my unique sell? And then you pick up the basics that you cannot do without, like how to operate the system, what times to let ads in. Yeah. So what you can based on what is necessary is the
Right.
best way to go.
Right. Was there a definite introduction? This is what this is, and don't touch this one, and don't ever say anything when this is playing. Was there anything like that?
Uh, was there? No, because I had on experiences not behind the mic, but experiences in the studio. Like you
Right.
are aware of
Right.
everything that is done secondhand. So when you're placed behind the seat, you
Mm-hmm.
just know what to do. Just
Okay.
maybe the guidelines would be, okay, don't overdo this, try to tweak this a little, say these this way. But I spent
Yeah.
enough time there to know what the rules are before I was introduced to it. Yeah.
Unleashed to the world.
Unleashed
Unleashed
to
to
the
come
world.
on. Okay. But sometimes things happen. Tell me about those times.
Sometimes things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what's the scariest? Is when things are happening and there's an audience. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You know, when things happen and it's just you can laugh it off. Imagine falling off
Yeah.
in a private space. You would laugh and get yourself up, dust up, and move on. But I had this experience where, what was I doing? I think I was, okay, this was a visual version. So I was hosting Woody Maya.
Right.
Ghana knows. Like I think Africa knows Woody Maya. So I was
Mm.
interviewing Woody Maya, and it had to be
Was
offsite.
he a crush then, or
What?
just
No,
somebody you want to impress?
no, not. It's just somebody that my establishment took serious. Okay,
Right.
serious. So you absolutely have to perform on this one, no matter
Right.
what. This is a break it or make it moment, and that it was internet based. Okay, I can't take full control over that, but the internet decided to go off when we had like about 8,000 people on the what's the name? The thing that goes on Twitter. I wouldn't say live. I think live is like Instagram or something. But on the we had a meeting, a virtual meeting on X now. Wow.
Right.
By question 4, the internet has decided I don't want to partake in this project. Nothing I did was going to kickstart it. Okay,
Oh my
and that that was one of the most challenging, but I don't think I can ever forget that day. So you're home, you can't even sleep in peace because everybody is texting you, and not WhatsApp text or text message, just to tell you how extreme that was. To handle that scenario though, I had to use, after like 5 minutes of realizing that this is not working, I had to use a nearby friend's mobile phone data
phone.
to
Right.
hotspot me to be able to get back on. Luckily, there was a moderator, like a separate one. So that moderator told them, "Oh, we're working on it. It's just a
Int
little glitch," and then we got back on. But now that meeting was like the force
oh.
going with it had just dropped a little. But I had to, hey, you had to do what you had to do. You cannot say, well, the internet decided to take a break, so I'm also taking a break. We brought that interview to an end. But if I had to recall something that happened, it would be
Mhm.
that.
Right.
I'm sure he'll remember me forever.
Sometimes it's a good impression, right?
I'm choosing to look at it that way because hey, you fell and you still got up and finished the race. Yes, good
Yeah.
impression.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Say more words. What other story do you have for me?
More words. Other
Yep.
story. Wow. I feel like you're making me bring all my butts in front of
Well,
another audience.
well, today you're
Okay.
on my microphone, so
You told me you're going to be easy about it. More
but I'm
story.
easy.
You are. I'll give you that. You are easy. So another experience is when you book a guest, right? And they decide to not show after you've
Okay.
put out all the information that you can, okay, to spread the necessary awareness, like how to pick up such. I have experienced that so many times now. I feel like even going to engage with someone, there's a 50% chance, sometimes 60% chance the person would not show up. And
Name.
it's the most
I want
unacceptable excuses.
I want names.
You know. No, I cannot do that. These are so huge brands, and I think they're
Okay.
going to take this personally. But let me tell you, here's a secret I can let you know that all of those big names you can think of, not all of them, okay, are time conscious, which is
Mm.
a big deal when it comes to my industry, okay? The media world floats on time consciousness. People never really talk about how important that is because I'm supposed to be able to sell 60,000 or 60 million people a drink to buy in under 30 seconds sometimes, or
Right.
40 seconds. So you need to make the most impactful move in a short amount of time. So if I'm giving you 15 minutes, when I have to be able to sell successfully in 30 seconds, I think that's a privilege for you. And then for people to take it for granted, I had this one time where we had everything set up. We were ready, like, I mean, ready. We had started every streaming platform you can think about for this interview. For this person to text in at the 11th hour,
He or she.
it's a he. It will shock you. It's the he's. People make it look like the she's with your makeup when we're going out would stress you dressing. But look, in the media spaces, in my experiences, the men, wow, they're divas. He texted at the ninth hour, not even called though. Tom texted. So imagine if my phone is not on me because I'm setting up or getting water or refreshment for you. I would have seen this 45 minutes into the time when you're supposed to be there. And I scheduled the meeting. That was not a great experience. Guess what's blacklisted? Not ever coming on my session again. Again. So I've had so many of that. At some point, you realize that, come on, you can't blacklist them forever because the Bible says you have to learn to forgive. So then you
Mm,
start again. They do well 2, 3 times because they notice that you stayed away from them for a bit.
right.
Then right back to square one, disappoint again. So
Right.
it's a very interesting setup.
Mm. Okay. So let's go to the joy side. What do you love about the microphone?
Oh, that's actually make me giggle inside. What do I love about the microphone?
Mhm.
Two things.
Tell
One,
me.
one, I grew up being so different. I always had to go the extra mile to explain who, where, how, why I'm the way I am. Okay. So from the very get-go, I had been at the forefront of communicating with people who do not understand me, first off. So getting to do this felt like that. And then the second thing would be I noticed that there isn't a lot of positivity to go around. So
Okay.
I love I love the microphone because to me it's like a mandate to bring as much sunshine, as much joy, pun intended, as much
Yeah.
happiness to wherever I'm given the mic, even if it's to sing. I cannot rap, so I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But every chance I'm giving, I want to be able to make sure that before I leave, someone at least smiled.
Right.
So these are the two things for which I really love the microphone. Yes, to be able to impact people, and I've trained for this for so long. I just now have a better medium to, yeah.
Where did that come from? Your mom or TV?
No, no, not TV like that. My mom was very strict, so you can't watch that much. Like I feel like I had a few hours in a week, not even a day. So it would be from
Exclusion
okay,
from
it,
your
how unable I was to feel included. So
right.
now it felt like I had to do extra. And what extra do I have to do? The only tool I have to be able to be a part of was to be able to speak. Speaking over time to different people, different mindsets, different thought processes was sort of like a training ground for me for the career that I'm into today. Wow, that's an actual eye opener. I never
Mm.
even looked at it like that. Yeah.
Who who do you want to prove something to? Because it seems like you have something to prove. Who is that?
Me. I want to prove something to me because I come from the most untypical, if I could use that word. It's not a word, but untypical background. Like if we put all the things, the stories that make up my life together, I shouldn't even be where I am now. Let me use our setup right now. This whole project is to be able to give the youth a better chance in the working place, right? That's what
Right.
SFAN is all about. I call it SFAN. But
That's fun.
I from the background, starting work after high school, senior high school, not most people can boast of that benefit. There are people that have gone further than me and still don't have anything to to brag about. So this is for me to know that, wow, first of all, it's really not about your might or your power. Doors can open for you whether you're qualified for it or not, and you just have to be able to prove that you're worthy of being kept there. That's the difference. And I want to prove that to myself every single day so that when I'm given the chance to convince someone that they can do it, I can be able to.
You know, sometimes the limits are imaginary because it's not the one who runs the fastest that often gets the reward, right? You know
Yep,
that.
yep, yep. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It's not the one that runs the fastest. The swiftest doesn't win the race. Um, I can give you an example if you would have me
Of
of
course.
that happening in.
Go for it.
So I did have this experience where I had done all the hard, and I mean capital letters hard work that needed to be done to ensure that the project was completed. Unfortunately for me, these didn't solely depend on me. If it did, my hard work would have paid off. But after all the hard work, the externals that were needed to complete this project didn't show, not even for an interview or anything like that. I just needed assistance from the outer courts, and those people were not present in that moment. And that put everything that I've worked so hard for in record time to shambles. And somebody else who had a few more advantages, let's put it that way, came in and I done this for like 3 days, and in under 2 hours, wrapped it up. Then is when I learned that you always have to have a game plan where you can depend on the outer world and then you can depend solely on yourself. So when you're having a game plan, you have one that can employ external forces and have one that needs only you to execute. So this person had one that needed only that person to execute. He was not the swiftest in the race because I had done long enough before, but he was able to complete it and got the reward because he completed it. Does that align?
Yeah, I like Asha Tyson, what she said. She said, where you are right now is where you're supposed to be, right? Your story has brought you to where you're supposed to be. You haven't wasted any time.
Mm-mm.
The preparations you've gone through. Now, I'm paraphrasing. The the journey you've gone through is a preparation for the future you want to live. So,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes we feel like, oh, rewards are not showing, but things are cooking, right?
Things are
So,
cooking.
absolutely, yes. So, allow the journey to take, through the process. But obviously, that's a plus and minus to that statement. Because every day is a new day, right? Every day is a new day. And to the extent that you've done what you need to do, then you can absolve all self-blame from yourself. Because you know what happens? Many of us, is very easy for us to forgive other people than ourselves. And so you
True.
put yourself in a prison of doubt and blame. And that's the most painful part of life, as a young person.
Wow, that hit home. True. You forgive others more than you forgive yourself.
Yeah, it's very easy for you to let other people go than to let yourself go. Yeah, especially people who earn their fair share, and who know how much effort it takes to get what comes with a fraction of the effort for other people. And so when you make one mistake, it looks like you've
A
let yourself down.
million. Oh,
Yeah,
so true.
yeah.
So
But
true.
I learned a long time ago that you can never ever be your negative voice, because other people are doing that job for you. So you have to cultivate your own inner voice to be your best friend, right?
Mm.
It takes effort, but it's doable. In any case, let's talk about career in media. So now you've gone through all these hoops and you are in a comfortable position where you can handle the microphone. You have a you have a place you call your position.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you have in plans for the future?
Um, when it comes to my career specifically, I I want to transcend from a virtual or an untouchable or unseen audience to an audience that actually is a tribe, like a helpful tribe, so to say.
What's your
And
incentive?
because it's not everybody that typically in their worlds that they have right now would have someone to be able to hold them. And genuinely, all they need is a guiding hand or a little push, which somebody can do. But because that person is not aware or that person is not introduced into this person's sphere or world, that person is lacking. For example, if I didn't meet my mentor when I met my mentor,
Yeah,
I do not know if I was even going to be having a career in media today
yeah,
because I was thinking of going to braid hair. Funny. That's what I wanted to do because I've been braiding doll hairs for a very long time. So I think I was so good at that. I wanted to go into beauty. But just being exposed to that person changed the trajectory of my life. And I want to be able to offer that to people
but you need
who
you need
deserve it.
an incentive. You need an incentive to for those people to um you know find you as someone they need to be around. So
Hmm.
yeah, the problem is the industry moves so fast, not in lack of talent. So to cultivate a platform where you can move from idle interest to loyal fans that are physical human beings, you need an incentive. And it can be extra content, experience, um, service, or maybe consideration. So, what is service? Maybe coaching, mentorship, programs. Consideration could be partnership with other agencies to establish your physical presence in in their face.
Mm.
If you don't have money to do school tours and things like that, give gifts, organize contests, then you need leverage, brand affiliation to make you seen and known so that you can have people who will manage your community of fans or followers for you, because obviously you can't manage it by yourself.
Very tough.
And then the other side is, okay, you say it's mentorship that most appeals to you. Then you need to carve out your own program so that maybe once in a month or once in a quarter, you can start organizing something that connects you to the community. Some people do awards, some people do programs, women in tech, women in whatever it is, women in, whatever the outline becomes. But you know this, everybody knows it. The media is so fluid that people have come and they became so big, but 10 years later, nobody knows their name anymore because they didn't build that platform that makes them a person in the community beyond the voice on radio. So they were only a voice, but younger voices are coming up every day, right? Faces are coming up every day,
Yeah.
and so that transitioning wasn't established. Do you watch football?
A little, only the goal. Nothing
Right,
outside of that.
right. Rio Ferdinand, Manchester United.
Mm-mm. I would not do
Okay.
that.
Okay. Oh, he's one of the people that I really like how he planned his career in football, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I think right now he's having more fun than when he was playing football because he planned, in my sense, in my as a fan observing. Now he's doing a lot of things that I feel like he wanted to do all the while, interviewing active and retired footballers, going to shows, representing brands, uh, doing his podcasts and things like that. But it wouldn't have been possible if he didn't build that streamline, okay, when he was still having the spotlight. You understand? So
Yeah.
what many of the celebrities that we know, we used to know their name, we don't know anymore. What they didn't do was that they were only on that pedestal without connecting to the community. And so when they lose their fans, they lose their relevance.
Relevance.
Yep. So yeah, just a thought. I mean,
That is a big thought. That
yeah,
is, if I should say honestly, that would be the biggest move to think of now. What would be the next step? Because if today you woke up and your platform is no longer available, who is Lindsay Joy? So
yeah.
that's a good thing
That's
to
that's
process.
that's the question you need to that's the question you need to answer. Um, I like Anita Erskine because she's been able to remake herself over and over and over and over. And today I think she's really doing better than, when she was the most celebrated voice in Ghana radio airwaves, or should I say radio airspace? How do you guys call it? Yeah,
Airwaves.
airwaves, right?
Yes.
So those are some of the considerations that you make when you still have the microphone. Hmm? Okay, so we have a few minutes, I think 1 minute. Somebody is listening to you, wants to go in media. What advice would you give to them? You entered through the, not the senior rank, but now you are in senior management. So a young lady wants to be like Joy. Advice.
Mm, my advice would be never engage in anything that does not align with that ultimate goal. So if you look at the project trajectory of the role that's going to be given to you in the dream company that you want to work in, and it has absolutely nothing, and it's just your opener, that's fine. But after that, you cannot be stuck in that opener. You have to connect it, and that's from your creativity. You have to connect it one way or another to the point you want to be, because if not for the ability and the diversity that I showed, I'd have been stuck with being an admin. But you need to, no matter what, carve a way to the end goal. If you lose sight of it, you would lose sight of all of you. So no matter what, keep your eye on that goal. Anything that connects to it, align with that. It doesn't connect with it, detach immediately. Most people had to learn that the hard way.
Right.
Oh, and as Tom just taught us, as you are starting, please have a plan to expand your reach beyond the space or scope you're given. If you stick to just that, if it's taken away from you, you have absolutely nothing. Yes, these are the two things I'll say.
Thank you, Joy. Your story,
Thank you.
your life, your journey, they are gifts from God. Sometimes God will give you your gifts and they look like work. It takes that unique sensibility to see the diamond beyond the rough. So I wish you a wonderful day and thanks for coming on to help us make history. All the best. Bye-bye.
Still rooting for you. Bye.
Okay. Transitioning to Gertrude.
Good morning, Tom. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, Gertrude.
Morning. I was hoping I would have my backdrop, but not yet. Um,
Oh.
yes, so I don't know if we should try and fix it. I was talking to one of your staff right now.
Just 1 minute. Let's roll.
Should we
Yeah?
go?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
great.
go.
All right.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, well, before I do, I just want to say congratulations
Thank
for
you.
breaking the World Guinness record on this
Thank
attempt.
you.
Already you've done it, and
Thank you
I
so
don't know how you're
much.
still standing, but you are.
Because I have
Yes.
positive energy from people like you.
Yeah, no, and it's brilliant. Hey, it's been watching you has been interesting, empowering, and also a bit gut-wrenching, especially in the early hours of the morning
I know.
when you are running out of strength. But you have made it this far, and I believe you'll complete it.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much for having me on here. And well, my name is Gertrude Dendere Chibwe. I am Zimbabwean, and I currently stay in Johannesburg. I grew up and went to school, did my first career path in Zimbabwe, then I moved to Johannesburg in 2010. And if you remember, that's when the World Cup happened in 2010 in South Africa.
Right.
So
Right.
that's also sort of coincided with my move to South Africa. And I'm currently an independent consultant in the development space and also
Right.
humanitarian space. And I'll leave the rest for you to ask me questions.
Okay, wonderful. Let's go back before career change and career moves. Let's go back to Gertrude when she was still in high school. Have you always, been pointed in your career, in your aspiration of what you want to do with your career?
Well, if you recall, well, I grew up in the early 80s, like that's how
Right.
old I am. And our careers were sort of dictated to us by our parents and by society, right, at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But I always loved, at heart, I was a creative person. But because I was very dynamic and multidisciplinary in terms of what I could do with myself and what I could put myself to do, I was also very good with the commercial subjects as well. And I was not very good with the science subject, I must say. But I was very good with the accounting, with the economics, and all those subjects. But deep down, I was a creative. I think part of me was a creative and part of me was just a humanitarian. And there were all these things that were a melting pot in me. But because I was being raised by a single mom and I knew I had to make it work somehow, I had to finish school and make sure that we have jumped the poverty line and then we could look to something else. So I'll say that when I started thinking of what I wanted to do, it was just your structured, careers that you see, like people wanted to be lawyers when I was growing up, accountants, doctors. So I wanted to actually be a banker. I wanted to be a banker. That's what I wanted to be. I loved banking. It sort of excited me, and so I thought there was a whole lot of possibilities, and it was outside at that point the norm of accounting and the norm of being a lawyer and being a doctor, because I didn't want to be a lawyer, I didn't want to be a doctor. But as time would have it, when I then had to choose what I really wanted to streamline my modules in my A-levels, my senior years, I went with the commercial subjects because they were just easier. I was more inclined to them. And at that time, commerce was booming. So it made sense to go that way. And that then would define what I would do afterwards, because that's just the way it was going. And my mom had been, she fought, she's a baby boomer. She was a baby boomer and she fought in the liberation war of Zimbabwe. And she had taken herself to school after the war and done accounting, and she was an accountant. So it also this is where things are going, and this is what I should get on the bandwagon with. So I was very good with those subjects, and I went with that as well in high school.
Impressive. So high school is done. Now university, in your university, did you continue with the banking job?
Yeah, so that was a very interesting part of my life because a lot happened, especially my last year of high school. That's when my mom passed on. And then it was just a few weeks before my final exams, right? But God showed up. And so I managed to do very well by any standard in my A-level. But then because at that point, that's when Zimbabwe was, coming into its economic struggles and things were starting to happen and nothing was clear anymore. It was like a jungle at that point. So I applied for the banking and finance degree. There was only one school, one university that was offering it. And it was made competition. Some say it was unfair admission processes, but I didn't make it, So that was a defining point of now, what do I do? So because at that point, Zimbabwe's also stopped giving bursaries, and I couldn't go to varsity because I just didn't have the means. And so I took a gap year. And by God's grace, I managed to get some jobs. And what you know, my first job was as an accounting clerk. That's how I learned to be an accounting clerk and to know how accounting actually functions outside the book and outside our Frankhood textbook.
Right.
And so in that gap year, that is what I did. And also because we were now very close to a child-headed family, I was my brother and we had to make ends meet. And then as I think I would say as God would have it, I managed to join Deloitte in that year after my gap year, soon after high school, because before then we were able to do what they called 5-year articles. So instead of doing 3-year articles after your degree, you could do them straight from high school, but you take longer because then you're doing also your degree while you're doing your articles and while you're working and auditing. So it takes you 5 years to do those articles. So I managed to then join Deloitte, and that is where my real accounting journey started in audit. and I was there for 6 years.
Wow. Impressive. Now you were living your dream, or this is a period?
So at that point, I was living my dream, I'd like to say, because
Right.
it was a great opportunity and
Yeah.
it was not available to a lot of people, but I got this opportunity. So it was really a privilege that that I managed to be at Deloitte and to do my articles, especially just after high school, and they
High
would pay
school.
for my
Yeah.
fees. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So it was at that point I was living the dream. There were a lot of benefits. Like you didn't have to pay for your degree, but it was a lot of hard work, a lot of late nights and working throughout the night, and also waking up to study and having to make it through your degree, through the postgrad, and also having to eventually then qualify. So it was a lot of hard work. And at that point, somewhere along the line, that is when I realized that I did not want to continue in that field. I think as I was coming to myself and actually realizing what it entails and looking at myself and who I was, I realized that eventually I would have to find a way to readjust and make myself meet with my career somewhere.
Hmm. And now you decided to go back to banking?
So funny thing that I forgot to mention, in my early years at Deloitte, I always knew that I wanted to work in the development field, right?
Right.
And but obviously it was crazy because I was doing my articles. How do you do that, And I had this opportunity. How do I not waste it? And well, how else was I going to make money? So, but I knew it was within me, it was something that kept hovering. Even when I did some extracurricular activities or I did something, I would do humanitarian work, I'd volunteer. But I just never saw how I could eventually get there. Even the banking, that went out of the window because it was just now out of reach because I was on this path, which was very involving, taxing, time consuming, and demanded 110% of me.
Right.
So while I was there, I really had no leeway to think of, oh, what should I do now? Because I wasn't yet, at the point where I was also financially stable. I had to find how I could break out.
Right. Okay. Tell me more ways.
All right. So after 6 years at Deloitte, right? That's when I really
Right.
started feeling like I need to go. I was not in the right place. So people have different motivations and things that move them from a place. Others, they realize, no, the money is too little. For me, it was not about the money. Others feel like, no, they are more interested in this field, then they move. I really felt I was not supposed to be there anymore. Like I had done my time. So in my 6th year, I started looking for opportunities within Zimbabwe. And because the easiest opportunities would come if I was to go and be a finance manager at one of our clients or somewhere else. So those were the opportunities I was looking for. But then at that point, Zimbabwe was also becoming a very difficult environment to break into. So I decided to move to South Africa. So I think it was on the 6th of April, 2010. I packed my bags and packed my flat and I left to go to South Africa. I had a friend who had already moved and she was doing finishing her articles in Cape Town. So I didn't have a job, but I was like, okay, I think I've saved a bit. I will survive. And since I can't really find anything else in Zimbabwe, let me move. So I moved to South Africa and I moved to Cape Town in 2010. And I started looking, I guess, for a job and just looking at what to do after that. And as God would have it, my first job was working for a non-governmental organization, and I was like their finance manager. And that is where I think it opened up a whole new world to me of what goes on in nonprofits, the work they do, what it entails, and also what I would be interested in. And I did that for about 2 to 3 years. Then I realized that I wanted to be more involved in how operations are run, how projects are run, because my mind likes running projects, project management, coordination. I like being involved in the action and not just doing the books. So that's when I left and went to a project management company that was working in rural development. And we did all sorts of creative things there that opened my mind to rural development and how you can develop rural communities differently. And also the capacity that is there in the rural areas, the resources they have, and how you can utilize this to the benefit of the communities. But I was in a project management role, and it was a private company, but doing project management in the rural areas. So I really liked that. And that's when I realized that, oh, maybe I should look at how else I can develop myself further, because I like development. I'm all for developing Africa and finding ways that help Africa develop. Yeah. Are you still there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm
Tom?
here.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
here.
Do you want to ask me another question, or should I go on?
Please, I'm enjoying the story.
I don't want to put you to sleep.
I know, I know. Don't
All right,
worry.
I know it's a tough one for you, especially this time. So
Mhm.
anyway, to cut the long story short, I decided that I needed to upskill myself so that I could merge my loves, the finance, the accounting, and the development, and the banking and everything. So that's what I settled on. And I went to do my master's in development finance while I was working at University of Cape Town Business School. So they have this master's in development finance, where you get to see how you can develop Africa, different ways of developing Africa, different ways of financing development, not your traditional ways. So that is what I did. And that then opened up doors for me to do different work in the development sector. So yeah, then in 2021, I left my former job and started doing individual consulting in development finance and humanitarian field.
Impressive. You've had a flourishing career.
Difficult nonetheless, because there were
Yeah.
times, I think when you look at it in retrospect, it's easy to say it like this, but the journey is never easy, because along the way you question yourself, like, why couldn't I just be content with being a CFO? A lot of people are CFOs that are my friends, and they make good money and they have good lives, but at the end, it was looking at my why, like, why do I want to go this route? And am I willing to go it, even if it means my career sometimes is not having an upward trajectory, but it's more like, lateral. So a lot of the journey has been reassessing why I want to do this and what is it that I want to get to.
Impressive. Okay, now you've finally gotten to the place where you always wanted, even though you didn't know you wanted it. Okay,
Yes,
so are you content?
never. Never, because I think it's not in my nature to be content as well. And I believe that there is so much more that that I would like to do as a person. And it's not, I don't feel like I've arrived. For example, I realized that there's a lot of things I can do in this field. One of the things I do, which is very out of the norm, is I do humanitarian audits, and work with the humanitarian standards to see how humanitarian organizations are delivering their work. So, and there's a lot more that I also do with NGOs, but I want to do a lot in development finance, even in governance, and in the space of governing, like, countries. Because one day I would like to be involved in the governance of Zimbabwe, for example, because I believe it's our role to change and to bring change. So
Right.
content, no. I'm still also still discovering how else I can fully utilize myself as
Your
a person.
gift. Yeah. Got it. Let me ask you, what do you think um what do you think happened to Zimbabwe's original goal as a country?
I think the question is, what was Zimbabwe's original goal and who had it? Like, whose
Yeah,
goal was that, you know?
because
Um,
back in the day, we had there seemed to be a goal, right? Back in the day.
I think on this, there's surface news, then there's deep down news. You know how it is. Politics is never
Right.
what you see.
Right.
But I do get your question. And I think that goal was the average man's goal, the men on the
Mm.
ground, the average Zimbabwean. That was
Right.
our goal, to be a thriving, independent nation and to
Yeah.
be a major contributor in the world. At one point,
Mhm.
Zimbabwe was the breadbasket of Africa because we were
Absolutely.
very
Yeah.
strong in agriculture. I remember when I went to primary school, we were told that Zimbabwe is a breadbasket of Africa. It was in our geography or science
Yeah.
books,
Yeah.
That's what we learned and that's what we believed, and we believed Zimbabwe was one of the most beautiful places in the world, and it is. But then,
And one of the richest.
yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. If you've never been, I think you really should go. And but that was the average man's dream, and that was our dream. But there's politics, then there's economics, then there's people's dreams, and sometimes they all don't align,
Mm.
and obviously the political landscape, that and the legacy we carried on from the years of being colonized spilled into the post-colonization era and trying to fix the wrongs of colonization. For example, there was the land issue, which was
Mm.
probably the defining factor in what happened to Zimbabwe.
Mm.
And
Mm.
how do we distribute land amicably without it causing crisis, a chaos, like what happened. So there was the land issue, and that is what eventually led to a lot of things that probably led to the unraveling. But yes, politics always comes into play in Africa. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah.
And the average Zimbabwean's dreams right now, I think they're hanging on a thread, but there's always
Mm.
hope. And a lot of Zimbabweans are actually coming back home to rebuild. And I want to be part of those Zimbabweans that are part of that rebuilding and growing the nation as well.
Exciting. Exciting to hear that. You know, I think every nation goes through, I should say, a cycle. Um, but it seems to me like the glory of Zimbabwe is about to return, right?
Amen.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, because yeah. Um,
yes.
how is it going with the is it gold coin? Your country, you launched the gold coin that Ghana is also taking after right now.
I would say I'm not qualified to comment. Simply because Zimbabwe is like, quicksand, and there's a lot of movement that happens. And if you haven't read yesterday's news or last week's news, you don't know what's going on in Zimbabwe. Things move
Right.
very swiftly and very quickly in Zimbabwe. So even with current affairs, you need to be on a daily update
Right.
with that. And there's always what's on the surface and what's underneath the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as a country, Zimbabwe is probably still figuring out where we are. But I must say, what I do love is I've seen, like, I'm a millennial, I've seen millennials doing amazing things in Zimbabwe in terms of entrepreneurship, in the agriculture space, in the mining space, different spaces altogether. And I think that is what is making the difference, that we are
Right.
taking responsibility for our own
Yeah.
development. And we have seen that no one is coming to rescue us.
Yeah.
There's politics, but then there's also our livelihoods. There's the question of what are we going to leave our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren? What legacy are we
Yeah.
leaving them? So there is a lot of interesting things that are happening now, and I'm proud to be a Zimbabwean as well and to be involved in those things as they unfold.
Interesting. Very interesting. Now, I can understand you have lots of young people that would have come to you through the years to seek career advice. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you do have some young people who wants to, hear your thoughts or get your wisdom in their career, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you tell them?
I think because I've had the privilege of hindsight, of
Right.
having worked through a career change and
Yeah.
now the hindsight.
Yeah.
And also because I understand the environment is different, the plane is different from when I started working and now the Gen Zs and the millennials, very different plane. And now you can actually really tell the Gen Zs to find their why, like, why do you want to do this? How does it speak to you as a person, and where are you? What are your skills? What are you looking at doing? What are you good at? And also, what other responsibilities do you have? Look at yourself as a holistic person. There are some things you can't do if you have financial burdens that are a lot, but there are things you can do if you don't. So now I can tell the Gen Zs to find their why, and what motivates them. Whereas in my let's say years, you could not start with your why. You had to start with
Yeah.
how are you
Yeah.
going to survive? How are you going to fix the poverty, the hunger? How are you going to get out of it? But now I think
Yeah.
the Gen Zs have a bigger, broader worldview. They are more
Yeah.
privileged,
Yeah.
So you can ask them to find their why. Why do they want to do this? And how are they going to do it? What is the ultimate goal that they are
Yeah.
working towards? And how do they see themselves there? Write their own biography, for example. Like, who do you see yourself as? And how then are you going to get there? Like, do that self-assessment, then research on the career paths that are there, depending on who you are. Some people look for the jobs that are where there's current trends, the trends in AI, the trends in social media marketing, and the social media that's there. And then also meet people that are in these roles and see how they work, what work they're doing, and how you can emulate it. Do you like doing it? You can network. I think there's so many opportunities now that are open to the upcoming young people and
Impression.
youth, and see how you can upskill yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That's
How are you?
wonderful.
How are you doing?
Um, Fighting off sleep.
I know, I can see. I
And
can see. But anyway, I think this is the graveyard shift. I think it gets
yeah.
better after this,
Yes.
right? After
Yes.
this
Yes.
shift here. Yes.
Yeah.
And there's one thing I might say that I learned from a friend of mine when she was wanting to move careers, and she was like, don't run away from something, run towards something. What is the something you're running towards? Because if you run away from something, you're likely to meet the same problems you encountered. So
Yeah.
run towards something and know what that something is. And also have curiosity, and you can make mistakes. For example, it wasn't a smooth roll. I have started quite a bit of like small things as well along the way, just to sort of see where I want to be, to have that time to explore, because this is time I never had, and see what it is that I want to be. I have done even like training in law, for example, in interior design, because I feel that's the creative of me. So have the curiosity and the courage to explore. Tom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, yes. Yes, so
I'm
that's what I would
definitely
say,
here
have the courage and curiosity to
to
explore.
explore. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm here.
And
I'm here. I
it
hear you.
does take a lot of courage sometimes,
Yeah.
especially if you have financial responsibilities.
Mm,
So there's also one of the key things that help is building a transition plan. If you
mm,
want to transition or if you want to
mm,
start out, have a
mm.
timeline and
Right.
have an idea of what you can do in the short term, in the mid-term, and in the long term as well.
Mm,
Because there's this saying that says we overestimate what we can do within a year, but we underestimate what we can do within 10 years.
right.
So it's a long game. Sustainability needs the time for it to happen.
Right. Right.
Yes. So yes, so that is I guess what I would say, and from my experience, what it's been like.
Wonderful. 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 Well, I think this is a masterclass that you've given from personal experience. Now, looking back, um, what are the areas of what if?
I used to have a lot of those when I
Right.
was leaving my previous employment. Like,
Mm,
what if I had just become a CFO at that corporate company?
right.
What if? But then I would then look introspect and say, but I would
Mm,
never like it. I know I
mm,
wouldn't enjoy it. And by now
mm.
I would have left. It wouldn't be me.
Is
And
that a
also,
consolation or comfort?
hello?
Is that a story that gets you to do what you need to do, or objective reality of what the situation was? Because sometimes we make emotional decisions and we convince ourselves that we did the right thing. Um,
I think for me it's become more of a fact
right,
over the
right,
years. It wasn't always. There
right.
were times I really did think I'd made a mistake, and I thought I'd made a mistake to leave Zimbabwe at the time I left, especially
Mm,
the timeline that I left. Soon
right.
after my articles, I always felt maybe I should have stayed longer and been in industry, being an FM and FD, rose along those ranks. It was easier to do that,
Mm,
so, and now because there is a struggle, with a career move. You struggle with
yeah.
how are you going to keep your finances coming constantly? Are you even going in the right direction? Are you going to focus? Are you going to get clients? It's uncharted territory that comes with its own challenges, right?
Mm,
So, yes, I did have like that. I think it was usually about 4 years ago, I had a lot of what ifs just before I moved into formal consulting. What if
right.
I had just gone and
Yeah.
been an FE? What if? Because I could do it very well. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's stuff I can do very well. I would like to think I was a very good financial accountant or a financial manager. I would have become a very good CFO even. So what
Right.
if? Yeah.
Mm.
I probably would be earning way more money. So what if I was that rich now?
Right. But in the end, you see that your journey is still taking you to where you need to be, right?
Exactly. I think
Mm.
I feel I'm coming more into myself as a holistic
Yeah.
person.
Right.
Because as a person, we have different pockets of who we
Yeah.
are and what we
Yeah.
can do. But I
Yeah.
feel like it's becoming full circle. And
Right.
the one key thing I learned is that nothing is wasted,
Mm.
especially if you want to transition in your
Mm.
career.
Mm.
Nothing is wasted. So the skills that I learned when I was at Deloitte or when I was
Mm.
in FM, a lot of them are transferable skills. And as God would have it, now like one of the key roles I do in my consulting, one of the main organizations I consult with does humanitarian audits. And these are
Right.
based on humanitarian frameworks, not financial.
Mm.
And it turns out because I had the exposure to humanitarian organizations and I had the audit exposure, all those two came together, like they met, and that gave me that competitive advantage in this work. So nothing is wasted. It doesn't matter whether you were doing a career that's so far removed from what you want to do, nothing is wasted. Skills are transferable, personalities, characteristics, things you've learned are transferable.
Mm. Yeah. So how did you handle fear?
For I know the plans I have for you. Plans to do good work, not for evil, plans to give you a hope and a future. And I have not given you a spirit of fear, but one of power, of love, and a sound mind.
Right.
Those two verses. But also because a lot of it, right, it can be a lonely journey. And I must say that not a lot is talked about, especially among millennials, for career transitions. And it's a lonely journey because the route I was taking, none of my peers had ever taken it. So I couldn't really confide in them or find help in them. So I had to dig deep and always remember the why.
Yeah.
And one of the key things that I did very well is I researched. I did a lot of research, and it paid off 2 years later to find what is out there in the field that I wanted to do and get connected to organizations I wanted to work with. Hi, Tom. Tom,
Yeah.
just keeping you awake. I wish I was there in person because then I think I would do a better job of keeping you awake right now.
I know. But I'm awake. I'm awake and I'm alive. Awake and alive.
Thank God for that.
Yes.
Yes. So I feel like also the more you get yourself to know about what you want to do and where you're going, the more you research and you know more and you network. Sometimes you realize the fear does not have to be there because now you have a clearer view of where you want to go and you focus on it. So for me, it was focusing, it was those two verses I shared and just trusting that ultimately this is my why and this is my motivation.
Impressive. Okay. So now you still have a lot of lives to live, huh?
I have a lot.
Okay. Great. So what should people who are looking up to you, what should they expect from you in the near future?
Well, Tom, one of the dreams I had even before, I guess, yeah, during Deloitte days was I always wanted to be involved in being the change, in Africa, in Zimbabwe,
Yeah.
especially.
Yeah.
And part of it now I found it through, working in development finance. How do we build finance for developing Africa? How do we also do humanitarian work excellently?
Yeah.
How do we make sure we develop aid that actually helps people in crisis and disasters? But part of it was, then how do I get involved in the spaces that make policies and make these decisions that we are exposed to as citizens of countries? And one of my key desires is to be involved in policy making spaces,
I like that. I
yes,
like
whether you
that.
call
I
it
love.
governance or what, but
Yeah.
I want to be there where people make decisions about,
Yeah.
for example, about healthcare. Healthcare
Right.
is critical, about education. How do we
Yeah.
educate our people, our children, such that they can become powerful citizens in the world? How do we have healthcare that is comprehensive, that is affordable, for our our citizens, those sort of things, those key things. So I want to be there where they make those decisions in policy making spaces. And that is ultimately what I guess one of the key things I want to do with my life. And it's another career change as well. So career changes are not stagnant, they're not static, right? You keep evolving as a person.
Mm.
Yes, so that is what I want to do. But I do want to do more work in the development finance sector
Yeah.
and in the humanitarian field as well.
So development finance, are you looking at IFC, World Bank, African Development Bank?
Yes, there is those development finance institutions as well. And also even now the new players, even foundations and corporates, and
Right.
even your traditional banks these days are also involved in some form of development finance. And it's how their roles are changing in how we finance Africa's development. So for me, that's key. How do we create instruments that are innovative for developing
Yeah.
Africa, and the
Yeah.
various players that are there? What role can they play? Everyone can play a role, but then how do
Absolutely.
we
Yeah.
structure those instruments?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. You should do that. I like policy because one policy instrument can change, a lot of things for good. Or the other way,
Mm.
if they input good thinking in the process.
Yes, I think I got exposure to how policy can just be like detrimental when I was doing my reviews for certain NGOs, and I saw women that had been victims of gender-based violence, and the fact that their perpetrators would get jailed, and while they were in jail, they got access to education to upskill themselves, and when they came out of jail, they were better citizens. They were more, I guess, equipped. But the women that had been subjected to gender-based violence were in a worse off state. So it's a policy matter, that that South Africa is facing in that point. So I realized that it's something that I would like to be
Involved.
involved in and see how we can change policy to work for its people better.
Hmm. Well, it will happen. It will happen.
I believe so. I don't know
Yeah.
how, but I believe so. And maybe when
Yeah.
that day comes, I will say, oh, hi, Tom, this has
Yeah.
happened.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I'll be happy to celebrate with you because what you're looking for is looking for you as well, you know?
Exactly. I like that. It's also hunting me down, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe one day you meet somebody who will say, "Oh, but I've been looking for someone to work in our office for this particular role, and your CV is the perfect one."
Mm.
So, yeah. Okay, so let's talk about another topic. How what's your faith like? How do you express your faith?
My faith,
Mm-hmm.
how do I express it? That's an interesting
Mm-hmm.
question.
Yeah.
How do I express it? I think in the way I live. Actually, one of the biggest ways that I realize is in the faith decisions or the brave decisions that I take.
Okay.
For example, when I left Zimbabwe with no job, nothing. At that time, it was not a usual thing to do. It was 2010. Now it's normal. But at that time, it was not. And I didn't have backup. Some people have families that they can fall back on. I didn't have that. So it's in the big decisions that I make.
Right.
Even when I left my former job to go start independent consulting without even a single client or nothing. And that was a big faith decision as well. And so it's in the big decisions I make, but it's also in how I think I relate to people.
Yeah.
I believe a big part of faith is how you interact with people with love,
Yeah.
with knowing that every human being is a valuable creation. It does not matter where they are coming from, where they've been or where they are, but everyone has like treasure. Like we have this treasure in earthen vessels. So everyone has that treasure. So I think it's also in how I interact with people and how I value people. And yeah, but that is actually a very interesting question. I've never been asked that question.
Mm.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, I'm here.
Yes.
I'm still here. I'm still here. uh,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
you're gonna make it, Shame. You will make it.
I know, I know, I know. I have to make it. All right. So we have 14 minutes left. So
Mhm.
what else have we not talked about?
Mm,
Okay.
perhaps. I think we've talked about tips, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, there's one thing also. I didn't know there was actually a framework or it was a thing that used to take me through the difficult moments in transitioning. And
Right.
apparently it's called the regret minimizing framework, like
Right.
regret minimizing framework. And
Right.
what it basically says is, would your 80-year-old self regret
Yeah.
not having taken this decision?
Right.
You know, if the answer is yes, then make the decision. We start working towards it so that you minimize your regrets.
Yeah.
It's very much aligned with the fact that saying that says the most of the things we regret are the things we didn't do more than the
Yep.
things we did.
Mm.
So I knew if I did not do this, as a chartered accountant, 7 years down the line, if I did not make a career move, I would regret it.
Mm.
Not even my 80-year-old self, even my 40-year-old self, like now I'm 40. So I was gonna regret it at this point still. I know that. So there is that regret minimizing framework, because a lot of the things that you have to work through are the questions you ask yourself in your mind and how you resolve those questions.
Mm.
And yeah, I talked about research.
Yes.
Research was very instrumental in my career move, because after I did my master's, I had a very good view exposure, which is also a big thing, exposure
Yeah.
to what I wanted to do. So one of the key things I did is I think I spent like 2-3 months of intensive research of what I wanted to do, like what organizations were doing this, who was doing this, and how can my skills be transferable? How can I upskill myself? Then to tell you the truth, that research paid off like 1.5 or 2 years later. Yeah, Tom.
Hello.
Yes, we're almost there with this one. Yes.
Yeah.
So is there
So
anything else?
I guess our next. Well, we can talk about building relationship. Um, how did that help?
Building relationships.
Yep.
Right. So obviously it's key, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. And one of the first jobs I got when I went solo in independence consulting was from a colleague I used to work with. She's also an independent consultant, and she wanted someone to partner with her on a UNAIDS role. And because I'd worked with her very well doing grants management, she wanted someone to manage the grants for that project and the compliance of it. So that was my first role, I guess, and that came from building relationships. And so I would say it's very key. And one of the key ways I have built relationships was through the people I met in my master's program. They came from all walks of life, did all sorts of things, and came from different African countries. And one of the, hi, Tom. just
Hi.
keeping you awake. And
Yep.
yes, and I don't think you can replace building relationships, but I've met it's how you build them, right?
Yeah.
How you meet people and how you keep those relationships going. Even if you go to a networking event, how do you decide who you're going to talk to? Do you have a plan in mind that I want to talk to Tom? I know Tom is doing this work and it's what I'm interested in. So I want to talk to him and give him my card and get his card, and then I get hold of him afterwards, just as a follow-up. So a lot of my previous role also included that, working with different stakeholders and networking, and even relationships with my former classmates, I would say, and people that are linked to the other organizations that I network with. It's obviously a key role, how you build a relationship, because those are the people that are gonna come back and say, oh, we've got this project going on, do you want to be part of it? Even even having repeat clients is also how you build your relationships.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All
Oh yeah, there's
right.
one aspect as well that I think I'd like to also mention, which was key for me and something I have been working through in the past few years, and it's updating your personal brand. When you've transitioned and now you are not exactly you don't exactly present yourself as a chartered accountant or an engineer or whoever you were. How do you rebrand yourself? And apart from updating your CV, your LinkedIn profile, a lot of it I found, Tom.
Hi.
Yes, so I'm talking
Okay.
about rebranding your personal
Yeah,
brand.
yeah,
You have
yeah.
8 minutes.
Yeah. I'm hearing. Okay, so I'm gonna stand so
Yes,
that
yeah, thank
I
you.
can
I
give
wish
you
I
my
had my standing desk and I would stand with you.
no worries.
Yes, so updating your personal brand is also an important aspect, especially if you've had a career transition,
Right.
because you don't present yourself the way you used to present yourself before. And now it's a mindset shift, because now it's how you introduce yourself. Do you introduce yourself as, oh, I'm a chartered accountant, but I do development work? I struggled with that, especially when I was in the transition, and I couldn't yet relate to my current role. So I struggled with the transition period of it and how I rebrand myself. And but it's initially a mindset shift. So you see yourself as where you are going, how you introduce yourself matters, and how you present yourself matters. So I think that's also a key aspect that one will have to work on when they do a career transition as well.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. We did it.
I think we have 7 minutes. Are you taking a break?
Oh yeah, you have 7 minutes.
How many do you have?
For you, it's 6 minutes
Oh, yes, I do
right
have
now.
6 minutes actually on my
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have any questions? Any more questions or something else we can discuss?
Well, I'd like you to speak to young women and men who are in the early stages of their career. Speak some wisdom that they can take as your closing comments.
Okay. I would say, have curiosity, have conviction, and have commitment. And curiosity in the fact that, in the sense that you should not be afraid to look at possible ways of who you can become or of doing things. So have that bigger mindset for what you can do with yourself. And when you have gotten it, have conviction that this is what you would like to do with yourself and work towards it, and then have the commitment to stick it out. once you have figured it out, because commitment is key and focus as well. But ultimately, it's know your why, what motivates you as a person. Like, who are you? Like, who is Gertrude? Who is she becoming? And so who are you? And what's motivating you? And how do you then present that in the work that you do as a holistic person? I feel it's easier to tell the Gen Zs this message than it was easier to tell my generation. But ultimately, who are you, and what are your passions? What's leading you, and yeah, basically, how do you write your own biography? For example, in the next 10 years, write your biography. When who is that person, and how do you get to be that person? And now in the world of social media and access, the world is really your oyster, you know, and don't be afraid of the complexities of navigating through the career change, or just through finding a career. It's a complex environment, it's a complex situation, but have the conviction that that is what you want to be doing.
Wonderful.
And
All
also,
right.
I guess one of the key things that I forgot to mention is ultimately, I also had to look at the kind of life I want to have. So that's also key for people that are starting out. What kind of life do you want to have? And that career give you that kind of life. For example, I wanted to have a more flexible role now, because I'd spent, I think, I don't know how many years of my life working overtime and just being in crunch time working, and I was done with that. So I realized that I wanted something else for this phase of my life. I wanted my life to be different. I wanted to have more time to spend with my family, with my friends. I wanted to do more with myself as an individual apart from my work, because sometimes your work doesn't define you. You know, you're a holistic individual. So what is it that you want out of life? How do you want to live your life? And then how are you going to get there?
Impressive. Gertrude, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for those kind words and words of wisdom. I have no doubt people will be transformed. The people that listen to you will take away several insights and exciting tidbits from what you've shared with them.
Thank you. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and I'm glad you are still awake and you are at it. And absolutely, I believe you can do this. And once again, congratulations for already breaking the record, for making history. And it's a privilege to be part of this. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Tomorrow will be on 96. So we'll celebrate the final victory.
Definitely. Well done, and way to go.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. Bye. Come. Take this thing away. There's so many things around me here. Before you leave, put that on. Empress Erin Ekwa, it's your turn. Erin. You're meeting rather. Hi, Erin. Listen, go and take a bath. Hi, Erin. Are you ready? Let me ask her in the group. Ask her if she can hear me. Hi, Erin. Is she still on? I can't see her. What about okay? What about that lady? Ade too. Ade. She's on.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can now. Hi, Erin.
Hi. I am
How
here,
are you?
unable to start my video. It says host has stopped video. Okay, now I can start. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I am well. Thanks for asking. How are you thriving through?
Yep, 70 hours. So we are getting there.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. Let's
Yep,
keep the
it's your
momentum
turn.
going. Yes, it is our time.
Yep. Okay, so how was the night?
Oh, it was good. It was short, but it was good. You
Okay,
know, been a bit late after our fiasco. So, yeah, but here we are. It's a
where
new
did you leave
day.
us to?
Say again.
Where did you leave us to? You were
We've been
supposed to be here.
Listen, at 5:30 a.m., I'm putting my son on the bus, and I even attempted to get there. I wouldn't get there until 7:15. So timing, no, I didn't want to risk missing this moment, this opportunity. So virtual,
No
hey,
problem. No problem.
still connected, still connected.
Yep. Okay, so introduce yourself to our virtual audience.
Yes, so hello everybody across the world. I am Erin Porche. I am a mother and I am an entrepreneur. My company is Global Works Consulting Group, where we are a boutique tech company. We are agile and we grow people, we grow businesses, and we grow community. And I am also the facilitator of Radically Rich University, where we equip, empower, and train people to live a life of mastery and fulfillment. Super excited to be here today.
Did you leave some? Your title seems to have your
What's
title
that?
seems to your title seems to have diminished. I think you used to have more than three titles. Like there's a CIM, CDC. Uh,
Scrum Master, certified business consultant, I
right.
wear many hats across this life.
Anyway, so we are talking about transforming your past into your power, profit, and purpose. Okay. How does that work?
Yes, so basically, the way that it works is leveraging your experience to show up, to do the things that resonate with you, in your career and just really applying yourself based off of those experiences. So I look at experiences as building blocks and moments and points of insight of what we are to do in life. So I just really believe that experience builds empires. And for me, personally, my experience contributed to the business that I currently run and operate today.
Speak more words. Tell us
Speak.
about it.
Okay, sure, sure, sure. So, I would say that my company pretty much started as a result of the work that I did in my career working for the government. And with that, I saw some gaps and also crossed paths with individuals that had a need to get support with entering the federal government space. So we literally started with helping people to get a job with the federal government, helping them to write their KSAs, knowledge, skills, and abilities, and also helping them to solidify their resume because applying for a job with the federal government, it requires a certain format, certain levels of details, and it's just not the standard job application. So with that, as a federal government employee, I saw an opportunity where you could pretty much perform any type of work in this space. There was a job for everyone, and it was global. I mean, you can travel to whatever state or whatever country you thought you wanted to operate in and work for the federal government. The benefits were great. And you also met people from all walks of life. So with that, I became an advocate to say, hey, let's get more people that look like me operating in this space because we can not only work for the federal government, but we can drive and influence change from the policy all the way to the field. I particularly supported leadership. So I had different depths and levels of insight. And becoming that advocate, I believed, that people can work in this space and thrive. So that being said, helping people to get more jobs, then I moved over into the contracting space and started to manage contracts in that space. And that was just another awakening and a level of awareness where businesses were selling services to the government. When I saw the services that businesses were selling to the government, I was like, wow, I know such and such who does this. I know someone that does that. So perhaps we can also do this as well. So I began to help people position themselves to access, win, and maintain contracts with the government. So that's how Global Works Consulting Group was formed. And we not only became advocates for connecting the dots and connecting buyers to suppliers, but we also supported individuals with the full acquisition cycle from identifying the opportunity to showing up and performing, building out their operations so that they had the capacity and the teams staffing to actually fulfill the requirements of those contracts and to also be sustainable in that space. So we begin to offer fractional support. So it, all became a part of the business model, literally from an employee. I transitioned out of working for the government and started operating full time in Glover's Consulting Group.
I'm awake. I'm alive.
You are, and I will need you to shake it up.
Yeah.
Keep the blood flowing.
Okay. Um, Where did we stop?
Yes, so we were talking about leveraging your experience,
Yeah,
leveraging
you were you were
employees.
talking about your government work. I was hearing your voice actually. So
Mhm. Okay, very well, very well. So, I'll also share that, I used my past as my power. Growing up for me, I was surrounded by family members that were in business. And, being around grandpa and grandma, going into their businesses from the gas stations to the grocery stores and the cleaning services, um, those enterprises, they weren't glamorous back then because, they had the cash registers. We were stuffing envelopes to, pay salaries and seeing payroll done with pen and paper. My experiences, it didn't start in a boardroom, but it was real world environments that helped shape my insights of what business looked like, right? So being exposed to business at that young age just really set me up with a mindset of entrepreneurship. And it really contributed to how I looked at life and how I looked at business. And I believe that really helped to build that entrepreneur spirit, that self starter within. So, again, leveraging our past, I really believe that it's just it's innate. It really comes from those things that we are exposed to along the way, and the wisdom that we're able to get, the experience and the exposure that we're able to get from our family members. It really equips us and helps to shape our world so that we can show up and operate in our purpose. Yeah. And Tom, Chris, I'm gonna need you to rise up.
yeah,
You with me?
incoming. Okay, let's do it. Hmm.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's do it.
Oh.
Breathing exercise. You want to do in, and out?
Oh, one moment, I need water.
Water. Okay. I'll have some with you. Cheers.
The life.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go. Um, I heard you say uh, when you were still working with the government. Go on.
Yes. Yes. So to the point of working with the government, it really served as the basis for the experience that I was able to gain and bring into the company that I established. When I saw that I was the only one that looked like me in the room, I felt like I wanted to introduce other people to the opportunities because I had access, I had insights, and I had information. So I was able to help people get jobs and also get contracts to operate in the government space.
I'm here. Keep keep the story going. I'm here. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not, I'm not going to sleep again. So don't worry.
Okay. So I'll also share that for me, back to the on the in the vein of using experience, um, during my work in my career, I was very selective in my education. So, it didn't I was able to select the classes that was in alignment with the information and the work that I was doing. I took courses that directly enhanced my learning in real time, everything from leadership to psychology to people skills. Um, and I was focused on mastery, and I was focused on applying, the things that I consumed, right? So you to having that approach to pursuing education, I think really helped me because I got the information in theory, but I was able to take it and apply it. So it became practical. And for me, I'm a lifelong learner. Like I love to learn and grow in that space. So I also do have a growth mindset. Um, but using my experience as a GPS and GPS global positioning system, it really guided me, and I believe that it can guide everybody else, from every decision to every lesson, every success, even in our failures. We learn from those. We learn what to do and what not to do, and how to show up. And truly, when we tap into it, it shows us the way, right? So I believe that we can use our GPS to build something great, and we can do that in a couple steps. One, when you shift your mindset, when you stop thinking like a job seeker and think like a job creator, or think like an entrepreneur that has a passion or a solution that wants to build something. You put it on your mind, and the opportunities are really endless when you shift from asking where do I fit in to how can I create something. I believe that we live in a world where we can create the things that don't exist, right? Um, how can I create something that changed lives? It's really not about following the path, but creating the path. So I've really moved a great deal with paving the way in different spaces. Also being intentional. Um, we literally don't have to wait until we arrive. We can start thinking like a CEO, thinking like a self-starter, leveraging those gut feelings, right? um, Being intentional with every step that we take. I believe that our experiences, good, bad, and ugly, it really gives us the insight that we can use to lead in any industry, in any space, and making those decisions that align with the empire that we're building. So, the other thing is embracing innovation through experience. I believe that innovating, bringing those ideas that come to mind in our sleep and when we're awake, um, and taking those to shape it and bring it to the world. Um, I've seen so many history making and game changing solutions that have just really been brought forward with from different people, from people that many would say were underdogs or black sheeps of the family. And, I'd say that I was one of them. And it brought a wow factor, to the world. It brought a solution to the world. So, the world is constantly changing. And I believe it's our experiences that really help us to innovate. So when I was starting with technology, when I was starting technology, wasn't there. We used typewriters. Funny enough, we used typewriters back when I was in school. And technology has advanced so much today. I mean, we have a cell phone where we can connect with people all across the globe. So leveraging, technology and being innovative, I believe, is something that is just like a no-brainer. And I'd say when I had the typewriter, when we did the manual bookkeeping in the family business, we used what we had, right? And we pretty much managed it. and delivered. We provided services, we provided solutions. But now today we have access to so much cutting edge technology. So leveraging, that technology and being innovative with it, we have an opportunity to create wherever that light bulb, shines, and we're like, aha, here is something that I can do that's a little different from what already exists. And that's our difference. That truly makes a difference to deliver something to the world. The other thing is, I'd say, building with purpose. Building with purpose. When you find that your purpose can yield profit, you know that you have something that people need, something that people want, something that people can utilize and benefit from. And, yes, we will make money. It's not all about making money, but we will make it because you're now attracting people with something that is meaningful, and they need it, they want it. So they're now willing to invest. So with that, I believe that purpose and profit can coexist beautifully, especially when you look at the issues around you that matter, and you feel like you want to fulfill some of those gaps in society. So building with solutions in mind really supports the purpose-driven life that I believe most of us desire to live. And then finally, surrounding ourselves with the right people, knowing that we're not alone and we don't have to do it alone. I learned so much from my grandparents and from their experiences, where my foundation was really built upon to secure my future. So I believe that, we could truly seek out mentors, coaches, peers that are willing to sharpen us, our managers that are leading us in our work. We can lean on them to ask questions and learn from them. Again, I believe we could always learn what to do and what not to do from any experience, from any individual that we cross paths with. And I believe that the people that we are connected to, they're there to sharpen us, to push us, to also hold us accountable with the visions that we have. So I believe surrounding ourselves with the right people is it's key. And truly, we all have relationships that pour into us. And certainly, if you don't, then you're around the wrong people and you want to shift that, you want to change that. So it's important that we connect and associate with people that are in alignment to what it is that we aspire and desire to do in both life and in business. So, Tom, Chris, I'll pause for a moment and hear some of your questions as I'm continuing to, carry out this conversation. Tom, Chris, are you with me? Hey, hey, hey. Guinness World Record. We're here to crush it. Let's keep going. We want to make this count.
Hmm?
Yes, I need more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you
Yeah, this is
left.
what Chris does to me. He just wants me to take things and just run with it.
Yeah. So you left with a plan to go private.
Say again.
You left government and you went private.
Yes.
Okay. But you I thought you were feeling helping people get government work. Oh, you said that before. You said that already?
Yes, with helping people to access, win, and maintain government contracts.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So in our work, we work with companies to take their services and their solutions, package them, and position them to connect directly with the government agencies that buy the services that they're currently offering to corporate in the private sector, to small businesses, and we help them to win multi-year and multi-millions in contracts. So it's another level of doing business when you position yourself to offer your services to the government.
Okay. How much success did you get in that direction?
So I'd say that we have 100% success in supporting businesses to enter and penetrate the federal government market, meaning they have won at least one opportunity um, in this space. In addition to that, helping them to win multi-year and multi-million contracts. Um, we have a 75% win rate when it comes to our proposal writing and providing that type of support. So highly successful, highly successful. But we build for sustainability. I will not say that we acquire clients and we go right in and we get straight to the writing. We look at the entire company. We do a business assessment and a business analysis. We ensure that the business has complete operations and they have the capabilities and the capacity to perform. We work to fill in the gaps where there are inefficiencies. From the people to the solutions. We look at their customer experience and their customer journey. We look at the results and the results that they've been able to yield. We actually package and position those so that they can leverage those and also lead with the results and the past performance that they have been successful with in delivering in the private sector. Those are the services that we package and help them to lead with in going into the government contracting space. So we are highly successful in that because of our approach and our strategy with ensuring that companies are set up on a solid foundation and that they have a solid infrastructure from the people side to the services and the products that they offer. Yes, and Chris, let's keep this going. What else you got for me? I know you have so many questions. You do
Okay,
well.
yeah.
I'm ready for you.
Yeah, I do have so many questions. So, now your conversion rate for the government work.
Yes, highly successful. We
Okay.
have a 5% win rate with our proposal writing, and every customer that we have supported in this space has won at least one new opportunity, either with the federal, state, or local government. And we go big, so you know, we win. We actually worked until we win. That's one of the core values of our company. Chris, what else you got for me?
Oh, Lord of mercy.
I know, right? Lord of mercy.
Okay. So what happens next?
What happens next?
Mhm.
What happens next for who and in what regard?
For you, you were putting them in the government work, but what happens next?
Yes, so talking about the government work, supporting businesses to not only access government contracts, um, to win those contracts, beyond winning the contracts, I always go into a company and I'm thinking about what happens after the win, right? Once you win that opportunity, how you respond, how you show up and deliver your services and solutions to the government, that's going to make or break how we are successful, how we remain in this marketplace, and how we are actually able to transfer the wealth from generation to generation in our companies. I believe doing business with the government is truly a means of generating wealth and generational wealth. I believe that those contracts, the way that we build our business and the relationships that we build in the public sector space can be transferred from generation to generation. So, with that, providing the fractional support um, to these businesses, um, no matter what size the company is, we are able to augment their staff that they may or may not have. So that would look like building out a government contract department. They have everything that they need on the team to not only capture opportunities, but to manage and maintain, report out after they've won those contracts, and really focus on delivering the service or the product that they offer to the government. So the full acquisition cycle, we provide the fractional support until they are able to um, hire full-time in-house the staff and the team that they need to manage and maintain those contracts for sustainability. And that's where, government contracts, it is the long game. It's so important that they have the staff and the team and the support to manage what comes with doing business with the government. So yeah, it's a long game and it's a full scale 360 support that Global Works Consulting Group provides to businesses of all sizes. And then the facilitator orator of this conversation, shake it off. Shake that sleep off.
It's gone. Okay, so
Yeah,
next
because we
stage.
have to dance.
Next stage
Next stage of what?
of your career.
Yes. Oh, good question. Next stage of my career. So I am highly focused on shifting into philanthropy, doing more of what I love with the people that I am called to serve and support, and that is women and youth. So as I continue this work to serve and support executive level individuals, leaders, I am also positioning myself to do more with women, to do more with the youth, and do more philanthropic work. So I'm super excited about that. Doing more speaking, having more conversations, supporting with connecting the dots, in, you know, achieving mastery, ensuring that our youth are clear, they have clarity in how they navigate their careers. They want to be an entrepreneur, providing mentorship and guidance and support in that. Again, back to leveraging my experiences and pouring it back into that next generation, supporting them to thrive. I believe when we open ourselves up to mentor and support the generation that comes behind us, that helps us to live a legacy. And I really enjoy giving my insights and my wisdom and my experience to others, because I see a light go off and I see them have aha moments, and they're now able to navigate with clarity and get to that next stage or state that they are seeking faster and better positioned to and more confidently. So yeah, really focusing on equipping and empowering youth and women to live a life of fulfillment in a philanthropic manner. So doing more globally, that's what's next for me. Tom Chris, rise high, pick your head up.
Okay, where were we?
Yes, so I just shared what is next for me in my career, and that is my idea of retirement. But it's certainly serving in a different capacity, doing more of what I love with the people that I'm called to, youth and women. So,
Okay, so how did you come to Ghana?
how did I come to Ghana? Yeah, good question. So, as a teenager, I think it was my first insight of Africa was coming to America.
Mm,
And, I love to laugh. I love, I love funny stuff. So, watching Eddie Murphy and Coming to America was hilarious for me. But um, I've always looked at things from a detailed, I guess, a detailed lens. And I saw in Coming to America, commercial vehicles were Mercedes. And, they were beat up, they were rough, they were rugged, they were, the Mercedes commercial vehicles in Coming to America, it was clear that it was a Mercedes. And in that, in that moment, I was like, wow, there's money in Africa. So, as that teenager, I always said, when I retired, I would retire and do philanthropic work in Africa. So fast forward, here we are. I'm turning 40, and I decided I would spend my 40th on the continent. Now, between, teenage and me turning 40, there was COVID. During COVID time, I got on this platform called Clubhouse. Now we're doing major things on Chatter, which is amazing. A plug for Chatter and Nelson and what he's doing there. But in Clubhouse, it just opened up the playing field, and it opened up access to hear conversations from all across the world. And during these conversations, I connected with so many people on the continent during COVID while we were all in our homes, right? The app is audio activated, so everybody's using their voice. We don't visually see anyone, which is a difference between that app and the new one, Chatter. And we're listening. So I was able to hear from people from all walks of life, and I connected with so many people here on the continent in Africa. And those that I really resonated with, they were sitting in Ghana. So our conversations about life, our conversations about business, our conversations about our experiences, it really resonated. So I zoomed in on Ghana. And from there, that's when I decided I'd spend my 40th. I came to Ghana for my 40th with my 4-year-old son. And we fell in love from the moment we landed. We were welcomed with so much love, so much excitement, and we just felt grounded, felt, just completely at peace and at home. Everybody was so supportive. So with that, it was like, wow, this is life on the continent, and we're in Ghana. So from there, I decided that we would continue to explore and have as many experiences. And the way that my son responded to Ghana, it was like he was free and he was just open and he was just so happy. And I wanted more of that for him, as well as wanting more of that for me. So we decided that we would spend more time here. And that's how we arrived to Ghana, with open arms from everybody. And it's been rich, it's been fulfilling, it's been so grounding. And we are really enjoying every aspect of our time when we're in Ghana. So I'll round that off with saying, um, from the retirement plan, I decided that why wait? The time is now. So we're doing life on the continent and in the States.
Okay. Did I miss something?
I don't know, you tell me. Chris,
Don't
tell
worry.
me about the flags in the room.
The flags over there?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya. And Kenya represents, well, we added Kenya because we were looking for a country, in the East where technology is well pronounced. So Kenya has done a lot. So we thought, yeah, they fit the bill.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that explains
Justin,
Kenya.
do you have any cream for the foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get me some, please.
Are we having
Yeah.
fruit?
Fruits? No, no fruits. Like foot cream.
Oh, foot cream. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, keep the blood flowing. Good
Yes.
stimulation.
A lot of people are
Yeah.
watching you, actually. 401.
Wow. Hello,
Mhm.
401 people. Me.
Mhm. Okay, so you still have a few minutes, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So in this few minutes, how do we
What do you
round
want to
this
do?
off and want to continue to dance and have the conversation? Give people insights of value. Hey, Tosin. Y'all still thriving through it. It's been awesome to witness and experience and also today be a part. Yeah. Tom Chris.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm here just anointing my legs.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Is that going to help you to move your feet and keep the fire burning? What does that anointing do for you?
For some reason, my feet is becoming ashen. I know.
This is really historic. I mean, the guy is sitting here moisturizing his feet, anointing his feet during an interview with Aaron Forte. Y'all write that down, take a picture, okay? This is how Tom Cruise does people he know, right?
Uh, mm,
I really hope that there's an awakening for you in this moment, okay?
yep, yep, yep.
Oh,
Always
great.
a moment.
Say again?
Always a moment.
Yes.
Okay, so what would you want to do with your 12 minutes, 14 minutes?
I'm sorry? What
You
was
have
that?
14 minutes. You have 14 minutes.
40,
1
15,
4.
14. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's fulfill it.
What would you want to do?
Let's utilize it. Keep the conversation going, or you want to dance? Which one?
Okay.
Now that you have anointed feet, maybe you're ready to move your feet. I don't know.
Yeah, I do. Tap dance. Okay, so what do you want me to ask you?
Seriously? Tom Cruise. I was there
Okay.
I was there yesterday and you thrive through and this what you do to Aaron Porsche? I will remember.
No, I can't do you. I can't do you bad, you know? Okay. So, so, so now you're in Ghana. What was your, I asked you that question before. Don't worry. I'll get you a nice question. Um, so what did you miss when you came to Ghana?
What did I miss?
Mm-hmm.
My family.
Okay. How
Yeah,
did you
all of
deal with how did you cope?
staying connected, in communication, FaceTime,
Okay.
video, text
Mm,
messages,
mm-hmm.
um, staying connected as best we can virtually, right?
Right.
Writing,
How many family members do you have in the US?
um, thousands of family members. I
Hmm.
mean, my core family, though, I have two daughters, and of course, my parents and my siblings are
How many
there.
siblings do you have?
I have two. One,
Okay. Elder or younger?
my brother is younger, is 2 years younger than I am,
Okay.
and my sister, is 2 years older than me.
Hmm. Why do I have a feeling she's your second mama?
You are so right about that. You are so right about
Mm-hmm.
spoiled me. Spoiled me
Mm.
very well. Why, Keisha? Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys in good relationship?
Yes, we are. And I hope to see her in Ghana real soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yes, it is nice. Nice to have.
Mm. And why didn't you bring your daughter?
So my firstborn, my oldest, she is thriving in the great state of New York. pursuing her career, and also she is continuing to
How
pursue
old is
her.
she?
She's 25.
25.
Yes, 25. Are you surprised?
How old are you?
Huh. So, yes. Oh yes, she's
Yeah.
25 and she's doing well. So she's keeping busy. And she has her passport and she travels the globe, so she'll visit. But my baby girl, she is soon to come to Ghana as well. So really looking forward to that. And she's 21. Yes.
So you have 3 children.
3 children. Yes. 25
Oh,
and then came Landon, who's 6. 2 girls, 1 boy.
I don't know you. Now I'm realizing that I don't know you. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Hello, my name is Tom Chris. Nice to meet you.
It
Okay.
shows you how good I
Um,
am.
how old are you? 42?
I am young, honey.
I know. How old are you? How young is young?
Yeah. Okay, so I've spent my 40s in Ghana. You do the math.
Okay. I see. Um, okay. Wow. You've done well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Okay. So none of them have been to Ghana before.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not
Mm.
yet, but except
What
for Landon.
profession? Okay. What profession are they in?
So my oldest is in law,
Mm.
and my middle daughter, she's a creative.
Revenge.
So she's she's a creative. She's in the
Mhm.
beauty industry and she does graphics.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Is she
Yeah.
good?
Design. She's really dope. She actually builds empires as well. Yeah, she can
Okay.
brand business in less than 24 hours. So she get it from her
Wow.
mama.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
That is good. So why did you have another baby?
My son was a beautiful surprise. And yeah, God orchestrated that whole
Yeah, there.
situation.
I know. Is that internet? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Why did you
this
have another baby?
Listen, he decided he was going to show up and he decided he was going to travel across the globe with his mom because my plans were already set. I was on my way 6 years ago to the continent when I
Wow.
found out, yeah, that I was.
Wow. Yeah. Is it Benjamin? Is it Benjamin or Joseph? Benjamin. Okay, Benjamin. Is your Benjamin?
Who's Benjamin? Where's that name come from?
I'm going to give you a Bible. Then when you read the Bible, you find out the meaning of Benjamin.
Okay, we were talking about my son. So, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, but Benjamin in the Bible. All right, be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Benjamin is the last born of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Mhm.
So he's the last born, and that's why I called him Benjamin. Maybe he's the one that will bring you money.
Amen.
Yeah. Okay.
Amen.
That's nice to know. Well, okay. Let me reserve the rest of the questions till next time.
Until next time. There shall be a next time for you to
Yeah,
redeem yourself.
yeah. But you've done well. You've done a good job.
Very well.
Erin Porsche.
Yes, that's me. I'm so glad you
Okay.
are up, eyes wide open, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed now. Tap back in.
Oh, is Esther on?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and see you when you're back to Accra.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you.
Bye for now.
Later.
That's what I'm saying. Yellow.
The one you're about to put on is the one behind you there.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Esther. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm wonderful. You decided that you didn't have enough.
You are such an inspiration. I was watching this dawn, and I was seeing how you are pulling every strength in you to keep going. And this is a cause that everybody must support. And I'm so glad and honored to be part of this history that you have made, because I believe you've made it already.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can you send me the link, Ashwin? Do you have Ashwin's number?
No.
Esther, just 1 sec, okay?
All right.
For the YouTube.
For Zoom. Yeah. All right. In the meantime, tell our audience again, who you are. Introduce yourself.
Okay. So thank you for having me and your team. My name is Esther Edichumwa. I'm a mother of three. I've worked in the corporate before, but now I'm an entrepreneur. I am the producer and host for The Entrepreneur, a show on Alpha TV that is dedicated to sharing the stories of experienced entrepreneurs. So let me say it. So
Right.
experienced entrepreneurs who have been through struggles and have been able to overcome. And the reason is to use these stories to inspire and guide startups and aspiring entrepreneurs.
Impressive. What has been the best experience you had since you started your show?
One is a woman at Koforidua. She was part of the famous June 3rd disaster in Ghana. I don't know whether you were in Ghana by then. I think you should be, because you've been here for a long time.
I know.
June 3rd disaster, yes. So she lost everything. There was flood in her house. The only thing she could pick was her children and her certificate. She was then a chartered accountant. So she returned to her village, borrowed her father's porch, and started a pottery business. And now she is a big-time entrepreneur, feeding almost the whole of Koforidua, and most of her products will also come to Accra. And I look at how she lost everything, but she didn't let go. And she was able to put pieces together, went back to her village, something that most people would have thought, oh, this is a retrogression in life, and I wouldn't want to do it. But she did it, and now she's shining all the way from her village, and she's going global. Recently, she was at Zimbabwe to share her story, and she's such an inspiration. It's one of the interviews I've done that I'm so proud of.
Wow. That's impressive. That's a nice story.
Yes.
So what keeps you going?
What keeps me going is what drove me where I am now. So, like I shared briefly, I'll sum it as I shared yesterday. I quit corporate after my third child, who was also delivered in CS like the previous two, and I invested my life savings in a business that didn't go well, and I failed woefully. I lost everything, and in my quest to look for solutions to why I failed and how I can bounce back, I realized that most entrepreneurs, which I am one, fail in the first 5 years of operation, and it is a global canker. And just the 10% who are making it are actually also the backbone of global economic development. So I realized that entrepreneurship is a very good venture or career that we have to pursue. But how can we do it better so that we don't waste a lot of resources that are, invested at the early stages and then they end up ending on the rock? And so I decided to tap into the knowledge and the wisdom of those who are seemingly making it, so that those of us who are starting and those who are aspiring to be in the entrepreneurial ecosystem can have a very good guidance, and in this case, industry specific. So I cover all around industries, whether you are in the IT, you are in the agriculture, you are in the cosmetics, no matter where you are, if you're doing well, if you're making a mark, I'll cover your story. And the goal is that somebody who is seeking to be in the space where you are needs to tap into your wisdom, your knowledge, your strategies, your principles, or whatever is working for you. They can add to their knowledge and then skip certain pitfalls that are avoidable. Of course, there are certain challenges that once you're in the entrepreneurial space, learn it or not, you face. But there are some of them that are avoidable. And those are the ones that I hope to change, to contribute to reducing the failure rates in Africa.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
How do you source your guests?
So starting from the beginning, from learning from my previous failure, I realized the need to build a business model canvas. So I went through who are my customers, who are my sources. I drafted everything. So before I even started the show, I started joining entrepreneurial groups, people who are doing well. Or once you're an entrepreneur, or there's a group where it gathers entrepreneurs, I made sure I join in because I knew those were the people that I would need to be able to share their stories. So I joined in, and then when the business or when the show finally took off, it was seemingly quite easier for me to get people to share their stories because by then I had already built relationship with them, and they sort of know me, and so they can open up to share their stories with me. Yeah.
Impressive.
And sometimes too, I go for workshops, I go for seminars, anything that borders on entrepreneurs. Once I know it's going to bring entrepreneurs together, I'll find myself there because I know I'll get somebody to speak to.
Okay. Have you ever interviewed a guest that you felt you wished you could have helped, but you couldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Recently, I interviewed a young man who was a teacher and is now producing soaps. In fact, two people, but let me talk about the soap one first. So his work was acknowledged and he was due to go to one of the African countries. And apparently he was on with a competitor and he doesn't know how it happened, but all his goods that he was supposed to display when he finally gets there were not found after he reached the country. Everything was gone. And it was a huge investment he had lost. And he was almost teary when he was sharing the story. And at that time, I wish I could just say, okay, just take this 10,000 Ghana cedis as part of the loss that you've experienced. But then I know I'll get there someday because most of the people that I interview, thankfully, are open to investors and partners. Some of them end up getting partnerships. Some of them are called by prospects investors to look into their business, see whether they are investable to pump some money into it. Yes, please.
How long has the show been in operation?
On TV is just about roughly 10 months, but
10 months.
yes, but in reality, before it came on TV, it's 2 years plus. I was initially doing it solely on YouTube. So I go to locations with a hired videographer and hired tools, and then I'll get a story, give it to an external editor, edit for me, and I'll upload. So out of what I have done, I, by God's grace, came into contact with a wonderful man, though he doesn't want to be mentioned, but I'll mention him here because he's worth it. I don't know whether you know him, but Reverend Elvis Ajiman.
Okay.
So he found my videos and was like, no, I have a passion to see the youth liberated financially. It is not worth it going through school and then like you're doing with SFAN, you're doing amazing. So he said, it's not worth it seeing graduates carry CVs around and looking for jobs when they can build up something of their own. So if this show is going to open their eyes to see what people are doing, to encourage them to also try something, probably they are nursing an idea, but I don't know how to go about it. And I believe that this show can give them some knowledge or inspiration or guidance they need to start. That's a good thing. So I'm going to sponsor you. So he is currently the one sponsoring, taking care of all the cost of production. His team at Alpha TV do the production together with their own machines and air it for free on their TV. And I must say that it's really going far because the TV station has a wider reach and it's really touching lives as well.
That's amazing. That's really amazing.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about something like that before? Imagined, wished that somebody would sponsor your show, like it.
Exactly. Thanks for asking. At a point when I was doing this, as I shared my story briefly, I had lost all my capital and investment. I was back to zero. I had 3 kids and all the burden was on my husband alone. And I wasn't working by then. And production here in Ghana is very expensive. I didn't have equipment of my own. So I hire everything I use. I hire videographer and editor as well. So it cost a lot. And at the point, what we have to use for the house for food and other, I just pick it because the passion was there to see. I just didn't want the next entrepreneur to feel and lose everything like I had lost. So I'll pick my money, go and do it. And it was hard. At some point, I was praying to God, let somebody chance on some of these videos and deem it fit enough to come to my aid, because at a point I was weak. I couldn't go on. People were calling me from the northern part of Ghana, the western, different places. And transportation costs, accommodation, you have to probably lodge in a hotel when the location is far. You have to feed them, cost of hiring of equipment. It was enormous. So I was actually praying for this. So when it came, it was a prayer answered for me.
Right. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Now you have your equipment, you have your sponsor, you have everything you've always wanted. What next?
So now we want to cover all of Ghana, but one step at a time. For now, since I started the TV, we've been interviewing only those in Accra. And we're just, taking step by step to see how it is going to be embraced now that it's on TV, and then we can make room. So we are actually now I've opened up for external sponsors to come on board, because going outside with a team is very
girl wants money. Okay. All
sponsors to
right.
come on board because we need to showcase the wonderful works of our entrepreneurs. You know, as I'm sharing their stories, it is giving them platform to promote their businesses as well. And they
Right.
need it. They need it because unfortunately, in our part of the world, there is not much enabled environment for business promotion and growth here. And so we don't charge them for anything. We give them free platform to promote their businesses. And there are a lot of people in the other part of Ghana that we need to help their products or services to be out there, to be appreciated the more.
Okay.
Yes.
That's nice. All right. So now, if you could interview anybody in Accra, in Ghana, who would it be?
I want to interview somebody who has run a business and failed.
And failed. I think
Yes.
every business person that has been around for a while would have failed.
I want to interview someone who has failed and is so big and loud. So big and loud because sometimes we want to learn from only those who are successful. But I tell you, failure is one university that can never be compared with. It teaches you lessons that you can never learn from anywhere. No book will teach you. It gives you peculiar experiences that are transgenerational. And these people, when they are reached, they will be able to pour themselves, because at that point when you fail, there's this thing about humans. You don't want the next person to go through what you've been through because it is not sweet at all. It gives you a certain burning desire to, see the next person liberated. And of course, the next person I would love to interview is yourself. And then this
Well,
man, yes, you, Chris. After this victory, I'll definitely get you on my show. Ready or not?
where is it? Where is it?
I'm going to get you on the show to
Okay.
share your story, especially this time. And what I wanted to talk about today, you have just depicted everything, resilience. I was just looking at you this dawn, and I was seeing you pulling all the energy there is to put yourself in, to keep yourself going. I said, this is it. This is resilience. The inner man telling yourself, it is not over. I can do this. I have to keep pressing. That is the life of entrepreneurs. That is the life of entrepreneurs. And maybe the next big shot I would love to interview is Mr. Osekwami Despite, that we all know. The man has a lot to share, yes.
Well, if you can see it, you know what they say.
Yes, you get it.
Yeah. Okay. So, how old are your kids?
My kids, they are 7 and 5 and 3.
You have a lot of work on your hands, eh?
And they are all boys, so you can imagine, since you're a boy yourself,
Oh
you
my
can tell the
goodness.
rest of the story.
Yeah. How many of your recording gadgets have been broken?
Oh my. Oh my, I don't want to go there. As I'm talking right now, this is something I've not shared out there for people to hear. I am on
Okay.
TV, but I don't have a TV in my home because they've broken it.
Well, yeah, that's
And
understandable.
yes, my laptop, my iPad, there was this notepad I had, phones, name it. Once the team using it, they want to try it too.
Yeah.
The experience is both sour and sweet. Yes.
Well, when they grow up, they will buy it back. They will buy it back. Yeah,
Thank you.
no worries. Okay, so do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I have 4 siblings plus myself 5. The
Okay.
the
What did they
big
say when
one.
you started your show?
Oh, in fact, one of them is in the media. He works with Ghana News Agency. So when I
Okay.
started, I said, no, you have been in the space for more than 20 years. The best person to go to is you. Because when I did my first business, one of the things I missed was proper industry-specific mentorship. I went for a general, consultation on entrepreneurship. but it is very good to get someone in the field where you want to be. So I said, bro, this is what I am getting from the unfortunate turnout of my business, and this is what I want to do. What can you guide me with? And I thank God I did, because he gave me a lot of level up knowledge that I needed, most of which I never thought were important. He opened my eyes to a lot of things, and it has contributed to where I am now, and I must be grateful. Because the first time I was on set, the videographer was like, "How long have you been doing this?" I said, "This is my first time." I was like, "No, it looks like you've been doing this all your life." And I said, "Well, I've been coached." And thanks to
Right.
my big brother, yes, he coached me
Right.
well.
Okay. He must be proud, eh?
Oh, yes.
That's
Mostly
nice.
he's one of the first people to comment under my posts on social
Yeah.
media. Yes. And he's
Right.
seeing the growth from where I started and where, by God's grace, things are going.
Did you have those crackpot moments when you post a video and the nobody sees it? Only your
Many
big
times.
brother
Many times. And sometimes I have to push it on people by force. I'll push
Okay.
it to you on WhatsApp. I'll push it to you in your messenger, on my wall status, anywhere, because it has to get out there. And sometimes I feel like I'm being on people's nerve. But you see, consistency is key. If you say they are not welcoming it, and so you will not do anything about it, nobody will eventually see it. It is when you keep pushing, even though, there seems to be a roadblock, that is when you have your breakthroughs. And most of the videos I've had the highest view were the ones I pushed, and also pushed the guests to also share it among, their people. Because if you are not known, your videos will not be watched. So I've had that. In fact, probably I'm still in that phase, but it's better than I started.
The content creator's worst nightmare is to create something that nobody watches, right?
Exactly. Exactly so. Exactly so. It gets you thinking, what
Yeah.
went wrong? I thought this was
And it
okay.
can be depressing.
Very,
You spend
very.
days working on something and then you check it and it's 14 views.
In fact, sometimes it's only you that have watched all that 14.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Because
know.
you keep coming and going, coming and going, coming. So when you come and go, it becomes 2. You go and come, then it becomes 3. And then
Yeah.
it goes like that until probably you see someone comment, "Oh, I love this video. It's very important." Then, it gives you some level of energy. Okay, somebody has watched it. And it keeps you going. And then the next time you see about 2 or 3 comments, and that's how we keep going. It's not easy because now everybody's creating content. Everyone wants attention. But it's good to know your niche. It's good to know your target audience. Once you're able to get in front of your audience, definitely with time, you wouldn't have to stress much. The moment you put
Yeah.
it there, they'll be jumping at it because now you're creating value.
Do you watch a lot of movies?
Not much, but the few one of this one, there are some shows on entrepreneurship that I watch, especially like the Den, where they bring entrepreneurs to share their pitch to
Yeah.
investors and
Okay.
get them invested and all that. And I think I love Christian movies too, especially movies on marriage, because marriage is
Okay. There's
an
this movie called Army of Thieves. It's not a Christian movie though.
okay.
So there's this guy, he's very good with picking locks, and
Okay.
then he makes movies of them. He does his lock picking every week, I think, and makes movies like videos of them, YouTube videos of them.
Wow.
And then every time he posts his stuff, maybe 2 views, 3 views. And so one day there is this lady, she's assembling her team of thieves, She's looking for the best of the best in different things.
Mm,
Someone
yeah,
who can pick a lock, someone who can do, different
exactly.
things.
Exactly.
And then she came across this guy's video.
Hmm.
The video had, I think, one view before she watched it,
Wow.
and she hired him.
Wow.
So, and I'm like, sometimes it's not about the millions of views though,
Mm,
because the one view could be from somebody who actually needs what you're selling, right?
exactly.
And
Exactly.
it changes your life,
Yes, you're
right?
very right. You're very right.
So I think the problem that content creators have is that the more views you have, the higher the chances that the right kind of person will see it. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean that those views are people who really matter to you. It could
Mhm.
be the only person who viewed it is the one that you actually need.
Exactly.
So yeah, I've made my peace with it. I will share I will share the thing, but it used to bother me a lot, back in the day when we create something. I'm like, did they close their eyes on my video or what? Yeah. Anyway,
Sorry.
Norris.
It's really true. And I think when you are less worried, rather, things work out for you because you don't
Mm,
put a lot of stress on your mind and it will help you to focus on the next one you're doing to make it better. And
yeah.
sometimes videos you posted in the past, the
Yeah.
lady's interview I cited, the poultry farmer, so far is my best and the best watched so far because but when it started was some few views and then all of a sudden I think I posted it on Facebook and people trooped in and the algorithm picked it
Right.
and people were just watching it here and then before I realized 5K views I said whoa, this
Yeah.
is huge and so far it seems to be the highest watched of mine. So
Mm,
yesterday, like one of the guests said, sometimes there's greatness in resting. I mean, rest your mind. Things will
mm,
be if it will be. Do the right thing, do what you have to do, and leave the rest. Eventually, they will fall in place.
yeah. There is some truth there.
Yeah.
Mm, okay. What else should we talk about?
Okay, so if you would love for me to go through the resilience with our wonderful viewers, because I know a lot of people are learning from what you're doing. You're doing amazing, Chris. Thank you so much for this vision and keeping it going. The information you've put out there, they are wonderful from various fields, from family to business to entrepreneurship, name it. Well done.
Thank you. Well, it's a community effort because, you know, when success is predictable, I knew from the response that we got for this that it was going to be really good,
Mm,
you know. There are so many people that want to see succeed and
yeah.
they really went out of their way. For example, the gentleman from yesterday night, uh, Water,
Mm,
he wrote several emails, calling all his friends, Jacob
wow.
Walker, calling all his friends, to apply to be speakers. And he really
Wow.
did a good job. And and not only him, you know,
Yeah.
there are so many, 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 many people,
Yeah.
people that I don't even know before now. They saw it and they were like, yeah, I like this, Clara.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I'm so, so thankful to all of them, actually.
Yes. Yes. And I must say, the speakers are very supportive. I
Yeah.
mean, if you look at the backstage, how everyone is looking out for the best, it's good. It's like you've just gathered like-minded people, and it's created a community already.
I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
A goodness one.
Yeah. It's amazing. I before this event, in this our classroom,
Okay.
the network wasn't as good as the yeah.
Got better all of a sudden.
Because I sent the post and
Wow.
I tagged MTN. I think they saw it. I tagged MTN and Telesa. I think they saw it because the network, yeah, it became so good these days,
Wow.
which is really good. So shout out to them if they're listening. They are listening.
Shout out
Shout out to them.
MTN, shout out to Telecel. Well
Yeah,
done for making this happen.
especially yeah, I know, right? Because imagine if Buffering, it would have been a mess.
Yeah, especially those of us joining virtually. We are
I
not on
know,
site with you.
I know.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, you want to talk about resilience?
Yes.
What does resilience mean for you?
For me and my
Yeah.
experience, resilience is saying no to anything that is stopping you from your goal.
Okay.
Resilience is that voice in you that keeps cheering you on when almost every other voice out there seems to be dampening you. And of course, there are days you can even get that damping voice within you. Resilience is shutting the mouth of that inner voice that seems to ridicule your ability to achieve what you have set out to do and telling yourself that I can do it. And one of the main engine for building resilience is your why. Why did you start what you've started already? What gets you started in the first place? That thing, that purpose is the fuel you need when every other thing is battling you to stop. When all that you are seeing tells you that you cannot make it. That's why the purpose for which you started what you have started is what will keep you going. And there are some reasons why we need resilience as entrepreneurs. I'm narrowing it down to entrepreneurs because I'm one. Okay, so
Yeah.
resilience helps every entrepreneur to see failure as an opportunity for growth. It is the ability to reflect on what went wrong, and then you use that insights from that reflection to get better the next time. So when my business failed, I was in search for a reason behind my failure. And then I found out that entrepreneurs need help. And by God's grace with my TV, program, I am really touching lives. I'm not bragging, but I keep getting, inbox messages. Oh, thank you for this interview. I needed it. I like what this man said. It is going to help my business. And it has given another opportunity for me to make impact, even though my first business failed. Another reason why we need, resilience is that it will help you to sustain momentum. Entrepreneurship is a marathon, it's not a sprint. You don't have to keep going and going. Resilience will keep you going when the initial excitement, fades. And then the reality of hard work hits you like you're doing right now. When hard work is needed, the excitement of, yay, I'm breaking the record, it fades because now your body is speaking to you. But the resilience in you is sustaining you to, it helps you to keep the momentum going till we hit the mark of 96 hours. And I know we are going to hit it. So it gives you stamina to push through those periods when your progress seems to be stagnant or slow. And then resilience also helps us to adapt to change. The business world is ever changing and adaptability is key. So resilience will allow you to pivot when the market trend shifts and when the unexpected or challenges arises and you need to move with the time. Again, resilience will help you to maintain mental and emotional well-being. So every entrepreneur who sees, failure and challenges as part of the journey, they tend to have healthier mindsets because they are better equipped to handle stress and anxiety. And stress and anxiety is very common with entrepreneurship and business, as you and I can attest to. So resilience is going to help you to maintain a sense of balance when, the world around you seems to be shaky. And then the next thing is that resilience will help you to build trust and credibility. Chris, I tell you, with what you're displaying, somebody can trust you that this is a man that can stand when the going get tough. So clients, investors, partners, they respect entrepreneurs who can handle setbacks with grace and persistence. Resilience will make you a reliable leader that someone can count on when the going gets tough. So it is very, very important that we keep resilience. There are instances in the entrepreneurship that we need to build resilience. When your numbers are not adding up, there are times when your finances are not looking well. Your money is running out, expenses, keep piling up, and you seem not to be breaking even to even talk of profits. At this time, you need resilience to say that, hey, I am not making money now, but I am still building momentum to make impact tomorrow. And therefore, I will not allow my numbers that are not adding up to make me give up. I'll keep going. When rejection becomes a routine, you bring a new product or service out, and then people are rejecting it here and there. You need resilience to be able to keep going. Whenever you are rejected, muster up courage and ask, say, madam, you rejected my product. Can you please help me with a review why you rejected it so that I can make it better? Already they've rejected you, so what do you stand to lose by asking this? But when you ask and you get the feedback, it will help you to make your product or service or proposal that was rejected by an investor better, so that the next opportunity you get, you can nail it. Also, when self-doubt creeps in, when you begin to doubt yourself because, things are happening, things are getting tough, resilience is that voice that will silence that inner critic that is trying to put you down. Like I said earlier, let your why, your purpose keep you going when the going gets tough. And quickly, before my time runs up, I would like to, share some few steps that everyone listening to us can, build resilience. One is self-reflection. Take time to reflect, analyze on your failures or the challenges or the setbacks you're going through. Ask yourself, what have you learned from those experiences? How can you apply those lessons, moving forward to get better? Number two is, set realistic goals. To build resilience, set realistic goals. Break your long-term vision into short-term achievable goals. And then help celebrate every little win that you get, and celebrating it will help reinforce resilience in you. Okay, I wanted to sell to 5,000 customers, but I've been able to do my first, when I broke it down, the next 1 month I wanted to sell to 50 people and I've been able to do it. Hooray! I'll keep going. Once you're doing that, it builds resilience in you. The next is to develop a support network. Chris, your team is doing amazing. Your team has helped you, to come this far. The people you have assembled, the speakers, all these have become the support network you needed to break this record. So, as it is once said, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then you have to go with people. So connect with mentors, join with entrepreneurial communities, build relationship with other business owners, build strong systems that can provide guidance and encouragement, especially during challenging times. And then embrace a growth mindset. Resilient entrepreneurs see challenges and opportunities as growth rather than threats. Okay, so focus on improving rather than being perfect. Remind yourself every day that obstacles are a chance to get better. And like one guest said, and I love so much, practice self-care. Entrepreneurship is very demanding. It is so demanding that you cannot pour from an empty cup. You need to be able to take care of yourself. Make time to rest. Practice hobbies and activities that recharge you. A healthy body and mind are very crucial to be successful as an entrepreneur. And it helps you to be resilient, because when you are recharged, you'll be able to forge ahead. And then the last thing I would like to talk about is visualize success beyond setbacks. There's something that the Bible says, let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich. So as you keep, going in your entrepreneurial journey, whatever comes your way, let that goal, that vision be in front of you. I want to be the best in this. I want to be the best in that. As you keep focusing on that, you'll be able, to overcome every roadblock that's come your way from time to time, and you'll be able to get there wherever you want to be and whatever goal you have set for yourself. So let us learn to adapt quickly because the business world is faced with a lot of roadblocks. But when the roadblocks comes, let us learn to, overcome them. And I know we will surely get there like Chris is doing as he's trying to break the record with all the energy from the team and all the guests. I know that resilience will keep Chris going, and in some few hours we'll be holding the cup and jubilating, hey, we broke the record. So well done, Chris, for keeping resilience, and it's an example for all of us to learn. Yes, well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great.
Welcome.
Did you say everything you wanted to say?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. All right. I'm glad you've had the time to put out those words that were bubbling in your heart. Okay.
We need it, especially these times and the economy that we find ourselves. We need resilience to keep going as entrepreneurs. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
See you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Come again? So I have some. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. My name is Emewulu, and I'm excited because it's barely 7 days away from our exciting Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you know, is the Guinness World Record edition. I'm aiming to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon through this exciting Student Entrepreneurship Week, the 5th edition. For some of you that might not know what exactly this programming is all about, I established Student Entrepreneurship Week in 2018 to create a platform for budding entrepreneurs to explore their entrepreneurial impulses by learning from investors, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders from around the world. The last edition brought together over 6,000 people online and on-site in 2021. Now, this edition is going to be unique in every way because we are mobilizing over 96 speakers because we've now opened the wait list and considering to extend the timeline into what will become a history-making project. And I'm glad to say, I'm thrilled to say we filled all the speaker slots and we have a lot more people wanting to join. So why am I doing this? You've asked the question, some of you have asked the question, Tom Cruise, why are you doing this? And it's very simple. I'm doing this to use it as a become of higher value when seeking gainful and meaningful work. It doesn't make sense to spend 4 years of degree course and be carrying CV from office to office like a robot for jobs that do not exist. That's what Ready for Work really is out to solve. So we've been having exciting success stories from this program, which we've had 5 cohorts of it. They will utilize it, they will take advantage of it, they will be part of the global workforce. And so that's what this Guinness World Record attempt is really all about. And I really want to thank every one of you that have joined us in the process of mobilizing attention for the speakers and the programming. I thank you so much. But we still have a lot more work to do. You can join us today. Visit the website, sfanonline.org, sfanonline.org, and you will see a lot more ways that you can participate. Go to the event website, click the event, go to Student Entrepreneurship Week. You will see a lot more ways that you can join forces with us in making this happen, making it successful. Now, beyond that, I really want to also answer some of the questions that we're receiving in the process of creating this project. Number one is, how is this going to be happening? Well, we've structured the Guinness World Record attempt into a hybrid programming in the sense that we'll be creating it, we'll be streaming from here, from our office at Spintex. So some of you will be able to join us on site. The speakers will be here, some of them on site. And I'll be interviewing them in the hour stipulated. Every speaker will have about 30 minutes to 1 hour to share their exciting opinions. We have speakers from different walks of life: entrepreneurship development, financing, AI, money, business management, lifestyle, and every other exciting topic. I'll ask them meaningful questions. They will share exciting thoughts with you. You will learn a lot. You'll be inspired. You'll be motivated to take your life into your hands, put your skills before you, and manage it and grow it and, make more money. And for those online, you can go to the website, sfanonline.org, go to the website and click on the event and go to the event page, Student Entrepreneurship Week, and you will join online. You'll watch every session of this exciting programming online on the website. So it's exciting for you to be a part of this. And another way you can participate really is to help us to mobilize more interest. Share it on your social media, tag me, Tom Chris Emewulu, and I'll be happy to recirculate it. Tag SFAN, SFAN online. By the way, I really want to thank my team who are supporting me. This is an individual attempt, and I am happy to receive the company's support. And it's been a lot of work. Many people have put in so much effort in making this program excellent. I do not take that support for granted, both internally and externally. And we're looking to get more of you join forces with us. This is a worthy cause. This is not a game that doesn't track to any meaningful output. This seeks to help young people. This seeks to uplift the ecosystem. This seeks to put Ghana on the map. Now, the next question that we've received in the process of, creating this event is, Tom Chris, do you have permission from Guinness World Record to break this record? The answer to that question is yes. I applied for this in May, even though I had this idea since 2018, thereabout. I've been doubting myself. But in May this year, I applied, and shout out to Hilda. She was the one that, motivated a lot of people to do different things. And of course, Clara, shout out to you. You are the pioneer in this direction. So I'm aiming to break this record as the first person to do it on this plane. And yes, Guinness World Record has given the go-ahead for me to do this. Now, the other side of it is, if I don't get to speak as an interviewee for your Guinness World Record, how else can I support you? Yes, you can donate to Ready for Work Scholarship Fund to help young people access all these wonderful tools and resources that I've mentioned already. And you get to do something that helps Africa, and beyond that, you get personal considerations as well. Now, if there are any other questions that you have for me, please feel free to reach out to us, info@sfanonline.org, or just message me on different social media platforms where I am, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. Tom Chris Emewulu is my name, and message me, and I'm happy to, provide answers or clarify any concern or thoughts that you might have. To everyone who has been sending good wishes and well wishes and words and prayers, it makes a lot of difference for me. This is a community effort. The community is joining forces with me to do this. And you know what they say, when a child is raised by the community, that child grows up to become the child of the community. And so together, we would uplift our ecosystem, put the country on the map, put the continent where it's supposed to be, and build a forceful unit to solving the economic crisis of youth unemployment. As we know, youth entrepreneurship is one vehicle to help us address youth unemployment. The research is there, the numbers are all over the place. African Development Bank says of all 12 million people that graduate from universities across the continent, only 3 to 4 million find jobs within 1 year of graduating. So we have a deficit of 6 million. And one of the ways that we can tackle this is youth entrepreneurship. That's what I'm aiming to pioneer, inclusive of the skills development, inclusive of the community building, inclusive of creating access to jobs and pipelines to jobs. One way that I and my organization is trying to bridge this gap between education and industry is to help young people take their lives into their own hands and make it progressive, whether they work in an existing institution or they want to explore their entrepreneurial process through youth entrepreneurship and self-employment. So thank you very much to all our partners. A big shout out to all of you. I will do my best to make you proud. Thank you. God bless you all.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth, by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our Epic Fan events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy-to-use pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker. For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic ASFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. ASFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Did you know that of all the 110,000 plus university graduates in Ghana, only 10% find employment right after their mandatory national service? It takes the rest about 10 years to secure a permanent employment, according to the Institute of Statistics, Social, and Economic Research. Here's more. Only about 8,648 out of the 86,478 national service personnel deployed in 2020-21 service year were employed right after their national service. It may take up to 10 years for the remaining 77,830 to secure permanent employment, ISSER says. On a continental level, nearly 2/3, or 64.4% of people aged between 15 and 24 are unemployed. Many thought leaders have called youth unemployment in Africa an economic crisis. Over the past 8 years, Stars from All Nations has been researching the root causes of Africa's rising youth unemployment, and our research shows 5 specific issues. Number 1, a mismatch of skills between academia and industry requirements. 2, lack of access to job sources. Number 3, lack of right type network. Number 4, lack of coaching and support services. Number 5, insufficient jobs available. Enters Ready for Work. Ready for Work is an immersive digital career accelerator that makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip entry-level job seekers with employment skills and help talent managers make data-driven recruitment decisions. Here's how it works. We partner with industry-leading employers and entrepreneurs in high-growth markets to design personalized project-based learning modules in finance, digital marketing, UX, UI, data science, and engineering. We recruit best-in-class entry-level job seekers and early career professionals for a 6 weeks intensive career coaching bootcamp via our digital platform, readyforwork.africa. At the end of the bootcamp, we open up the platform to our partners to onboard Ready for Work leaders for internships or full-time jobs. Ready for Work brings the needed fresh perspectives for talent development on the continent. Unlike other frameworks that major in providing learners with certification that use little benefits, Ready for Work help fellows launch fulfilling careers in high growth companies through direct job access. On the employer side, Ready for Work is the one-stop shop for data-driven recruitments, not guesswork. Instead of relying on resumes that are unreliable for matching talents to jobs, Ready for Work helps employers to make skill-based hiring decisions that get better results at less than 50% of the cost. Are you a job seeker looking to bypass the hurdles of finding a well-paying job in today's competitive job market? Or an SME looking for a globally competitive talent? Ready for Work is your final destination. To learn more or apply for our upcoming cohort, visit readyforwork.africa or call us on 030-280-2935.
Hi, my name is Kezia Owusan, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Ready for Work Cohort 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I thought I knew. And then I'll recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction on companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. My name is Emewulu, and I'm excited because it's barely 7 days away from our exciting Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you know, is the Guinness World Record edition. I'm aiming to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon through this exciting Student Entrepreneurship Week, the 5th edition. For some of you that might not know what exactly this programming is all about, I established Student Entrepreneurship Week in 2018 to create a platform for budding entrepreneurs to explore their entrepreneurial impulses by learning from investors, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders from around the world. The last edition brought together over 6,000 people online and on-site in 2021. Now, this edition is going to be unique in every way because we are mobilizing over 96 speakers because we've now opened the wait list and considering to extend the timeline into what will become a history-making project. And I'm glad to say, I'm thrilled to say we filled all the speaker slots and we have a lot more people wanting to join. So why am I doing this? You've asked the question, some of you have asked the question, Tom Chris, why are you doing this? And it's very simple. I'm doing this to use it as a platform. I'm trying to break this record, to use it as a platform to really draw attention to our smart, intelligent system called Ready for Work, which we've created for early career professionals and entry-level job seekers to help them to unlock their potential. Now, Ready for Work really leverages artificial intelligence and machine learning to help Africa's youth understand how they stack up against their competition and give them tools and resources to upskill and become of higher value when seeking gainful and meaningful work. You know, it doesn't make sense to spend 4 years of degree course and be carrying CV from office to office like a robot for jobs that do not exist. That's what Ready for Work really is out to solve. So we've been having exciting success stories from this programming, which we've had 5 cohorts of it. And 126 people have leveraged our platform and our system to make their life progressive and meaningful on their own terms. And I've been told if a lot more people, a lot more young Africans know about this Ready for Work platform, they will utilize it, they will take advantage of it, they will be part of the global workforce. And so that's what this Guinness World Record attempt is really all about. And I really want to thank every one of you that have joined us in the process of mobilizing attention for the speakers and the programming. I thank you so much. But we still have a lot more work to do. You know, you can join us today. Visit the website, sfanonline.org, sfanonline.org, and you will see a lot more ways that you can participate. Go to the event website, click the event, go to Student Entrepreneurship Week. You will see a lot more ways that you can join forces with us in making this happen, making it successful. Now, beyond that, I really want to also answer some of the questions that we've been receiving in the process of creating this project. Number one is, how is this going to be happening? Well, we've structured the Guinness World Record attempt into a hybrid programming in the sense that we'll be creating it, we'll be streaming from here, from our office at Spintex. So some of you will be able to join us on site. The speakers will be here, some of them on site. I'll be interviewing them in the hours stipulated. Every speaker will have about 30 minutes to 1 hour to share their exciting opinions. We have speakers from different walks of life: entrepreneurship, development, financing, AI, money, business management, lifestyle, and every other exciting topic. I'll ask them meaningful questions. They will share exciting thoughts with you. You will learn a lot. You'll be inspired. You'll be motivated to take your life into your hands, put your skills before you, and manage it and grow it and, you know, make more money. And for those online, you can go to the website, sfanonline.org, go to the website and click on the event and go to the event page, Student Entrepreneurship Week, and you will join online. You'll watch every session of this exciting programming online on the website. So it's exciting for you to be a part of this. And another way you can participate really is to help us to mobilize more interest. You know, share it on your social media, tag me, Tom Chris Emewulu, and I'll be happy to recirculate it. Tag SFAN, SFAN online. By the way, I really want to thank my team who are supporting me. This is an individual attempt, and I'm happy to receive the company's support. And it's been a lot of work. Many people have put in so much effort in making this programming excellent. I do not take that support for granted, both internally and externally. And we're looking to get more of you join forces with us. This is a worthy cause. This is not a game that doesn't track to any meaningful output. This seeks to help young people. This seeks to uplift the ecosystem. This seeks to put Ghana on the map. Now, the next question that we've received in the process of, you know, creating this event is, Tom Chris, do you have permission from Guinness World Record to break this record? The answer to that question is yes. I applied for this in May, even though I had this idea since 2018, thereabout, I've been doubting myself. But in May this year, I applied, and shout out to Hilda. She was the one that's, motivated a lot of people to do different things. And of course, Clara, shout out to you. You are the pioneer in this direction. So I'm aiming to break this record as the first person to do it on this plane. And yes, Guinness World Record has given their go ahead for me to do this. Now, the other side of it is if I don't get to speak as an interviewee for your Guinness World Record, how else can I support you? Yes, you can donate to Ready for Work Scholarship Fund to help young people access all these wonderful tools and resources that I've mentioned already. And you get to do something that helps Africa. And beyond that, you get personal considerations as well. Now, if there are any other questions that you have for me, please feel free to reach out to us, info@s1online.org, or just message me on different social media platforms where I am, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. Tom Chris Emewulu is my name. And message me, and I'm happy to, provide answers or clarify any concern or thoughts that you might have. To everyone who has been sending good wishes and well wishes and words and prayers, it makes a lot of difference for me. This is a community effort. The community is joining forces with me to do this. And you know what they say, when a child is raised by the community, that child grows up to become the child of the community. And so together, we would uplift our ecosystem, put the country on the map, put the continent where it's supposed to be, and build a forceful unit to solving the economic crisis of youth unemployment. As we know, youth entrepreneurship is one vehicle to help us address youth unemployment. The research is there. The numbers are all over the place. African Development Bank says of all 12 million people that graduate from universities across the continent, only 3 to 4 million find jobs within 1 year of graduating. So we have a deficit of 6 million. And one of the ways that we can tackle this is youth entrepreneurship. That's what I'm aiming to pioneer, inclusive of the skills development, inclusive of the community building, inclusive of creating access to jobs and pipelines to jobs. One way that I and my organization is trying to bridge this gap between education and industry is to help young people take their lives into their own hands and make it progressive, whether they work in an existing institution or they want to explore their entrepreneurial impulses through youth entrepreneurship and self-employment. So thank you very much to all our partners. A big shout out to all of you. I will do my best to make you proud. Thank you. God bless you all. If you ask me, Tom Chris, what is it that you want people to know about you? It's very simple. I want my work, I want my life to mean something. I want to create that platform that will help Africa's young businesses to actualize their full potential, and help businesses around the world to thrive. And principally, that's what Global Student Entrepreneurship Week is about. This Guinness World Record attempt is really about mobilizing resources that will give entry-level jobs to those they need to become of higher value. We've done a good job in putting this together. The question is, are you with me on this?
so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth, by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic Fan events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker. For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth, by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic Fan events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Did you know that of all the 110,000 plus university graduates in Ghana, only 10% find employment right after their mandatory national service? It takes the rest about 10 years to secure a permanent employment according to the Institute of Statistics, Social and Economic Research. Here's more. Only about 8,648 out of the 86,478 national service personnel deployed in 2020-21 service year were employed right after their national service. It may take up to 10 years for the remaining 77,830 to secure permanent employment, ISSER says. On a continental level, nearly 2/3, or 64.4% of people aged between 15 and 24 are unemployed. Many thought leaders have called youth unemployment in Africa an economic crisis. Over the past 8 years, Stars from All Nations has been researching the root causes of Africa's rising youth unemployment, and our research shows 5 specific issues. Number 1, a mismatch of skills between academia and industry requirements. 2, lack of access to job sources. Number 3, lack of right type network. Number 4, lack of coaching and support services. Number 5, insufficient jobs available. Enters Ready for Work. Ready for Work is an immersive digital career accelerator that makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip entry-level job seekers with employment skills and help talent managers make data-driven recruitment decisions. Here's how it works. We partner with industry-leading employers and entrepreneurs in high-growth markets to design personalized project-based learning modules in finance, digital marketing, UX, UI, data science, and engineering. We recruit best-in-class entry-level job seekers and early career professionals for a 6 weeks intensive career coaching bootcamp via our digital platform, readyforwork.africa. At the end of the bootcamp, we open up the platform to our partners to onboard Ready for Work leaders for internships or full-time jobs. Ready for Work brings the needed fresh perspectives for talent development on the continent. Unlike other frameworks that major in providing learners with certification that use little benefits, Ready for Work help fellows launch fulfilling careers in high-growth companies through direct job access. On the employer side, Ready for Work is the one-stop shop for data-driven recruitments, not guesswork. Instead of relying on resumes that are unreliable for matching talents to jobs, Ready for Work helps employers to make skill-based hiring decisions that get better results at less than 50% of the cost. Are you a job seeker looking to bypass the hurdles of finding a well-paying job and
hear me?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Good.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you feeling this today, huh? Well done. 72 hours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Feeling better.
Good, good. I don't know how you do it, man. Respect. Congratulations.
Well, I'm gathering all the energy you're sending me.
Good, good, good. Congratulations. Good job for your team as well. The organization is great. So I'm really, really honored and happy to help out in any way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Wonderful. All right. Ready to rock?
Ready to rock, man.
Let's go. Kindly introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Guinness Sebakunzi. I'm originally from Rwanda, East Africa. I'm based in Geneva, Switzerland. I've worked for about 20 years, professional experience. I worked in the private sector, I worked with governments, NGOs, entrepreneurs. So I've been very lucky to work with different actors, always through the lens of empowering local communities. And the focus in the African continent, of course. And I have been to Ghana, a beautiful country. I've been to West Africa. I was based in Nigeria for 3 years, so I had the opportunity to go to Accra a few times. I have to say that I love Ukelele. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's the food, the favorite food I love from Accra. I love that stuff. So I think it's the best plantain I've seen in the continent for sure. But
Wonderful.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship. So I'm currently working for an NGO helping refugees and migrants to join the local job markets in Africa, in Latin America, and also improve access to healthcare, and also coach African entrepreneurs, and also teach sustainable development to students at the business school.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. When did you move to Switzerland?
Oh, I've been around since I was one, literally. So I was born in Republic of Congo. Both my parents from
Okay.
Rwanda. Yeah, both my parents are from Rwanda, but they were working there at the time. And then we had an opportunity to move to Europe when I was one. But I would go back to Rwanda and Congo almost every summer, because
Mm,
my parents were basically the first generation to leave their village, literally. So all
right.
the families were still back in the village. So I remember going back to the village every now and then, and I remember taking the cars all the way to the jungle. Basically, we were having to go through the woods to get to the village, and it was on the top of a hill. And my
How do you,
dad, sorry, yes.
now I was going to say, how does it feel whenever you go home?
Oh, I don't recognize Rwanda. It changes so much. The country itself, going home is great because it's all about family. I've always been around, surrounded by cousins. I've got a big family. My father has 7 brothers and sisters. My mother has 7 brothers and sisters as well. So I've got hundreds of cousins. So
Wow. Big
going back
family,
home
huh?
was always great. Being surrounded by kids and everything else. But the country is also changing in a positive way. So I honestly don't recognize Rwanda every time I go back.
Mm, wonderful. Okay. So today we are talking about fundraising and leadership for startup founders.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly.
You know, there has been ongoing conversation about how difficult it is for African founders to raise.
Yes, correct.
Do you
I've
think
Yeah.
do you think it's actually that difficult?
I think it's difficult for anybody. I don't think just for African founders. It's true that if you look at the stats, it's more difficult. Maybe you could argue for Africans, but I think for entrepreneurs in general, I don't think it's easy for anybody. I think what's
Mm,
interesting is when I was working in Nigeria, I was working with a lot of entrepreneurs, and they were all had the same challenge of fundraising. And I'm lucky because I also work with impact investors, so I kind of spoke to them to understand their perspective in terms of investing in companies. And I think for me, the power of storytelling is important when it comes to fundraising.
right.
It's key to it, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I remember an investor telling me, I invest in a company not because they have an amazing PowerPoints, not because they have an amazing financial model and a good spreadsheet. That's not what I care about. I care about the person behind the company and their story, basically. How I got inspired with what I want to do. How did I know this person is going to commit to it and stick to it? And it's all about how you articulate your value
Mhm,
proposition, what you're trying to do, your mission, your vision. And I think about selecting stories about it could be your personal story. I've met some founders that, they started a company because of a personal experience. It could be an experience with somebody else, a family member or a friend or something they saw that inspired them. But you have to be able to explain that very clearly. I
that's
think one of the
amazing.
best advice I got is like, imagine when you pitch your company, pitch it as if you're pitching it to a 5-year-old, somebody that knows nothing about what you're doing, is not an expert in anything. How do you simply explain what your company is about? That's the first step of fundraising. So, and I think,
Right.
yeah, that's kind of, I know the storytelling is extremely important in my opinion.
So when you're listening to a pitch, what do you listen for?
I look for stories. I listen to understand. Okay, what's the most important thing for me when I look at pitch? And I've been involved in many of those pitches, and I also coach entrepreneurs. I want to understand why. Why did you start this company? Why did you start this mission, so to speak? What drives
Right.
you to start this company? That's
Right.
very important because as an entrepreneur, when you do a pitch, you want the people in the room to remember why you did this, why you
Mm.
started this company. Yes, of course, there's the value proposition, your business model. That's extremely important. But if the people leave the room and remember why you did it, that's way more powerful than remember the business model because they say, okay, this person is very committed into what they want to do. They're not going to give up. Because I remember one investor told me the worst thing that can happen is you invest in a company and the founder a few years later just gives up and or quits or
Mm.
goes somewhere else because it doesn't want to do this or she doesn't want to do this anymore. That's the biggest risk for an investor. I want to know that this founder is going to stick to it and is going to commit to it and put 100% behind it. So I believe the why. Why did you start this company? What motivated you to do this? That's what I look
Mm.
for. The first thing, I look for many things, but that's the first thing I look for in the pitch.
Okay, so say you're listening to two equally good founders,
Yes.
nice stories, nice why,
Yes.
nice value prop.
Yes.
What else would you look for to make your investment decision?
The team. Who's the team behind it?
Okay.
So the founder
Right.
will, of course, have a team with them. You know, the management team, the leadership team, that group of people. Who is he? Who is she? Who has he surrounded himself with or herself with to build this company?
Right.
Who's helping them?
Yeah.
That will give me a lot of confidence. Like, oh, this makes sense. This team is strong. I'm gonna give you another example. I remember an investor even telling me this. They had a pitch of a fintech company. And a great business model, it was a lot of traction, everything was going great. But he said one of the problems they had was everybody worked in the banking sector, which is great. You know, of course, you need to understand how the banking industry works. But he said there's nobody in your team that has IT experience. You're a fintech company.
Mm.
You need somebody with IT experience because technology changes a lot. If you don't have somebody with IT background and experience, how are you going to be able to pivot, to change your apps, to change the API and all that? And he said that's something that they realized I didn't invest in that company because of that for different reasons, but that was a big red flag for him. Like you need to have somebody in IT in your team. You're doing a fintech company. You know about the banking industry, great, but you need to know the technology side of it. You need to have somebody who knows how to do this. So that's a perfect example of the second thing after the why is the team. Who's actually surrounded the entrepreneur to do this job?
Okay. Well, on the leadership side,
Yeah.
when do you know the startup founder lacks leadership?
Yeah, it's a big question. Well, I can give examples of what I've seen in terms of leadership. Now, leadership is such a wide spectrum of a topic, you know. When you ask in a
Yeah.
room 10 people what is leadership, you're probably gonna get 10 different answers, you know.
Yeah.
So it varies. But I'm gonna give you my perspective when I look about lacking of leadership. My definition of leadership, the most important element, in my opinion, for leadership is your role as a leader is to empower people. Now, you can empower
Mm.
your people, your team. That's what I mean by people. How do you empower your team internally as a leader? And you can empower your team doing different ways by providing tools, providing resources to do their job, by motivating them, and so on. I'm going to give an example where there was a lack of leadership in terms of
Yeah.
how I was empowering people. And I remember this. I was working with a founder startup, and the startup was great. They were getting a lot of traction. People were interested in their products, but the sales were not going up. So he was confused. He was like, something's not wrong, something's not right. Now we're getting a lot of people that are interested, but the sales are not picking up. And he was frustrated with his team, not getting things done, basically, and not improving the sales. And I remember, I basically what I did, it was a small team, 10 people. And I asked the founder, no, what's your vision? In order to sell more, what do we need to do as a company? Because I feel that something's missing. And he gave to me the whole business model, this how he thinks the strategy of sales should be, et cetera, et cetera. And I realized that when I asked his team, I had basically a conversation with all these team members one-on-one. And what was interesting, and I get back to the founders, like, listen, what's interesting is your definition of the company's value proposition. You have one of them, and I maybe heard about 6 different versions of it. the problem in your company, everybody's got a different idea what your company wants to do. So your job
Mm.
as a leader is to be able to communicate clearly what your vision is. What's going on in your company is everybody doesn't get it. They have their own version of what the company should be doing. Your job as a leader
Right.
is everybody needs to be aligned. That's the job of a leader, to motivate your team
Yeah.
and everybody's aligned. So communication is important. So you had a situation where everybody had a different idea what the business model, value proposition of the business. So I said to him, no wonder sales are not picking up. Everybody's giving different messages to different customers. So it's confusing. So you need to make sure, sit down with the team and agree, okay, guys, this is what we're trying to do, and this is how we should sell our product or sell our business or sell our company. And make sure everybody agrees to it in aligned. So that was, for me, is a lack of leadership because as a leader, that's your job to make sure they get it. And everybody is on the same path and says the same pitch, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it's key, I
Would
think.
you advise the startup founder to hire somebody else to pitch for him?
Hire somebody, it depends on the situation. Like if there's a pitch competition, you mean, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Um, no, I mean, I want to only advise him to hire somebody if, for example, he or she cannot make it to the competition, if for whatever reason, they cannot physically be there or even online. But then I would ask before making the advice, I would try to figure out why they need to do that. Now, I've seen founders that might not be comfortable in pitching because you have to be an extrovert. It's not an easy thing to do to go in front of an audience and
Yeah.
pitch. It's not a given thing
Yeah.
to do. It's not for everybody. Not everybody's comfortable with it. But I try to tell people that I wouldn't hire somebody unless you literally physically cannot be there. That's fine. But I think people, when you do a pitch, they want to meet the person behind the pitch. They want to know who started this business. So it's an opportunity for them to meet you. Because at the end of the day, they want to know who's behind you. Now, of course, if you're busy, it depends on the pitch. If it's a pitch that, there's not going to be strategic investors there, that you don't need to be there, it's just for supplies, for example, why not? You can get like a manager to pitch to your suppliers, for example, because that's not necessary for you to be there. But I think it depends on the situation. If it's a pitch for investors, I think the founder should be. If it's a pitch to meet new customers, new suppliers, I think it's good to send your team members because you want to also challenge the team members and for them to experience the opportunity to pitch. So it depends on the context of the pitch. Now, I wouldn't specifically hire somebody. I would somebody within your team to do it. But again, it depends on the context. So yeah, I don't think it depends on the situation. It's not like a yes or no, so to speak. But yeah, I would advise if there's an opportunity for one of your managers to pitch, I think you should definitely give it to them because that's a great opportunity for your manager to really experience, okay, this is how you're supposed to pitch your business in 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
Have you ever taught startup founders how to tell stories?
Yeah. I try to do that all the time. When I have like a sort of a structure, a framework of how you pitch should be structured in a nutshell, and I give them
Let's hear it.
advice on how to tell a story, basically.
Yeah. Would you mind to share?
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. When you think about a story in general, there's a beginning and a middle and an end. What I tell people
Right.
is this: you have to think when you do a pitch. You have to think whether it's a 30-minute, 5-minute, 3-minute pitch with the audience. You have to think, okay, what are the 3 things I want the audience to remember when they leave the room? You have to be strategic about this. You're going to do a pitch, but what are the 3 things you want the people to leave the room after you pitch? You want them to remember about you or your business. And you can think about those 3 things and make sure you find out ways to repeat those 3 things throughout the whole pitch. So they remember this, or even make it at the end. One advice I tell them for a pitch, share a personal story at the beginning and share another story at the end. Because the reality is we're human beings, Tom. So we cannot get it. Will not be to get attention of people for 5 minutes straight. It's very hard. That's the reality of the world we live in. But people will be very engaged at the beginning because, okay, this is the beginning of the pitch. And they will be very engaged at the end because you're closing out. At the middle, you might lose some people. That's fact that you have to deal with it. But the beginning and the end are the key moments where you get high engagement of the audience. So think about how you're going to get their attention. So I always think if you have a personal story into why you started your business, like a simple question, why did you start a business? Is it something that happened to you? Something that you saw, that you experienced? And you share that experience, people remember that more than your business model because we're human beings. We like stories. And stories has been something that's been done since the beginning of humankind, so to speak. So that's my advice in terms of structure to keep a nutshell. But I've got, of course, very different chapters that I ask them to focus on. But when I think about stories, that's the kind of advice I give to them. how to implement stories into their fundraising page.
So some people say the best place to raise money is from your customers. Do you agree with that analogy?
That's an interesting way. Yeah, yes, you could say that because the relationship you have with the customers can be very long. It depends if you have recurrent customers. The
Yeah,
best way I always say to people to increase your sales is word of mouth. If you have happy
right,
customers, you're more likely to get more recommendation. You know how it is, Tom. You're more likely to buy a product if it's recommended to you by a friend than by a sales guy.
right.
That's. So having happy customers, it's a good way to raise money because of course it's increase revenue. So it's an interesting. I never
Yeah.
heard that analogy, but it's an interesting way of looking at it. But I totally agree with that. It's a good statement. Yes.
So yeah, if you have happy customers, now the question is, how do you ensure sometimes you don't have control over the process, do you?
Yeah.
So how do you ensure that level of happiness and repeat?
Yeah. So I think one of the speaking of it, one of the things that I remember I was spoke to an investor who had a portfolio of companies. That one thing he said they looked at their portfolio. As an investor, they invest maybe 100 companies, but only 20 survive, and that's normal. And they were curious to understand, oh, there's 20 that survive. Is there a common thread? Is there something that they're all doing right for them to succeed in the long term? And one thing they said is very difficult to find one thing, to be honest, because it's very difficult, different businesses, different sectors, so it's difficult. But he did say to me there's one thing that we realize is very important is customer feedback. They realize that
Mhm.
companies that do good job, going back to your process, they're very regular when it comes to customer feedback. In terms of looping in and asking their customers on a regular basis, okay, are you happy with the product? What can we do to improve your experience about our product or our service? And it could be, they don't do it only this once a year. They could be on a quarterly basis. It doesn't have to be the same sample of customers. Just try to always engage with customers in different ways. I mean, you can do this through surveys. You can do this on social media. There's different ways of doing it. But keeping that engagement with the customers to get an understanding if customers are happy or they might give you some ideas in terms of improving the product you never thought of, in terms of service off, because they experience the product every day. So they know it much better than you. So getting a handle of that process, just like you said, customer loop is important. Getting engaged customers is very dangerous when you get to a point when you don't ask customers what's going on in different ways, trying to understand the satisfaction of customers. So I think it was very enlightening for me to hear that from a fund who basically told me that's one thing they realize. If you look at how the companies actually succeed in the long term, one thing they have in common is they really know their customers and they have a really good process to understand where their customers are growing, whether their customers are changing, evolving, and sometimes they have to pivot their business or adapt their messaging because of how the customers feel about their product, etc., etc. So I think that's one way of, you could say controlling it. I mean, you cannot control everything. One way of measuring
Yeah.
it.
So what do you track?
So it depends on the product and the service. It's just, like I say, it's as simple as the beginning, say, when it comes to customer feedback, asking simple questions like, what can we do to improve the product? In your opinion, what can we do better for you to experience the product better? Some customers might say distribution network is not good enough. Some customers say the product's too heavy, whatever it is. You're just asking the type of questions. The key question is, how can we improve the service? So you can do this, I guess, like a survey. It's a strategic decision. It depends on the product and the service. And you want to put yourself in the shoes of the user. How do I want my customer to experience my product or my service? And you have to ask those questions yourself. And
Yeah.
surveys, Google Forms is one way of doing it. There's many different forms. I guess there's no one way of doing it. It depends on the business. But that's what I would like track and like satisfaction and questions like, how often have you recommended this product to your friends or your family? Simple questions like that, basically. So yeah, that's the kind of things you can track. And of course, customer service is another way to track the satisfaction of your customers.
Right. Okay. So you live in Switzerland
Yes.
and you're well connected to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
You work with several entrepreneur hubs. I mean, I know you've worked with Sister.
Yes.
So which of the ecosystems would you say you want to relocate to Africa? Where would you like to live?
Oh, in African continent?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a very good question. There's so many. I mean, I'm a very curious person by nature. So there are countries I've never been to that I would love to just experience the ecosystem, because every ecosystem is different. I guess, I went to Nigeria for 3 years. That was West Africa. It was very interesting for me to experience that. One country I'm very curious about is Senegal. I think it'd be interesting to go to the French-speaking side. I speak French and English. So
Right.
I think my next move would be interesting to go to a French-speaking African country just to see the experience of the ecosystem and so on. That's something that I would like to experience, so to speak, in terms of it. So I think if I
Right.
could pick one now, I would say Senegal is one because I'm very curious about Senegal as a country.
Have you been there before?
No, I've got many friends who have been to Dakar. They keep on inviting me, so I want to go there. And I keep on hearing about the good
Right.
things about the arts, the culture, the food, etc. So I've got friends and cousins who have lived there who have told me about it. So that's something I would love to just experience. I'm the type of person, Tom, that I want to go to a country I've never been to. I get energy
Right.
from that. Just going to a country I know nothing about and I have to figure it out. Something I love.
Do you like nightlife?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I love nightlife. Now it's difficult. I've got a family with 3 kids, so it's kind of complicated to
Right.
live a nightlife when you have a family with 3 kids. But yeah, I love the nightlife because it's always interesting to see the vibe of people and the culture and so on. So yeah, it's something that I would naturally do, when it comes to experiencing a country. Yeah.
So let me ask you, how much of entrepreneur success is tied to nightlife?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Um, well, how much is difficult to put a number to it, but I think it's kind of important because how they say most of the deals are done in a restaurant late at night or over dinner. I think it's important because when I think about nightlife, I think about like from dinner time to going to bars or whatever. Because if you think about it, that's when people are more relaxed. When you go into
Mm.
formal settings in the meeting room, it's about business, everybody's relaxed as well. When you go for dinner, naturally you are more relaxed and you are more vulnerable. And people test you. They want to know what character you have, what kind of person you are. And that's when you really get to know people as well. So I think it's important also for networking purposes, because during the day as an entrepreneur, you're busy, you're running your business, you're dealing with customers, supplies, and so on. But you have a lot of networking opportunities in the evenings, typically is where you can meet people. You meet investors, you meet strategic partners, you can meet government officials. So you have to be there and actually meet those people to get into conversations. So I wouldn't call it nightlife. I would kind of look at networking opportunities extremely critical as an entrepreneur. You need to be out there so people know you and you get to know people and so on. So that's for me, it's but again, it's not easy because you need to be an extrovert person. I know a lot of people are introverts, and it's very hard for them to go on social events and talk about their business because that's just not their nature. And some of them do it well, huh? You'd be surprised. I've met people that social events, they tell me I hate this, and they don't look like they were nervous. But yeah, I was really nervous inside. But it's really a lot of energy for me to do this because I'm not comfortable, but I have to do it. So yeah, I would say nightlife networking is important for entrepreneurs. It's part of what they have to do.
Mm. Have you met a founder that you wish succeeded but didn't?
Oh yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I've met, but because sometimes there are things that they couldn't control. There are things that, for example, I know I met a founder actually in Nigeria, had an amazing business, but because the government was not letting him scale up his business, he couldn't do it. The government was basically
Yeah.
helping him. I could say some government officials were kind of jealous because he was an engineer. He built this great business around an engineering solution. And you could tell that the government officials were almost jealous. They didn't want him to succeed because, in a nutshell, he made them look bad, basically. So he was fighting against government regulations. And that's not fair, but it's difficult for that person to succeed in that environment. So you have to think, okay, what do I do next? Now, again, for me, it's also a journey because the story I'm giving you an example was that time. It was 2016. And he's moved on to the other things. So he had that period when he wasn't successful, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be successful over the long run. It's a journey at the end of the day. So I've seen many examples of entrepreneurs at that time was very difficult to succeed, but they learned from it and they would try they figure out a different solution. But that can happen. It's typically when things they cannot control, so to speak, or things happen in life that they had to move on for a different reason, family reasons and so on. They weren't able to commit to it for other priorities. But that happens. That's part of the journey.
Some people say pain is important for the entrepreneur. What do you think about that?
Sorry, what did you say? What? I forgot. I didn't hear it.
Some people say pain.
Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, pain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's important for the entrepreneur, your ability to take pain.
Yeah, I think that's true. You have to be resilient. Pain is part of the process. I can give you a perfect example. I remember I met a woman entrepreneur and she was doing a cacao business. And she said, as an entrepreneur, the reality of it is 80% of the time she's banging her head against the wall. Like she's doing challenges, she's like literally banging because it's a frustrating day. But only 20% of the time she's winning. She has something, she did a great deal or something great happened to grow her business. But she said that's the reality of the world. Let's not romanticize the entrepreneurship journey. It's not going to be perfect all the time. You're going to be doing a lot you have to be resilient. Starting a business is difficult. Let's be honest about this. You have to be resilient about this. And pain is part of it. I'm a believer that every experience you have in life, even if it's negative, you can always think something positive out of it. Every negative situation is going to happen to you. I always think you can learn something from it. So pain is going to be part of the process. It's going to be difficult. You're going to work long hours. You're going to get rejected as an entrepreneur, by customers, suppliers, investors. That's part of the business. And it's painful. I know another entrepreneur told me another painful thing that to do an entrepreneur is sometimes you have to fire people. That's a painful process. There are times when you have to fire people because of different reasons, but that's a painful experience because you hate doing that, but you have to. But it's part of the journey. And I think, you know how they say you can never succeed without failure. And failure is a
Yeah.
painful thing at the end of the day. I'm a huge sports fan. Michael Jordan is one of the biggest, athletes in the world. And he always said, I would never succeed if I didn't fail. I failed 3,000 times, but picked myself up and I went for it. That's how I succeeded. So failure and painful is part of it. But I think I look at it a different way. Like failure and pain, or pain, I guess you could say, failure is more of a lessons learned. When we think about failure, we think of like something very depressing, it's the end of the world. But if you think about failure, it's also an opportunity for you to learn what we experienced. What did I learn from it? How can I make sure I don't experience that failure again? You have to look at it that way. So again, yeah, pain is part of it. It's the truth. It's a difficult thing to do, but it's gonna make you stronger. That's how I look at it. Pain will make you more strong and more resilient.
Right. So what do you do with your pain?
Oh, what do you do with the pain? You have to feel the pain. You have to experience the pain, and when you feel the pain at the moment, you have to be comfortable with it and deal with it. The next thing you do, you have to reflect and think about, okay, why was this so painful? What did I do wrong possibly to get to that situation? What could I have done differently? How could I have reacted differently? Because sometimes what you learn from it, you might experience that pain again, but you might approach it differently because you dealt with it already. So you become stronger and more resilient as you deal with the pain. But the pain is something
Right.
you have to embrace. It's part of life, not just being an entrepreneur, but just in life in general. Unfortunately, we all go through painful moments. But it's important about to embrace it and to think about, okay, how can I manage this pain better next time? Because it can be stressful when you first experience. So it's a normal feeling to have. But the lesson learned is how do I manage it in the long term if I experience it again? And you have to embrace it. It's difficult. It's not an easy process for sure.
Do you listen to podcasts?
Oh yeah, too many of them. I think the other day I checked. I think I've subscribed to about 30 different podcasts. So yeah, I listen to different podcasts on different themes because I find it very fascinating. Yes.
Who are your favorites?
Oh, I've got many podcasts that I like. So on different topics, the one I really like, the one is interesting is called Grit and Growth from the Stanford entrepreneurship program that they have, which is interesting is they focus on Africa and Southeast Asian entrepreneurs and they interview entrepreneurs and they talk about different topics. I think it's interesting. It's Grit and Growth is the one name of the podcast about entrepreneurship. I think I found it interesting because he focuses on African and Southeast Asian entrepreneurs. Another podcast I like is also Armchair Expert, a totally different sector. It's actually done by a former actor who he does long conversations with people. And I think what's interesting is he interviews politicians, entrepreneurs, actors, of course, musicians. But I like his process because he's not gonna interview them and ask them, okay, what's your biggest career move? He will ask, okay, how did you grow up? Did you grow up with brothers and sisters? What was your relationship with your brothers and sisters? How did that dictate what choices did you make to get where you are, basically? What were your parents like? How did that influence the way who you are as a person? Has fatherhood, has motherhood changed your life, the real perspective of life? And he's a funny guy, so they also joke. So I like it. And he's very varied. And he's had Barack Obama, he's had Kamala Harris on his podcast. He's also had founders of entrepreneurs. He also had people that have their own impact funds. He's had musicians, so all types of people. Just around the thought of life and all these things that happen in your life or your bringing has a huge influence on who you are as a person. I find that really, really fascinating. And then also I listen to a lot of sports podcasts because I'm a sports nut as well. I love football and basketball, so I also listen to that as well. I thought it interesting the conversation they're having about it, about leadership and stuff like that. So yeah, so I'll just give you two examples, but there's plenty of other. I also listen to a lot of
Yeah.
podcasts on history. I also find a fascination by history, civilizations and stuff like that, like empires, and I find it also interesting to learn about history of empires and stuff like that, both Africa and Latin America.
Right.
What
Would
about you? Do you
you
listen to
consider?
do you listen to podcasts?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I
Which one?
do.
Which ones would you recommend at them? Which one are you listening that you're finding it interesting?
Diary of a CEO,
Oh yeah, I know
PBD
that one. Yeah.
podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, PBD podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Bet David. He wrote a book.
Oh
He
yeah.
said he called it "Choosing Your Enemies."
Choosing. Wow, I like the title.
Yeah, choosing your enemies, and it's a deceptive title for some reason because it's not necessarily what the book said.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, like he it's a funny book,
Is it
but
funny? But yeah, what's the book?
insightful
What's the
too.
book about? Yeah.
So he says every man has enemies, right?
Right. Okay.
But not necessarily the kind of enemies that come to mind when you talk about enemies. Maybe um, business opportunities that you tackled before and it didn't work out. Maybe
Uh.
people who told you you wouldn't succeed, and you choose your enemies. And the better enemies you choose, the better the chances of your life in succeeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so the quality of your enemies determines the quality of your life, right?
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. And I agree to a point because instead of enemies, I'll get back to you, it becomes enemies using them as motivation. For example, he dropped out of school and then
Mm-hmm.
school becomes the enemy, right?
Right. For example, yeah.
Yeah, things
Interesting.
like that. So, do you have things that you want to prove to yourself as one of those enemies? Maybe you were a footballer before, and then you had some injury, and you couldn't continue playing, and then you want to succeed in your career because if you fail in this one, it becomes double tragedy.
True. I mean, you almost read my mind. Literally, that's what happened to me in football. I have this knee injury, and I love playing in general. I didn't aspire to be a professional, but I just love playing team sports, so to speak.
Yeah,
And so then I kept on. I didn't have a bad injury. I just had a little bit of knee pain every time I played football, so it was very uncomfortable. And I made a physio tell me, you might have to quit, because it could be your age, your body can't do it anymore. So you might have to consider stop playing. I was like, oh my God, I can't stop playing because I enjoy so much. It's almost my, it's the kind of thing I do, Tom, when you have a stressful day and you want to do something to just relax and get that stressful energy out of your body. And football is one of them. I just always
yeah,
feel better after playing sports,
yeah,
because it's that space when you just release that energy. It's, oh my God, I can't do this. And I love team sport. That's the whole point of football. I love team sport, playing, figuring out how
yeah,
to work as a team. And I love that. So I was like, oh my God. And let me give you an example. Running was an enemy of mine.
yeah,
Just going for a run. It was an enemy of mine.
yeah.
Because I
Right.
used to, let me tell you why it was an enemy. It's probably a funny story. I used to think running was stupid and useless. I was like, oh, what's the point of running? I need to run towards something. You need to bring me a carrot in front of me, so I'm running towards something. I'm just running for running. It's like this boring. It looks like a boring thing to do. And I had many friends that went for runs. And and then what happened with COVID, actually, funny enough, is and then I realized I was so busy doing things, I didn't have to find the time to listen to a podcast because I love listening to podcasts, right? I thought, you know what, maybe I can run and actually listen to podcasts at the same time. So now I cannot play football, but I can run. So what I've done is I've done a lot of running now, and now I love running because it's my time when I can listen to podcasts. So running was my enemy before, basically, you can
Right.
argue. But now I
Right.
love it because it's my time when actually I can go for a run for an hour and just listen to a podcast for an hour. It's my time to
Right.
hear me on and actually do something. So I'm actually running a 10-kilometer race on Sunday as well to preparing for that. So
Wow.
now
So you're
I'm like,
practicing what he said automatically.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so that was a funny. I look back and it's funny because I used to make fun of running and now I'm doing it. So that was kind of a funny experience and journey.
Yeah, Phil Knight has the same feeling.
Oh yeah,
You know, Shoe Dog, Phil Knight,
yeah, yeah,
the Nike founder, right?
yeah. Nike founder, of course, yes.
Yeah, you've read his book.
I've read his book. I've heard so much about it, but I've actually read his book. No, I keep on hearing it's a really good book. You read it, right?
Oh, it's very good.
Yeah.
Actually, everything you said now, that's what he said in the introduction of the book.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Because you step out to run, but who are you chasing? What are you running to? But you
Right.
keep running.
That's
It's
funny. Yeah.
amazing.
So that's funny. So
Yeah,
I'm running to finish my podcast. It could be a funny way of saying
right,
it.
right.
That could be
It gives
motivation.
you some sort of purpose.
Mm.
Well, we have 5 minutes. Who do you want to shout out to, or what advice would you want to give further?
Oh, I can give shout out to all my friends and family and people that have supported me since the journey. I've been blessed with have I have to say when I look back at my career, the managers that I've had, they have given me so many good advice in terms of like when I look at good leaders, I look at the previous managers I had, and they made a really good footprint for me as well in terms of like really good advice to give me how to lead in the future. So I've been very blessed and very privileged in that aspect for sure. You know, I can shout out to some of my many friends, advisors. I've got a lot, amazing mentors. Like Chris Walker is a great mentor of mine, who's always giving me great advice on professional and so on. I have to shout out to my wife Amalia, who's an amazing wife and partner of mine. Shout out to my kids, my 3 kids. I've got 3 kids, 2 boys, 10 and 8, and a little girl who's 18 months old at the moment, Kenan, Kezai, and Amalia, and Amani, sorry, who I love dear, and they're amazing kids, and they have their own different personalities, and I thought it's amazing. And I think one thing I like to leave behind also is something that I like to give also book recommendations. You know, we've been talking about books, and I think what was interesting, I remember I was talking to some African entrepreneurs, and we realized, I don't know, maybe you know better, Tom, but that when you're an entrepreneur, sometimes books can be inspiring, right? You read books to get inspired, to hear about their journey as an entrepreneur. And with friends, we were like, and I realized I couldn't find many books by African entrepreneurs. You know, there's many books about American entrepreneurs and European entrepreneurs.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
there's plenty of them, as you know. But finding
yeah.
books about African entrepreneurs that talk about their journey, and you've done your own book, which is perfect. And I
Well,
promote your book like crazy
well,
everywhere.
I've got one here.
Hey, okay, good. You have to, of course. Here we go. That book of yours. That's great. And I love it when you guys, when African
Yeah,
entrepreneurs share their story. And there's two
yeah.
couple of other books I can recommend to
Huh?
people to look out for from African entrepreneurs. Of course,
What
your
is it?
book, of course.
Somebody wants to do paparazzi.
Yeah, exactly. Look, your team should be zooming on this right now, man. So everybody can see. Here we go. You gotta plug it in, man, for sure. So that's great to see that. Another book I can recommend is A Good African Story. Literally, that's the title of the book. It's a Ugandan entrepreneur that talks about his journey starting a coffee business in Uganda. And it's great because he talks about his experience as an African business, Ugandan business, how to grow his business and export to Europe and the US. I think it's a great book to read. Another one is go by Magate Wade, who's a Senegalese woman entrepreneur who is called, I don't have it in front, it's called The Cheetah, The Heart of the Cheetah. That's it. This was released
Yeah, I've heard
a
of it.
year ago, and I think maybe you've heard of it, and I think it's a really
Yeah,
good
yeah,
book. And it's great to see a woman
yeah,
entrepreneur from Africa sharing her story, how she was successful in it. She was successful in 2 startups, but you know, she went through a lot of challenges, as you do, in the context of Senegal, because she's Senegalese. So yeah, these two books started. So I thought, you know, we need to spread that word more. You know, because when I go to airports, I'm not drawing Tom Cruise. When I go to airports, African airports, there's bookstores, and there's always the African section, you know, of African books, and it's always about war, poverty, and come on, man. Africa is not just
yeah,
about that, you know. We talk
yeah,
about good
absolutely.
stories, and African
Yeah,
entrepreneurs have good stories. So I think that I'm always trying to push that as much as I can. So that's why I'm going to plug that in now. So these are the 2 books I would recommend for everybody to look out for, to get inspiration as well.
yeah, yeah.
A new book, of
Well,
course.
Ginny, it's been an amazing talk with you.
Thank you.
You have an unbelievable energy. I don't know how you maintain that, but
Thank
keep it
you.
up. Thanks
I
for your
mean,
time.
you have more energy than me. I mean, you've done 73 hours. I don't even know how you do that. I'm hoping I'll go on holiday after this because
Well,
you need
I'm
a,
collecting from 95 people, so you know,
yeah,
I'm collecting energy from 95 people,
it's true.
95 plus. Yeah.
It's true. It's great. And
So
well done
I'm
for
blessed.
gathering, for mobilizing all those people. And I'm really proud and happy to be. This is really a collective effort. So I really hope
Absolutely, yes.
it's a great
Absolutely.
collective effort. So I love the
Yeah.
commitment and energy from everybody, including you and your team. So I salute you for that. So well done. And
Thank you.
it's great. And thank you so much for taking the time and good questions. You're a very good interviewer, I must say. You're good at this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I try.
Good, good. Thank you.
Cheers, man.
All right, take care.
All right. Transitioning to on-site. Francis.
I'm by 11.
Huh?
I'm by 11. You want to go now?
Okay, let's go.
Okay. We have to listen to show. You want to change?
Justice.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. How has it been?
Incredible. Watching
Wonderful.
you from hour 1, now hour 73. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. We have a lot of people supporting, so it makes it very easy. Yeah.
Incredible support system that you have. I
Yeah.
came into the room just a little about an hour ago.
Okay.
And it does feel the energy. I'm like, oh, now I get what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic people.
Yeah. No worries. Profitable advertising in economic downturn. Okay, let's go. Francis Val Nebo, right?
Yes.
Okay, please introduce yourself.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Francis, and I serve as CEO for Dobandi Technologies. We are an AI tech startup in the research space. And our mission is really to transform the way research is conducted here in Africa, and also to change the way that policy making happens. We find that most times we see a lot of policies being made or governance issuing certain laws and decrees that have huge impact on the lives of people. But when you step back and look at how they arrived at that, you discover that the voice of the people was not really factored in as much as it should have been in coming to that particular policy or law that's being passed.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we do at the Bandi Technologies is to help research to be conducted in a more efficient manner. And we specialize in the qualitative side of research. Typically, quantitative research is not difficult to do nowadays. You can simply create a Google form and you share it out. Quantitative data is not hard to come by. What we find there's a lot of struggle is with the qualitative side of things. Typically, everybody knows that when you interview someone, you get to experience them in a very different light. You uncover emotions, you can understand motivations, you can drill deep. And so qualitative research is great. However, you can't do that at scale. Previously, you couldn't do that at scale. If I asked you to interview 1,000 people, you're already doing 95, which is incredible, by the way.
Right.
But if I asked you to do for 1,000 people,
Mm.
so that you get maybe a representative sample size, it will take you a lot of time. It's taking you 4 days to interview about 96 of us, and you've actually not slept for many hours.
No, as I had a
Well,
power
you
nap.
take naps here and there. And so what we found is it takes a lot of time to conduct qualitative research. So we came in to say, how do we change that? How can we use technology to make it so that if you wanted to interview 1,000 people, it doesn't take you 5 years? And so our technology helps researchers, academics, policymakers, entrepreneurs to conduct large-scale qualitative interviews simultaneously. So you can speak with 100 people at the same time, wherever they are in the world. And at the end of that whole process, you have everything that you need to analyze the data that you've just gotten. And all of that is just qualitative data now being at your fingertips in just a fraction of the time. So that's a bit about what we do at Dobani Technologies. I also run a digital advertising agency called Growth Jedi Labs. And we've served 34 clients over the past 7 years across different verticals. We have clients in Asia, Africa, and the United States. And typically our clients are on the agency side of things are IT service providers who make anywhere from maybe 500,000 to $1 million USD. So people who develop software on behalf of other people, for instance. And typically what we help them do is help them maximize the return on their investment without necessarily inflating their ad budgets. And so that's where I think the topic I picked came from. I like speaking, passionate about entrepreneurship, impact-driven initiatives, excuse me.
No worries.
And yeah, I am authoring my first book. I think I've told you this.
Yeah.
I've started reading yours. Phenomenal story, by the way.
Thank
We
you.
can talk a bit about some of the things that I learned that I
Yeah.
saw there. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start from the point of research. Okay, so for purposes of clarity, what is qualitative and quantitative research?
Oh, okay. So quantitative research is, or I'll say quantitative data
Okay.
is data that has to do with numbers, right? So it's the typical statistics that we hear about. So maybe you can say something like 50% of everybody in Ghana likes watching or something. I'm not saying that's an actual statistic,
Right.
but data that's presented in the form of numbers can typically be pointed at to say that, okay, this is
Quantitative.
quantity. So the quantity element is what informs the name. Qualitative tries to understand the why, so the reasoning, the motivation, the behavior that led to that quantity, that element of quantity that you see. So for instance, with the example of white chasing in Ghana, after you've discovered that maybe 50% of people like Wache, the other 50 like Kelewele, the qualitative side of things now seeks to understand why. How come they developed this liking for a particular dish? And so without being too technical, that's how I would differentiate it. So typically for you to understand that, I mean, you could try to ask a qualitative question using a form, but if I'm typing versus if you can actually hear me, it's very different. So the way you collect qualitative has to change. You can't do it the same way you collect quantitative data.
Okay, so what is it about research that many people don't agree with?
Okay, so there's this notion that with technology, you can't necessarily replace the human elements that needs to happen in an interview.
Right.
There's a lot of skepticism. Some people that we've spoken to, they wonder, oh, you're using artificial intelligence. Are you sure you're not going to tamper with my data? I'm like, no, we're not tampering with your data. And we've also seen people who are yet to wrap their head around the concept of being able to conduct simultaneous interviews without you being the one doing the interview.
Okay.
And
So speak to that.
so Thanks to advances in large language models,
Right.
what we call large language models, everybody knows ChatGPT at this point.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is an application. The technology underlying that is something called a large language model, which is GPT itself, generative pre-trained transformers. Now, LLMs or large language models have evolved since their origins, right? Originally, they were capable of just generating text, right? And you could only use them to manipulate text. However, they're at a point now where you're able to generate media. So there's AI generated music now. AI can now do speech to text and text to speech. AI is now able to generate videos. And what we've simply done is leverage the ability of large language models to understand language when spoken to, so audio, leveraging the ability to take audio, transform that into text to help automate the interview process. So we have our platform, for instance. What it does is, if you were to take an automated interview on our platform, you are not going to need to type at all, unless you want to. You would be hearing the questions read out to you, and you'd be speaking back into the system. The artificial intelligence behind the system now will take what you've said, transcribe that, and then put it on the back end of the person who is conducting the interview.
Okay.
So that's how come we're able to do that. Because it's web-based, and also we have an offline application for it. Anybody at all who has the link is able to have that experience in the same time that you might be.
Sounds interesting. Okay,
Thank
so yeah. So now I need to do a focus group, and I define, what do I define?
Okay, so you would typically start with the questions that you want to ask the focus group, and the flow we have in the system is a simple one. You key in the questions that you want to ask, and then it's similar to some of the forms that you've created before. You just plug in the questions. However, now what happens is, as questions are being read by the system to the people in the room, it takes it one at a time. And then to ask the question, everybody in the room can speak. It picks what everyone has said, and behind the scenes, we're able to know that, okay, this is this person speaking, this is this person speaking when we're looking at the transcripts, and so on and so forth. So it's as simple as just plugging in the questions that you want and letting people speak and letting the system carry on.
Sounds interesting. How long have you guys been doing it?
So we are a startup from the Meltwater Entrepreneurship Training. So we are MEST portfolio company. I think you know MEST Africa. So
Yeah, I do.
We graduated our program 2023. I think that was last year. That was the product that we graduated with. And so we've been operating as a business for about a year plus now. However, we just launched our product itself only 2 months ago in July. Is July 2 months ago?
I
July
don't know.
2024.
Okay. Interesting. Sounds interesting. Let's talk about research. For the most part, people, not people, just like what he was saying about African literature, it seems like African research is now visible online. Have you thought about that?
I mean, there are platforms that do their best to give you the platform to publish. However, what I've seen rather is perhaps there's just not that much incentive for Africans to get involved in being researchers and publishing research work. What do you think?
Well, I don't know if it's about incentive, because the other individuals that publish is still the same incentive, no?
So incentives, I think they come in different forms. The difficulty involved in conducting research can either be an incentive or a disincentive.
Okay.
typically something that we've also found is qualitative research can consume a lot of resources. It's very time consuming, it's very expensive. And so someone might, and we know this because we interact with people in our communities that we've created from all across Africa. If you ask them what's the number one thing holding you back, usually they tell you, I spoke with someone once, I remember, and I asked him, well, what are your top 3 challenges as someone who's a researcher? He was doing his PhD at the time. He mentioned that he said he has 3 problems. The first is cost, the second is cost, and the third is cost. He said that to create the effect, and I think the message was clear. There's a lot of resources that it takes, but sadly, not many people have that. So they're not incentivized in that sense.
Again, well, you are not making an abstract point, you're making a valid point, but it's about proposal, right? If the research is, well, yeah, I understand. It takes a business to fund it for the person to do the research, but if the individual who wants to do the research writes a valid proposal and recirculates it, I think they will get a fund. They will get some funding because there is an economic case for good research that will provide insight into some of the relevant data that we are looking for on the continent. Yeah, so my thoughts, there's been an ongoing dialogue on the fact that the search engine is not giving us African voices when it comes to research. I don't know why, but yeah, so maybe you can ask some of your friends that are in that direction.
So there's this gross underrepresentation of the African continent in the world of artificial intelligence. That is a fact. We are hoping to change that.
Who?
So my organization, we can't change it all on our own, but rather we're hoping to contribute to a different narrative that we're now trying to shape. Because I'll give an example. Currently, many of the AI voices that you might have interacted with, maybe on your Apple devices or ChatGPT, they are Western, they're not African voices, right? And
it makes sense because Apple is not an African company.
Exactly. However, if we are in Africa and we want to use their technology and we are not that represented, you see that there's that skew. And so what we
just a moment.
Yeah.
If I'm an Indian, if this is India, will it sound like an Indian? Does it sound like an Indian over there?
So I think that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
Right? By default, as we speak,
Yeah.
you don't have that ability, that customization.
Right.
Right? Hence the African voices and the African opinions not even being represented. So what we're trying to do currently is to enable it. So currently we are doing some work with UNDP. There's this program called the Young Africa Innovates Project. I don't know if you're aware of
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Now that program is geared towards educating entrepreneurs who are atypical. In other words, they are not your typical, maybe I went to Harvard, I went to UG. They may not have gone to university at all. They may not even speak English, but yet we want to train them. So we were brought in to help with bridging that language barrier between the educators and the trainees.
Okay.
So we found a way to embed, for instance, local dialects, Tree Ewega, into our system so that the people on the other end, when they're being interviewed, will hear their local dialect. On our back end, we still say English, we can still say English, but to them, they hear the language that they are used to. Now, that is something that we have to do because previously it's not been done. The resources for that can also be a bit daunting. So this is the state of artificial intelligence in Africa as we speak, but we are doing our best to shape that so that we are in a better place.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, the more we get into platform ownership, the more we can create contextualized tools and solutions that, think like our people, talk like our people and address the needs of our people. Okay, so let's talk about digital advertising, which is one of your favorite topics. What is it in advertising that people don't really understand?
People don't understand advertising is a long-term game.
Okay.
I've seen that a lot.
Mm.
Typically, entrepreneurs, and I mean, you can't blame them. It's a very well-founded motivation to want to make a quick return on your investment. I think I heard you say the other day that a lot of people, was it you or one of the speakers? They said it's as though people want to start a business today and then make profit tomorrow.
It was one of my speakers.
Yes, I think his name was Emmanuel. I watched that session, and it's true. So that short-term thinking, when it gets transitioned into the world of advertising, actually kills your gains. In other words, you should change yourself by chasing short-term profits through advertising. I'll give you an example. We run ads for different businesses. We box in many different niches.
Yeah.
And it will shock you to know that you can make, so if you're selling maybe your book, for instance, right? The logical, I'm from Southeastern Nigeria, I'm an Igbo person. So the Igbo person in me is thinking, okay, if I give you $1,000 to sell my book, how many copies of my book did you sell?
Yeah.
That's what everyone is thinking. However, because the internet has changed the way that people buy, the first question someone is asking when they see your ad is not, is this a good book? The first question they're asking is, who is this person? Why should I buy the book? Right. So advertising has to answer those questions in the lead up to now asking them to make the purchase. So that element of catering to the buyer journey, what we call the buyer journey, is largely lacking. People want to run the ad, put out the ad that says buy my product, and then get everybody in the world to buy their product. So it's a gross misconception that I've seen.
Okay, so how do you help such founders?
So I show them the benefits of approaching things differently.
Okay.
Such that they make way more profit actually than if they were chasing the short-term gains. Without being too technical, there's something called the minor market mistake. So at any given point in time, if there's a group of 100 people, only about 3 of them are willing to buy right now. Well, 17% of them are aware that they have a problem, but they're window shopping. About 20% of them know they have a problem, but they are not even considering buying right now. And I mean, we all do this. You probably go on Gigi, you probably go on any Amazon, anywhere, and you may not be willing to buy right there and then, but there's a group of people who are not even aware that they have a certain need. So typically what we do is we try to help founders, entrepreneurs to target each of these categories of people and then guide them to the point where they now are willing and able to make a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guide them. What
do
do you
that through follow-up.
Okay.
So follow-up content. So once you generate a lead, what we call lead generation, once you've generated a lead, person has said, oh, I'm interested in maybe things that have to do personal development, for instance. Then you need certain pieces of content that you put out over time to tell people that, okay, you're interested in personal development. Maybe these are the mistakes that you should be aware of. These are the opportunities that you have. And then these are the struggles that we can help you avoid. Then you can ask them to come in and maybe now buy the book, right? So the contents that goes in between I've indicated interest and I'm willing to buy, that's what we call the follow-up. And you can use different channels to do that. You can use social media, email marketing, etc. The whole point is that you maintain that relationship with the customer until the point where they're willing to buy.
Okay. So yours is to lead them on a journey, present tools that will guide them to buy. Okay, so which brings us to the next one. Platform owners are Yesterday I was talking to one of the digital marketers that, came into speak on digital marketing best practices for startups. And we were talking about the cost of advertising on many platforms like LinkedIn. And you said you've had tremendous success in that direction. You want to talk about that?
I mean, yes, we have seen tremendous success. We specialize in the Meta ecosystem.
Okay,
We've-
Meta, not
we've
LinkedIn.
done some work in LinkedIn as well. But we find that, especially for most African businesses, right, the cost of advertising on LinkedIn can be extremely high. Unless you're geared up for that, usually we advise people to explore the Meta ecosystem. Things are a bit more affordable there, and you have more control over how you're able to reach.
Yeah, but are they human beings?
Yeah, they're human beings at the end of the day. And I think it's a good question that even would lead me to this next point. At the end of the day, when people come to me and they complain that, okay, I'm spending too much on my advertising, for instance, there are two ways to maximize your return on advertising. You either lower your cost of acquiring a customer, or you maximize the amount of revenue that you can make from one customer. So for people, like I said, if you're geared up for that on LinkedIn, if you're able to justify with the product ecosystem that you have, the cost of advertising, then it doesn't matter how much you're spending. You still do well, you still scale. So I think the conversation is really helping platform owners, like you call them, to understand how to control both sides of the equation. So helping them understand how to lower costs of acquisition and helping them understand how to maximize cost of acquisition. We have a framework that we use to help them do both those things. Happy to share maybe later on in the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. My people are coming. Apologies. Okay, so Francis, I want to acquire leads on, say, you say you are not too conversant with LinkedIn.
We are, but we specialize on Meta.
Meta. Okay. I want to acquire leads on Meta. Then I'm still struggling. I come to you. What would the process be like?
Interesting. We follow a 10-step process.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I can run through it.
Yeah. Sure. Let's go.
So when I audit clients who come to me, I take them through a 10-step process.
Right.
I call it the apocalypse. It's an acronym.
Okay.
And apocalypse is an acronym for audience, pitch, offer, concept, assets, lead generation, indoctrination, presentation, and then you have your sales and so you have your presentation, you have your sales, and then you have your execution. So that's a 10-step process. So typically we start with the audience. We'll take you through a very meticulous process of defining who it is you're trying to reach in the first place.
Yeah.
After that, we figure out how are you perceived by that group of people. So what is your pitch to them? How are you presented to that group of people? For instance, let's say Ready for Work it's a platform, you have a value proposition. Now, when we work on the pitch, we want to do it in such a way that it resonates with the people that you're trying to reach. If your pitch is disconnected from the audience, they will not buy. There's a fun story. I don't know if you probably heard about the 5 love languages and things like that. There is a similar story, not the 5 love languages, but there was a lady who wrote a book called Astrological Love, Nora Hayden, many years ago. And it was a book about how to have good relationships. So if you're a guy, how do you get your woman to engage with you, understand you, so on and so forth. But fantastic book. She's an expert in human psychology, but the book was struggling to sell. I think she sold maybe about 1,000 copies or so. Finally, she said, you know what, I just need someone to buy. And then, you know, the way publishing works, you probably have 1,000 copies in your bedroom waiting to be sold. So she just said, I want someone who's going to buy the rights to this book and probably buy off the quantity I have at a discounted price. And she did that. The people who bought it off her did one simple thing. They took the book, they didn't change any of the contents of the book. They simply changed
The cover.
the name on the cover of the book from Astrological Love, very esoteric name, to How to Satisfy a Woman Every Time. And they sold 1 million copies. The same book, the same content, but simply by changing the way it was pitched, they unlocked massive sales in their business. So we take you through a process of aligning your pitch to be sure that you're optimized to catch the kind of people that you are actually looking for.
Right.
I don't know how much time we have. The rest of it is it's quite.
Keep going, we have time.
That's amazing. So when we're done with that, you have your audience definition down. We got the way you present your value proposition to them down. Then we look at the offer itself. So while your pitch has to do with what we do for the product itself, your offer is different. So again, another misconception I see is business owners thinking that their product is the offer. So the product that they have is the offer that they're making to the market, but they are different things, right? Your product is the tangible thing that I get when I give you my money. So if you're buying a camera, I give you my money, I get the camera. The camera is the product. An offer is a special reason for me to take a specific action. Now, this is where things like maybe promotion, bundling packages comes in, giving discounts and all of that. So if I tell you that, okay, this camera, I can give you 4 of them for the price of 3, that is an offer, right? So coming up with that angle is what we do at that offer stage. It differs for different products and businesses. What we do will depend on your target market, the product that you sell. But we found that unless you actually make your product and package it into an irresistible offer, you will struggle to even maximize the profits that you could make. And then you have your audience down, presentation down, offer down, concepts is the next thing. So the concept is, how do you communicate the offer that you just created and the product that you're selling to someone who's a 5-year-old, right? So what is the concept? We found that there are certain concepts that are easier to scale than others. So for instance, if I'm a painter, there's only so many artworks I can create in a day. So at the conceptual level, that's not very geared to scale. If, however, I'm a painter and I create a course on painting, all of a sudden I can reach a wider audience, can scale much more. So we look at the concept level, we're really looking at your business model. That's what we're looking at there, to see how do we engineer your business so that you're able to capture wider market share. I think that was concept, and then assets comes in. So this is where we now start developing the different creatives that you now eventually see online. What's your ad copy going to look like, etc. So those are the assets. Then we get into lead generation, which is now where we deploy the advertising assets on the different platforms. So at this point, you'd place your ads on Meta, Google, LinkedIn, the platform of your choice. And then it then becomes a process of indoctrination. So like I mentioned earlier, once you've generated leads, you will have to take them through a process. You have to teach them certain things. For some people, you have to break certain limiting beliefs. For some of them, you have to overcome certain objections. All of that happens at the indoctrination stage. So you capture all of that. And then you now finally present them with the particular products that you're selling. And then you sell. Depending on what you sell, you might be in charge of execution, which is the last element. Or maybe that's outsourced, or maybe that's something that someone else does for you. If you're into affiliate marketing, for instance, your job is to sell, someone else executes. However, at that execution point, it's very important that you deliver high quality products and services. Otherwise, your cost of acquisition will always keep going up instead of going down. And one of the hallmarks of a very solid business is that over time, your cost of acquiring customers just keeps going down. because now more and more people are spreading the word for you completely for free. Right. So that's how we think about it in a nutshell. It's called the apocalypse framework. Yeah.
Very interesting. So in my mind, I'm watching you do the apocalypse framework all over all over the social media networks. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so let's talk about business in general. You've been in Ghana for how long?
2 years.
2 years. Okay. Not so long.
Not as long as you.
Yeah, I know. But what has been your impression so far?
Ghana is a peaceful country,
Mm-hmm.
peace-loving country, great food, hospitable people, and there's that security that you don't have in some other African countries.
Yeah.
I was telling someone, so sometimes when I'm speaking with my people back home late at night and I'm outside, they're asking me, why are you outside? Go inside the house. You want somebody to come and knock you on the head or something, or kidnapping and all of that. But you don't have the fear of that. At least in all the places that I've lived in Ghana, I've not had to worry, look over my shoulder. So there's that security as well.
Which other country have you lived in?
I've lived in Ghana, Nigeria, just those two.
Okay.
Nigeria, I've lived in different cities as well. In Ghana here, I've stayed at East Legon, I've stayed in Tema, a little bit of Huawei as well.
So if you were to choose between Nigeria and Ghana, where would
I think the countries, so currently because of what I do,
yeah,
I shuttle the two
between
countries. So that would be my answer. The two countries have their strengths.
Yeah.
And I try to play such a way that I maximize the best of both worlds.
Did you express everything you wanted to say about the advertising process?
Well, I mean, there's always more that can be said.
That can be said.
There's always more that can be said.
Okay.
I find that, I mean, we can also talk about, I mean, there are a lot of frameworks. One of the things that I've discovered is largely in advertising itself, there's also a shortage of insights. And again, I think this is where my research now comes into play.
And speak to it.
Yes. So there's a framework I have, which is called the 5 I's.
Okay.
The 5 I's of high ROI. And there are 5 of them. I may not cover all of them, but the first is insight. Now, imagine with me for a second that you're my co-pilot. We're in a helicopter.
Right.
We're flying over Ghana, or we're flying over a war zone. And then all of a sudden, I open the door and I drop you from the helicopter.
Okay.
And I ask you, go to battle, and I'll meet you on the other side. You're laughing because it's a bit unfair. Now, for one thing, you have no military intelligence whatsoever. You may not even be equipped at all for the battle ahead. And so something I've seen is that a lot of times when people are conducting business, they don't know it, but they are like that warrior who you just drop in the middle of a battlefield, and you probably tie one arm behind their back, and tie one leg, like you just tell them, I want you to walk on one leg, I want you to fight with just one arm. Right? I'll meet you on the other side. You meet his dead body on the other side. Right? And so in this analogy, your left and your right arms are really the 2 types of insights that you can have. There's 3, but 2 major ones are the quantitative and the qualitative one. In the world of business, you always hear senior management saying, let's play this out. If I say run the blank, what comes to your mind? It's a term we always say, I want to run the what? You've probably heard run the numbers.
Okay.
It's a common thing. And what we've seen is that there's so much of for most people that I've seen, I can't speak for the general, but I think it's widespread.
All right.
There is that tendency to create marketing strategies based on just quantitative data, based on just statistics.
Right.
And when you do that, it's very difficult for you to see clearly the battlefield, right? It's like maybe you're hunting for treasure, you're with a treasure map, but half of it is cut away, but you're still trying to find the treasure, right? So most businesses might have knowledge about what the customer base is doing, what the market is doing, but they don't understand why all of that is happening. So that qualitative undertone, they completely lack it. So when we say that insight is important, we're really advocating for businesses to now take a step further, right? Rather than just making decisions based on what people are doing, understand why they're doing it. And it will be surprising to you, Amazon did this. They decided to, you've probably seen, I mean, do you know, the whole people also like section of most of these shopping sites.
Yeah.
It wasn't always there. There was a time when it was not there. But because these big companies, Amazon, for instance, understood the power of insights, they were able to take the information about what you like, combine that with what other people like, and even why they like what they like to determine what to recommend to you. So recommendation engines are based on both qualitative and quantitative insights. When Amazon implemented that, their revenue increased by 3%, almost overnight.
Well, it makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
This is why. It makes sense because the depth of understanding you have on your market is directly proportional to the kind of empathy that you can unlock. And the level of empathy you can unlock has a direct effect on the potency of the offer that you're making to someone.
Okay.
And if your offer is potent enough, naturally, you tap into word of mouth. If it's personalized enough, you tap into word of mouth. And when you tap into word of mouth, your cost of customer acquisition
goes down.
It goes down. And so that's how come these large companies invest so much in making sure that they have the insights component of their business right. Because they know that if they do their job well, over time, they'll be spending less and less and less, and they'll make it more and more and more.
So what do you tell your clients?
I tell them a number of things. So in terms of quick wins, action items that they can.
Let's hear them.
Yeah, I advise them to really lean into qualitative research before they launch advertising campaigns.
Okay.
Don't just put out a survey asking, do you like this product?
Okay, so sell a paper clip with qualitative research.
So exactly. So if we're to go with the analogy, it's the same thing. You've probably heard the saying that nobody buys a drill. They buy a 1/4 inch hole in the wall. Right. So if we apply that to the paper clip, there's a difference between asking you to buy a paper clip, for instance, which is, how much is paper clips now? Maybe 10 CDs or something, right? Any random paper clip.
Right.
But if I speak with you and I understand that you have a very serious investor presentation to prepare for, coming up in a few days, and we discover that there's no other place to buy paper clips in Ghana, or maybe let's say in your immediate locality, and I tell you that the paper clip is 50 CDs, you will buy it because it's that important to you. But until I sat down with you to understand what you were hoping to use the paper clip for, I could not make that.
How would you get that data?
So, like I said, when I encourage them to lean into qualitative research, right, we advise them to simply,
collect more data.
Collect more data. We have our research platform.
Listen to their talks. Listen to their thoughts.
There's social listening. There's that.
Listen to the one they think in their head.
The
one they never told anybody.
TikTok almost knows what you're thinking. I don't know how.
So how does that work?
Again, it's all data. But here's what I advise them to do. Conduct large-scale interviews with your customer base.
Okay.
And you will have.
But customers are bored of interviews.
Exactly. You will have to incentivize them for that to happen. Now, what we have found is people shy away from incentives because of cost. Right? But we've seen that with the right methodologies, that you can actually have zero marginal cost on the incentives that you offer to people. So one of the things that we encourage them to do is look for those avenues that enable you give someone an incentive that doesn't cost you so much. For instance, if I know that, I mean, you can use digital media, for instance. If I tell you that, okay, I want you to take a particular survey, for instance, and I know that you're interested in maybe knowing how to shoot videos, for instance, or knowing how to play basketball better, whatever the case is, and I offer you premium training on that particular subject for free, for instance, or at a discount, all of a sudden, it's not costing me extra to create the course again and again. I've already shot, the course is produced, everything is set. If it's an ebook, the book is already in digital format. It doesn't cost me anything to distribute one more copy. By using channels like that, you find you're able to get the people that you need incentivized enough to pay attention and give you the information that you want from them. So incentivizing large-scale qualitative research is something that we push for.
Okay, interesting. You know, it sounds all flamboyant when you are describing it because you're the marketer.
I know. So one of the things that we are proud of is that it's not just the theory. We have the case studies on our website as well. So people are able to actually go and read how.
But we haven't heard the voice of the customer.
Customer in what sense?
The one that you're collecting the data from.
How do you mean you've not heard the voice?
Yeah, like we've heard your voice, the marketer, and we've probably seen the need for the vendor to have such insights, right?
Yes.
And
Okay,
assets.
now I think I understand
the
question. Now,
so the other guy is missing from the yeah.
Interesting. So I think that's interesting. From the perspective of the customer, again, you feel good when you order for something very unique to you online and you can get it delivered to you. So for them,
at what cost?
At almost no extra cost.
No, but of course it's at a cost because it's such personalization without any engagement with you means there's a backdoor, isn't it? But we know that, right?
So I think what you're alluding to is data privacy and how much of your information is being used without your knowledge.
Because obviously, recommendation is the data collected is not only used for recommendation, right?
There's that.
So there are other elements of the data. For example, let's say that you went to the market to buy foodstuff and you bought all the things you need. You made food, but you still have other foodstuff, right? So I guess, well, for the purpose of making a sale, right, there's a business case for that. But then for the purpose of the customer being in charge of their data, and the customer being
remunerated.
So
platforms that pay customers actually.
Do you pay customers for your data?
What we do is there's something called respondent panels, right? These are groups of people who have consented to participate in a survey in exchange for some sort of monetary reward. So there is a place and a time for that. And one of the reasons we even push for direct interviews is because in that kind of a setting, you have to get consent from the person you're interviewing before you can.
Your AI doesn't do those ones.
Oh, we do. We actually handle all of that. So ethics and compliance is a big part of what we do. We have a very serious responsibility.
So if I speak to your AI once, if I speak to your AI once, does it retain just once, or it has my voice signature automatically for all time?
No, we actually don't keep maybe your voice data in our system. And again, ethically, we are middlemen between principal investigators and maybe respondents who they are interviewing. So what we do is before we even enable the investigator to use our platform, we make them prove to us that they've met all the ethical compliance checks, including the the declaration of what they intend to do with the audio or the voice or the video of the person that they are.
And you are using a third-party system to process that information, aren't you?
So part of it is our custom system, part of it is third party.
Yeah, the most part of it is third-party. A bulk of it, if I should say, is third-party, isn't it?
Yes. So
Yeah.
I think it's how do I say, because I understand the underlying concern.
Yeah.
Recently I think I don't know if you were there at GDW at an event.
No,
There was a lawyer
I
speaking
couldn't.
about some of the implications right now of businesses keying in certain prompts into artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
You should beware, because if you divulge sensitive information into the system, there's no telling what's going to happen. Before you know it, maybe one of your staff goes to ask ChatGPT something and they divulge certain business secrets that you have. You don't have control. You can go to court, you can try to fight in court when the time comes, but it's going to be difficult for you to really retain ownership of your intellectual property if you're not careful. So what we do for us, understanding that this is the case, is we make sure that we check the compliance of the principal investigator. Then on our end, when we're feeding data into the system, we actually have this is all backend technology. We have the ways that we distinguish between what we want the AI, so what we want the AI to hold in memory.
The API, you should say.
So what do we want it to hold in memory for how long? And then after a certain period of time, what do you do with that information? So it's an entire AI. So AI governance is interesting, but there's a cycle to all of that. So it's a tricky thing because we're in the early stages, no doubt. But we do our best to make sure that at the end of the day, this is so that policy making can be better informed.
Yeah.
Right? So our focus is how do we make sure that that happens, and then make sure that we do as minimal damage to maybe data integrity and privacy in the process. Yeah.
Okay, you're a nice guy. So for the purpose of conversation, I would agree with you. But what I would say is always at this point we can own the big system that controls some of those things. And so what we can do is to ensure that the providers of the service that we're using are keeping to the service agreement that they give us, and ensure also that we are responsible for whatever we collect from people. Because at the end of the day, all we need is an API to process whatever layers that we build on top of the system that has already been established. And that is just about that, that is just about some level of guarantee that you can give, right? Unless you have platform ownership of the end-to-end system, then everything lives and is housed on your domain. Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, so let's talk about something else, which is as a young entrepreneur in Ghana, how has Ghana been fair to you?
As a young entrepreneur, I think Ghana has been kind.
Yeah, to you, right?
It has.
Yeah, because you've been shining. So how do you get ahead in Ghana?
I mean,
I have a speaker that will be talking about how to get ahead in Ghana.
Really?
Yeah, today.
I'll go to tune in.
Yeah.
So
maybe I use it for intro into that subject.
Just as a case study, I think it's interesting. I mean, I get some energy from that.
Yeah.
Learning to adapt.
Right.
When I'm speaking with someone who is maybe a native.
Yeah.
And they don't know that I don't understand tree, for instance.
Right.
The dialogue that ensues for me to get them to understand that, please, I want you to speak English is quite interesting.
Right.
But I've seen that if you're if you're able to communicate well enough non-verbally,
Right.
Maybe using body language or
Yeah.
maybe visual, like
Yeah.
people are actually willing to help you get what you need. At
Okay.
the same time, I actually have some of my friends who are here in Ghana,
Right.
who are from Ghana, here in Ghana. I've asked them that, hey, you have to help me learn this language. One of them is here.
Yeah,
He knows
I
his
can
work.
see him documenting you. When
Yeah.
I began to ask you some of the questions, he's looking at me, this moderator, this interviewer, what are you doing?
Fantastic interview. But yeah, it's been helpful having people who are willing to help you learn the language.
Yeah.
And I've also seen that wherever you are in the world, if you're valuable,
Right.
you will always find a place.
Right.
There's always going to be a place for someone who can bring value to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's something that has actually helped me a lot in Ghana. And there's this concept of honor as well. I don't think it's spoken about enough,
Okay.
but honor is a big part of what I do. Something that we learn from the Bible and
Right.
Christian. And so I found that much of my success actually is tied to that.
Mm-hmm.
So honor, like our pastor would say, is the number one, discerning, rewarding, and so it's the discerning, it's the celebrating, and if need be, the rewarding of the uniqueness of the person and institution, etc.
Yeah.
So with human beings, the way it works is the more you're able to communicate that you understand, for instance, the sacrifice that has gone into something that this person has, the more open that person can be towards you.
Yeah.
And it's something that translates into service, right? Because when you say you want to reward somebody for their, you can do that in a number of ways.
Right.
You can serve, you can contribute maybe financially, you can patronize what they do, you can help them spread the word about what they do, all sorts of avenues. But at the end of the day, mentorship is really something that is built on that foundation of honor. And without mentorship, I don't think I would be where I am. So
who is your mentor?
I have many.
Okay.
So I'm a product of many different mentors. So the first place where I draw my lessons from is from the Bible.
Right.
So from the Bible, my spiritual leaders, my father figure, and then I've also been privileged to work with some really good managers in some organizations. So it's been a blend. Then there are mentors who mentor you from afar.
Right.
So you've never met them. When you're speaking about Patrick Bet-David, I felt a connection because I follow him.
You follow PBD.
PBD. The first book that I saw that he wrote was Your Next 5 Moves.
Yeah.
How to Think Like a Grandmaster.
Right. Right.
So Patrick Bet-David, Alex Hormozy, Jordan Peterson, believe it or not. I see Peterson fans in the house. So Peterson, Simon Sinek. Those are people who sit on the choir.
Okay. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. So are you what is it that nobody has asked you about concerning yourself?
Concerning myself.
Mm-hmm.
I've met, I think there are very few people who meet me and ask me why I do what I do.
Okay. Why do you do what you do?
So at my core, I'm driven by a desire to fulfill what I believe is my God-given purpose.
Which is
to show forth his glory to
what is glory?
man. Very interesting question. I'm going to go a bit native for a bit.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, I'm Igbo.
Okay.
I believe that, I don't know if it's that way everywhere in the world, but I believe that the names that our Igbo parents give their children goes a long way to shaping some part of their destinies.
Okay.
So my native name is actually Ugochukwu.
Okay.
And growing up, I learned that the literal translation of the word Ugo is the eagle.
Yeah.
Right. In some more nuanced translations, you'd see it being translated as glory or majesty. And I think that has really played a role. Now, in terms of if you think of the eagle, for instance, it's one of the most majestic birds that you can find. I think, did you know the wingspan of an eagle is about 8 feet? That's the distance between floor and ceiling for most rooms. The eagle is that big. When you see it on phone, it doesn't look that big, but it's actually a giant bird. But despite being that big, eagles are known to move at great speeds. Up to, if you drive, you know what it feels like to be moving at 120 kilometers an hour. Eagles can move that fast, despite being that big. And so there's an element of glory, which I think has to do with defying the odds. And being able to show to humanity that certain things are possible, even though they've not been done before, is something that I am very drawn to, something that I think I've subconsciously dedicated my life to. And so when I read your book, or I'm still reading the book, Breaking the Limits, it connected on so many different levels, because I've seen that there is that dimension of glory that just has to do with, like you wrote, breaking the limits.
You can talk, eh? I hope you have a good share in the company. Okay, that's nice.
What makes you say that?
Mr. Andy, are you joining my set?
It depends on what.
Okay. Okay, mic in, please. Yeah.
All right.
My man, it's been a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you, sir.
Where are you going from here?
So from here, I'll probably head to East Legon.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Super excited. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
What does it feel like to be breaking the world record?
Can I be transparent? I haven't felt it. I did feel a little pressure the day I announced it, because that day I almost deleted it. I almost deleted it because it didn't occur to me what it was, the amount of work it was going to take until I sent the post, and I almost deleted the post. But afterwards, there is this strategy I use when I do things that I haven't done before. I live in the past of it, I live in the past of it, and I use it as a game. Yeah. So I try to do like when I was looking for the speakers, I was like, okay, this is a numbers game, If you need 10, then score 100. Chances are you get 10. Yeah. That's the way we've been doing, we've organized over 20 events, and I knew since then my company started on social media. So if you need to invite 10 speakers for the event, you send 100 invitations, 100 actually, because you always get 10% unless you have a lot of equity with the people. So yeah, but I was pleasantly surprised, as I've said many times, because the response was beyond what I was expecting immediately. It took less than 1 month, and we filled all the slots with a lot of waitlist subscribers. I still don't feel it yet, but I know I'll feel it.
It's going to.
Yeah. I know you're thinking. Clara has 55 hours. We have 74 hours already here.
I saw that and I was
Yeah.
mind-blown.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you on behalf of because this is not just about you. That's what actually drew me to it. Right? The motivation behind it is something that I'm very aligned with.
Yeah.
Tuition scholarships.
Right.
That's the end goal. So
Absolutely,
all of this is exciting, but the impact it will have on those 100 people is, for me, the big win.
Let's hope everybody donates. Let's hope that the donation comes. We've got some donations though, and shout out to Divine and Shishi. They are based in the US, and they're also speaking at this event. So let's hope that in the end we get to, give our young people that opportunity to unlock their potential. All right, my man. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Thank you. How are you doing?
Very well, very well. Giving the givings. Mr. Andy Mensa.
You do this all the time. This would
I
be
know,
in
right?
the office.
I know. It's been like since British Council Career Fair.
Yes.
That was
yes.
2017. It's been a long time. Okay, please introduce yourself to our online guests.
I'm live already.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
You're live on the website.
Okay, my name is Andy Mensa. I'm a chartered accountant, also an HR consultant. I currently work with Tropical Cable and Conductor Limited as the Human Resource and Administration Manager. I am also on the board of Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation. And then I also help a bit with FAN activities. But yeah, recently I've become one of the board of advisors for SFAN. So yeah, I'm here, I'm home.
Yeah,
I would say.
you are literally home.
Yeah.
Let's start from the beginning. You are I didn't know you're an accountant actually. Yeah.
Yes, because it's strange. People wonder how
HR accountant.
finance. Yeah. So yeah,
how did that happen?
Well, I've been working for 22 years now.
Okay.
About 16 years of it has been in finance.
Okay.
HR, the switch was interesting. So I think when we met first, I was working with IBM.
Yes.
I was working with IBM, the HR partner for Middle Eastern Africa. But I started in IBM as a financial analyst. So when IBM came to Ghana somewhere 2011, they were looking for a finance person. By that time, I was in Buahafo. That's where I was working. And then a friend reached out to me that IBM had just set up in Ghana. They wanted a finance person to help. I applied and I got the role. The process of getting the role is also another story. But so I got the role. I worked in finance in IBM from 2011 till somewhere around 2015, 2016 thereabout. And then IBM is we everything is system based. You work, there's very little paper. Everything is organized very, very well. One of the best companies I've worked. So at some point, I don't want to say they make work easy, but the kind of, as an accountant, you want to be investigating, you want to be getting your hands dirty. Yeah. But the way IBM is organized, the systems that backs everything you do, you are not really challenged. Right. Say. You do your work. They make work easy for you, so you don't stress too much. Right. But the way we've been brought up, it also means sometimes you feel bored. Like every day you know what buttons to click, blah blah blah, and get work done easily. So at some point I felt like I need something more. Right. I need more responsibility, and so I actually was looking at leaving IBM because I thought
yeah, I need a bit more of a challenge.
Mm.
But the interesting thing is, whilst I was in IBM, when I joined, I was I think the fourth employee in IBM there. So because I had been there longer than those who came after me,
Right.
I was doing a lot of HR work on ground.
Mhm.
But because we were small, we did not have an HR headcount in Ghana. So when anybody is employed, I help them settle in, set them up on the system, blah, blah, blah. So I was collaborating a lot with the HR team. HR was doing one from Nigeria then. So I did a lot of that, almost like a pseudo HR person in Ghana.
Mm.
But officially, I was a financial analyst. So when I was thinking of leaving or asking for more responsibilities, one of the HR directors reached out to me that, they've heard I'm looking at other opportunities, but would I want to move to HR? And that was the initial conversation. I said, yeah, I'll think about it. And later on, I had a friend based in Nigeria, was in HR, who called me and said it's a good opportunity, trying to woo me into HR for
Yeah.
5 months. And then, yeah, after we spoke, we saw Tower out. So we spoke, and then I said, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Mm.
So because I knew that was coming, I quickly went to do some 6 months HR certification course just to
Freshen in.
prepare myself if that comes up. And then I got called from the HR director for Africa. Yes, they know I've been helping out. So if I'm interested in the HR role, they want me to take it.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's how I moved to HR. So but in IBM, the interesting thing is you can be anything.
Right.
I call it IBM University. You can enter as anything, you can come out as anything, from software developer to engineer to anything, once you want to apply yourself. There's so many materials on our intranet. You can learn anything from beginning to expert level once you devote your time. So yeah, once I got the role, then a lot of training, a lot of learnings, and yeah, that's where I am now. And now people know me more for my HR than for the finance. I go out speaking to young people and all that, telling my story and all that. It's always fascinating when people hear you're actually an accountant working in HR. But I've enjoyed HR experience. So I worked in HR in IBM for about 4.5 years before 2020, just when COVID hit. That's when I moved on. Then I've been working in Tropical for the past 4 years now, and it's been an interesting journey.
Oh, wow.
Very interesting journey, yeah.
Which school did you go for university?
I went to Legon, University of Ghana.
How was the experience?
BSc accounting.
Right.
Yes, administration accounting option.
Right.
And in Legon, many years ago. At that time, I think mobile phones were not a big thing.
Right.
Even owning your own computer was not. So I remember final year when we had to do our project work and stuff. In our block, I was in Legon Hall, in the next A. There were like 2 people who had computers in their rooms. And so in doing your project work, you write everything in hand. Then you go and give it to these guys, you beg them to type it for you. So you go there, and there's a queue of people who are waiting. And so, yeah, the experience then was not easy as we have it now.
Yeah.
Mobile phones were still very new to us then. So everybody who had a phone was seeing us like, not a rich guy, because those days people travel outside, do some work, make some money and buy a phone. That was the time. All of us who travel, once you are coming, you need to buy a phone. So we go out there, work small, come back, get a phone, get some laptop and stuff. So that's how I went to the process. But in Africa, in Ghana especially, we learn hard. The teaching methods and stuff, it makes you really, really do a lot of the work yourself. And so once you go out, it becomes easy for you. So the experience in Legon was great. I did a lot of activities in Legon. I played football for the university team.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Which wing did you play?
I'm a midfielder. I like the right to attacking.
Right.
Attacking was a speedster.
Okay.
So yeah, but unfortunately, let's say this. So you know the way it's very difficult to excel in sports and academics in our part of the world. It's very, very difficult because at that time, even lecturers don't understand why you have come to university and you say you are playing football. I remember in my first year, so I was drafted into the university team in the first year. You know, when you go, we did inter-halls, they use that to select. So I was drafted into the team. I remember once we went to play a match. We actually hosted, I think, Accra Polytechnic for a friendly match, and I played. Unfortunately, there was an interim assessment I missed. So, well, I'm a sportsman. I'm playing for the university. So I went to tell the lecturer this is what happened. So I missed the. Those times they don't even inform you there's going to be an IE. You go to the class, there's a test. So I went to tell them, oh, I was playing for the university and I missed that. So can I have the opportunity to write? The lecturer told me I did not come to university to play football. So if I decided to go and play and I missed it,
it's a matter.
Yes. So I went to the sports department, told them they gave me a letter to give to the lecturer that yes, it is true officially. Man said no way. I went to his office and then he made me write it, but I know for a fact he didn't add that result to my end of semester results. Was my first year, that was the only subject I didn't get an A. And I knew it was because my IE marks were not high right now. And after that, I decided not to play football again.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you might have been a professional footballer.
I could have. When I was young, I been in my home in Kumasi. I was playing a lot of football. People come to take me to go and play in their teams. Those days, people organize competitions. And they put money on it. The team that wins takes the money. So I used to play. It's called the one chindi, or like let's share, and something like that.
Yeah.
To make money, you share among the boys who plays for you. So I did a lot of that. In Brentford College, where my secondary school was, I was in a lot of school team as well. So, yeah, I liked football to today, but I don't play as much now. I just play for fun and stuff. So that talking about how we do not encourage people to combine education and sports in this kind. But out there, even you have to have a certain level of education before you can do professional sport. But here it's difficult, and so you find a lot of players either have to sacrifice one. You want to do football properly and professionally. Adding school very difficult. You want to have a few people who are able to navigate and do very well. One of my mates in secondary school was Yusuf Chipsa. He's played for the Black Stars of Ghana. He played for all the junior teams. And he also managed to finish his degree.
Wow.
So he's one of the few people who have managed to do both and can do both well. He's now a manager, player manager, and consultant of football. So
wow.
Yeah. So it's possible, but you need a lot of support from the school and other people to guide you. Yeah. So yeah, that's one side. So in the university, I played football. I was also a member of the University Christian Fellowship. I did a bit of politics on campus as well.
What post were you holding?
I was a Congress chairman.
Okay.
So it's more like
you were a big man. Which means you made money.
No, at that time, politics was not like the way campus politics is today.
Right.
There was no money involved, just the passion, making argument, debating, and stuff. So I was more or less like today you might say the Speaker of Parliament. So we had the all executives and then also Congress who kind of check the executives and stuff. So yeah, I did a bit. So I did a mix of things in day one. It was interesting. That was when we were growing up. I went to a boys' school, so going to university, meeting females, and I was a bit shy, but I managed to go through the ground and survive. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so but if you track all this back, your discipline, where did it come from? Is it from family or position?
Yeah. I think a lot of it is from home.
Okay.
My dad was a civil servant. My dad was also an accountant.
Right.
So I don't know whether I got my influence from because actually when I was younger, I wanted to be a doctor.
Okay.
So in fact, when I was in junior high school or JSS then, when you write your name at the back of the list, I was writing doctor and events. So all my friends called me doctor. But when I entered secondary school, then one uncle of mine came and changed my course. Like, because these days doctors they're not paid well. We changed to business. So I switched from science class to business class in secondary school. And then once I switched, I just excelled. So yeah, that's how I entered the business stream or the finance stream. But in terms of this, yes, my dad, and because I was the firstborn in the family, I had to support my parents.
Right.
So waking up, sweeping, making sure the house is tidy before you go to school and stuff. So that gave me some kind of a structure.
Right.
Growing up, I had to cook for my siblings. So even though I was running away to play football a lot, I knew that at this time I had to leave, go home, get things done. So yeah, in growing up, that gave me a lot of structure. And I wouldn't say my parents were strict, but they will discipline you.
Right.
If you miss things, those days beatings.
Yeah.
My mom beat me a lot. I laugh at her. The way she has beaten me. I laugh, but I think all that shaped us.
Yeah.
All that has shaped me into the kind of person I am.
Mm-hmm.
So now in my working life, I try to apply some of those. I like structure.
Right.
I like if you are running a team or you're managing a team and nobody knows what is allowed, what's not allowed, there's a lot of confusion. So once they structure, everybody knows what's expected of them. They deliver, they know what they get if they deliver. So yeah, structure, I trust structure is good. But I think fundamentally I got it going up from home.
Right.
Before education, and I think it also shaped.
Yeah.
So
but it doesn't seem like you had life hard. It seems like a lot of things came easy for you.
You know want me to get into
Yeah, let us know.
I struggled.
Oh yeah? Tell us.
It wasn't easy at all. It wasn't. Let me give you some stories.
Yes.
Okay, so even though I was generally good in school, I was a truant when I was a small boy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, so the first proper school I went, we were based in Kumasi. So there was a school in Kumasi around the sports stadium called Amankwetia. It was a public school.
Right.
So I was going there, and my grandma, my dad's mom, may she rest in peace. She lived close to the school. So as I am dropped in school, I go to a place and then play. When school closes, I wear my uniform again and as if I've been in school. So there was a man who used to take me home. So after school, I go to him, wait for him to finish his work, then he takes me home. So one day, doing my usual routine, go to school, change into house school, go and play. I wear my school clothes and I report as my dad came to his mom's house and saw me there. Like, he asked his mom, why am I in the house during school hours? Then my grandma said, I came that there's no school. But that was what I was doing every day. The dog in school, I go to my grandma, play, and go. So my dad moved me from that school. He had went to his mom, my grandma, and then he changed my school. And it's very far away. So in fact, when he wanted to move me from the school, the headmistress then did not allow what he had there. He shouldn't change me because I'm one of the good students, blah, blah, blah. And my dad said, I don't come classes, so he can't. So he moved me to a school for state experimental. You don't know the geography of Kumasi. a lot. But so I was living at a place called Atonsu, State Experimental. How can I, from Atonsu to State, many kilometers. Unfortunately, there was nothing like lorry fare for you to go to school.
Wow.
So what I would do is, that time we had the wooden trotros.
Right.
So I'll dress up. In fact, before I wear my uniform to go to school, I had to go and fetch water. Because water was not flowing in our area.
Yeah.
So you go fetch water, fill a barrel
Mhm.
before you dress up and go to school.
Yeah.
So just to let you know that it hasn't been easy like that. Where to go and fetch water is also another
Distance.
Kilometers far away. You do that, fill a barrel, then you come dress up and go to school. And school, you go into the trotro. So I enter the trotro, walk down the trotro, go and stand at the front. Because I'm not going to pay, I have to stand.
Mhm.
So I stand in the trotro, and then when it gets to my stop, you have to shout, mate, miss you, and stuff like that. And sometimes only me getting that. The passengers get angry. Like I'm wasting their time. This small boy, stop boy. And there'll be like maybe about 45 people in a truck.
Right.
And they see some small boy walking all the way, and because of me, the bus, we get upstairs. So yeah, that was how I was going to school. I take the truck, stop at a place and beg for lift. There's a junction called Aspa. I stand there and cars that are going, beg, please run about, please stay, please. And people are nice, they pick you up, and other people whose parents are taking them to the same school, sometimes they pick you up, sometimes they don't. If you don't get a car and you're getting there, you have to walk. So I walk from Aspa to a place called Dakojo, where plus 233 is in Kumasi now, or rich condos,
Okay.
that side. So yeah, you do the work. When you close from school, same thing. You walk back. In fact, even getting a school bag, it wasn't easy. At some point when I was in JHS, my school bag was, this 5 kilo rice bags.
Yeah.
That was my school bag. So I packed my books in it, and then, but I think we were still blessed. Nobody could see that I'm struggling or anything, because it wasn't just me. There were quite a number of us who were doing that. So we work together, we chat, play, and so we did that. And then, yeah, we finished the junior high school. So it wasn't easy. My childhood wasn't easy. My parents, I wouldn't say they were poor, but there wasn't enough to afford some luxuries. Because those days when you go to school and your pen is missing, you get beat for that, because the money to go and buy another pen was the problem.
Yeah.
I remember they do inspection, morning assembly. Handkerchief. I didn't have a handkerchief. So they were beating us for not having handkerchief. Which was, I don't know. So you go for assembly, they inspect handkerchiefs. I didn't have. So one of my mom's old clothes, I cut it in the shape of a handkerchief. And then she folded it nicely, put it in my pocket. So the madam and duty who are doing the inspection, we line up. So he's coming through. Then when he goes to my handkerchief, I put my hand in my pocket. I bring out my mom's cloth. The woman just burst out laughing. She laughed. I quickly put it back.
Thank you.
But that day I didn't get beat. I had
You've
a
tried.
handkerchief. So yeah, childhood was not bad. It was I struggled, but as I said, I knew where I was coming from, so I was quite careful not to be influenced by bad people, bad friends. After my initial skirmishes, I was put in the straight and narrow, and for me, everything I am today was because of my education.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing at home. There's nothing like something you are looking for. It was just, when my dad done that in my head, I don't have anything to give. All what I can give you is school. So for him, like books, whatever, I even bought books that didn't exist. But when I was secondary school, once you tell him it's for school, he will pay for it. We'll find the money and pay for it. Yeah. So books, classes. He was sponsor. I would find the money somewhere somehow. So yeah, it wasn't that easy at all growing up, but by God's grace, we survived. In those days, even though there was some risk, it's not like today. I wouldn't let my kid go through the same because it's dangerous. You don't know who's going to pick them up and do something bad with them. So, but yeah, God took care of us. Doing this day. Yeah, here we are. But it wasn't easy at all.
You studied in the UK. You did your course.
Yes. So after Legon, those years around getting the 2000 and afterwards, the end thing was as soon as you finish school, you travel.
Right.
So most of us, but a lot of my mates are still either in the UK, US, and other places. There was some who came back. So the end thing was once you finish, you graduate, go out. Right. But before you even graduate, we are traveling. So you go vacation, you go and do a few things, come back. So yeah, so when I finished, I think I traveled, came back, did my national service, and then I went out. So yeah, so I stayed in the UK for close to 6 years before I came back. So in the UK, so because I went with a work permit to getting a job, I didn't want to do cleaning and those kind of things. I wanted to work in an office, work in finance. So initially it was tough getting an office job.
Yeah.
But in the end, I got.
Why?
Because of course your father experience
and
all that. So it wasn't easy getting into office job roles like that. You could get a job in the supermarket at the till or get a job as a cleaner or construction worker. That was not difficult, but to get like a finance job was not easy. So I had made my mind up that I'm not going to do cleaning and those things. So I stayed home and my cousins and stuff will be like, you are not serious. Everybody is doing it. Everybody is doing cleaning. Everybody is doing why I used to home saying that I wanted to. But I stayed true to it. In the end, I got a job. But so when I was in London, I got a job in Birmingham. And so I had to move to Birmingham it wasn't even finance, it was administration. But for me, not doing construction or anything, cleaning, in an office setting, getting some work experience was good for me. So I moved to Birmingham. I worked with Birmingham City Council in education. And then, so that's where I started. But I told my manager then, my background is finance.
Right.
Ideally, my aim is to move into a finance role. So she knew that. And so in the council, we advertised jobs internally. So when I was there, she came to me and told me, well, I've seen this department offering a finance role. So I applied, got through with it. In fact, I got it, but the director for my said he will not release me, but they need me in that department. So that role went. Later on, I got another one and I went to play with the man that is where I want to be. I want to be in finance. So finally, they agreed. So I moved to finance also in the council. So I did a lot of work in the Birmingham City Council, working in finance. I got a lot of experience in finance there. That's how my proper work in finance began. I left there, like I said, at the company, to work in finance and I've moved there. And at some point when I finished, so that's where I chatted. I did my exams in the UK. When I finished the course, I felt I'll be more useful in Ghana. Or I'll rise quicker in Ghana.
Right.
Because then too, the Nigerian banks had come to Ghana.
Yeah.
A lot of our mates were doing well in the financial sector. I also wanted to work in a bank and all that. So I decided to come back and see. So when I came back, it was tough because everybody knows you come from the UK. Either you have brought some money or you should be okay, but I didn't bring anything back. I had spent all my money on schooling. So when I came looking for a job, it was not easy. But I come from Kumasi to stay in Accra for about a week or two, drop CVs around. You never even get a response. So it was tough. But finally, I landed a job in Buahafu. I mentioned Buahafu earlier. A timber manufacturing company called Ayum Forest Products. So it was there that I entered the Ghana job market again. And that was one of the best decisions I made when I came back, going to that company. Because I was looking for a bank job. So back list and chat all the banks around, I applied to all of them. They did not respond. But when I got this job in Buahafu, I had been a Kumasi, but I never really stayed outside Kumasi. So to go to Buahafu for a job, I found it very tough.
Why?
I don't know anybody there.
Right.
And the town was called Mib. It sounded far away from me. Mib, so for about 2 years, I had not responded to them, even though I didn't have a job. I didn't want to go to Mib. I wanted to work in Kumasi or Accra, in the city. So one day I just decided to go there and see the place. So when I went, the place was very organized. It was like the whole town was a company. So it used to be a government entity. Forgotten the original name. It was a timber company for government, but this manager David had acquired it. And so, so they had bungalows for staff, they had their own clubhouse, they had their own whatever, tennis. So when I went and then I decided to take the job. So they offered me the job, they gave me a house. Every month they were supplying me milk, sugar, water. I had a house help, what the company was paying for.
UK standard.
Yeah. So my flat was a 2-bed flat with the outhouse, also 2 bedrooms. So my house help was there. That was the main house. I was a young guy, not even married, so the house was even big. Yeah. So I say that was the best decision because I didn't want to take that job because I thought it's in a village.
Yeah.
But going there and working, I saved a lot of money.
Right.
Because I said I came back from the UK, not with money. I had just gone to school and come back. I didn't have money, but I wanted to work in this. But that job gave me a very soft landing coming back because I wasn't spending on anything. Food, everything, the company was taking care of it.
Yeah.
So I managed to save a lot. And then, as I said, that was the best decision I made. But then, whilst there, then IBM became calling, and so I had to move to IBM. So yeah, IBM, you move.
Yeah.
Once IBM is giving an offer. So yeah, that's how my IBM when I came out was. But staying in the UK, it changed my because it was. That's why they say in this part of the travel and see the experience and how things are done.
Right.
So one of the things that shocked me when I came back was funny. So when in Ghana, when you get to the zebra crossing, the cars will not stop for you. You have to force your way to cross. But in the UK, as you approach, the cars are slowing down. Yeah. You know you can cross at it. So I think one of the first posts I made on Facebook when I came back was in some places, cars stop for you to cross. But in Ghana, you have to stop for cars to cross. Because nobody is stopping for you to cross the zebra. If you don't force, you stay there. And mindset change, how work is done, how you are paid by the hour. So nobody is going to allow you to be slacking. Right? You come to work, you do your work, after work you leave. Things like that. Work culture, how you relate to colleagues. So I picked all those things up, and I think that has helped me in my working life in Ghana.
Even up to now?
Yes, everywhere I've worked, how I work.
Yeah.
Is seen. People see I'm serious with my work. I don't fluff around. Of course, we have chats here and there, but when it comes to work, we are serious. you have to give off your best. Once you have come to it, you have to do it. And I think I picked those kind of cultural things from my working life in the UK.
Right. People say most people have scars that they deal with it, into adulthood. Do you have? Yeah. Do you have some?
I don't think it's a scar per se.
Nightmare from your childhood?
No, so the biggest challenge for me and my siblings was we had a brother who was had mental issues.
Okay.
So his growth was not normal.
Right.
And so then the stigma around children like that was huge.
Right.
And so having a brother like that, we felt it like people will let you know that you have a brother who's so the difficulty was and then my mom, like the knowledge we have now about such situations was not that much. So people will come, oh, this child is a children of the sea, or a child from the sea, or somebody has done something to him. So my mom will be traveling here and there, taking their child here and there. So because I was the first time I go with my mom, I carry my brother, we go to some churches, some pastors, praying for him, and so it was a strain. Even though we're not voicing it out, it told on us.
Right.
People are coming to the house, because he likes to see people. When he sees a visitor, that's where he comes out. He comes and displays, and we feel embarrassed, right? So that was a huge thing. Having to care for him because he couldn't do anything for himself. So he took a long time before he even walked. So he would be sitting down, you feed him and all that. I think it was about 8-9 years before he could even walk.
Wow.
So we had to take care of him. So yeah, so it took a bit of our chance because you always go out. You can't go out leaving him alone in the house. So I think that played a lot. It's not just myself, with my siblings, and having him, taking care of him and all that, and then trying to hide him from the public. And somebody comes to the house, you have to take him inside the room and be with him because otherwise he'll come out. And he comes out of this place together. So I think that is what one of the things. That's why I said I wouldn't say it's a scam, but the knowledge in dealing with kids like that was not there, so it affected us in a way that time. But yeah, now people know that all those misconceptions about children are not correct.
Did he get any better?
He did, but unfortunately we lost him.
Oh.
We lost him when he was about I think 25, 26.
Naturally or accident? Okay. So where does your benevolence come from?
I think it's because of my childhood. I got a lot of help from people, and also caring for my brother.
Right.
So it makes me want to care for other people.
Right.
And I feel, like I said, my background was not rich, so a lot of people helped me. Like people giving me lifts to go to school.
Yeah.
So now as I drive on my route to see people standing, I stop to pick people. Right. And sometimes they are scared with this man with this big man. So you roll down the window, they're looking inside. Exactly. Then what I'm picking it. So I do that a lot. I stop and pick people all the time because I know what I went through.
Yeah.
And then school fees, I know how my father used to struggle to pay my fees.
Right.
So when somebody comes to me with such issues, I readily help with it. So I think my upbringing and what I've been through makes me want to help people. Yeah.
Has anybody taken advantage of it?
Oh yes, a lot. A lot of it. Friends, the family. Like I'm very soft. Soft in terms of having a lot of empathy for people.
Yeah.
People have taken advantage. So people will come and tell you, oh, bro, I need this, I'll give it to you back next week. So I've learned from all those experiences. So now if I'm giving money, I give what if you don't pay back.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't. And there are people, for me, once you hate me once, you can't come back as well.
Yeah.
I will do it. If you don't pay, then you will not come back.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
one guy who once called me that he's a truck driver. He says, oh, the car got spoiled. And then his car owner said if he doesn't bring the sales for that day, he's taking the car from him. This was like 2-3 years ago. Guy called me, he needed 800 cedis. Sales 500 later, I forget. And then he will send it to me the following week. He will work because knowing how Ghana is. So I'm thinking if he loses his job, it's going to be tough. At least he has a car he's driving. I sent it to him up to today. The guy has not even called me to say that this happened, that happened. So a lot of people take advantage, but for me,
Yeah.
like I said, now I give because I want to give. If I'm giving you and you don't pay back, I know that what I have given you, if you don't pay me, I'm okay. Right, so I'm just giving it out of benevolence, out of the goodness of my heart. If you pay me back, great.
Great.
Friendship is there, you can always come back.
Mm.
If I give you and you don't give me back, then yeah, that's it. You will not even try to ask.
Right.
If you ask, I won't do. That's how I feel. But I do a lot of these things, support people and all.
Would you like to join politics anytime? Because you look like you look like you will be good in politics.
In fact, I don't know whether I should say this, but I am already involved.
I thought as much.
Interestingly, what I say to my friends, if I have not traveled out, I would probably have been in politics.
Yeah.
Because then student politics, I was involved. Is on my neighbor, the former Minister of Education.
Right.
I was part of the people who voted for him to become next president. Former minority leader Harun Idrisu. I was on campus when he was a student leader. This guy who has good in Ghana, Paul Adumoche. He wanted to be next president. I was in his team campaigning and all that. So yes, on campus I developed some love for politics, but because I traveled, and when I came back, my mindset was different. I thought I wouldn't get into it, but somewhere in 2011, 2012, I got back in. So I am involved in a way, but on a low level. I actually want to be president of Ghana one day.
Yeah, you should. I mean, it's a good aspiration.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it can happen.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, the way our politics is in Ghana, it has become a matter of you must have a lot of money or have a godfather kind of. Otherwise, you can't go fast. Or thirdly, be everywhere with politicians. Like go on radio, talk, follow them all over the place. But you know, when you're also a professional, you wouldn't have the luxury of doing all that. So that's what's hampered me a bit because I'm not a full-time politician.
Yeah.
I do it voluntarily now. But at some point, yes, I think I would try going to parliament.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Sometimes the best brains leave it for the people that seemingly have time.
Yeah. I think one thing that also hindered my entry was Christianity.
Right.
You know, again, the way our politics is now, if you are a good Christian, even the church doesn't want you to get into politics because they feel like you are going to be messed up or corrupted. So yeah, that was also great. In fact, today when people see that I also do a bit of politics, they call you and they're advising you to stop these things. These things would create blah 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 for you. So yeah, so that also hindered me. But I think now I'm clear in my mind that, like you said, if we leave it for quote and unquote bad people, then we are left with just complaining.
Yeah.
Because we see what is going on is not good. but you don't want to be involved in changing it. You are only left with the talk.
Yeah.
So the problem is a lot of good people must also get involved to try to change the narrative.
That's the only way there will be a
And
change.
now it's like who has money
Mhm.
gets in. A lot of good people must try to change this and say that this is a good material.
Yeah.
If he goes there, he will change things. So
Yeah.
a lot of such people must get involved. Otherwise, we are left to just be those who just talk.
Mhm. Wow, very interesting.
Yeah.
So, do you want to set up a fund for young people in any capacity?
Well, I have already.
Okay.
So I support a lot of school fees.
You need to, do you have a foundation?
No, I haven't.
You can streamline it into a foundation, I think.
Yeah. I think at some point as well. In fact, the first time I did this in my university page, there was this girl who got admission to the university to do medicine in Lagos. I couldn't pay the fees. So a friend sent the admission letter to me and said they wanted support. So I put it on my year group page that I need support for. So some of the friends who contributed told me I should formalize it so that they can contribute to it. And so that's when I try to formalize this thing. So sometimes when I get these requests, friends who are close to me, if I can't fund it myself, I ask friends to support me. But getting it into a foundation is something that so it's more formal and people know can contribute. But I do it a lot. Currently, I have 3 people in school.
Wow.
Fund. Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yes, one of them has an interesting story. It's a lady. It's a Muslim lady. So she got married went to Saudi Arabia. The marriage didn't work. She came back. She had finished secondary school, but talking to her, you can see this is somebody who has a lot of potential. She speaks very well. She's knowledgeable, but she felt she can't go back to school. She's old. She has 2 kids. So I pushed her like for 2-3 years. And last year, finally, she accepted that she would go to school. And she's doing phenomenally well. Like she's doing journalism. That's what she wanted to do. So I made her do the application. She's going to do the classes that she got to plan. Every semester she sends me her results. And this is an A student. Almost every subject she's getting an A. And so this is somebody who was just thinking that I've given birth, it's over. And so and of course, how to pay the fees was one of her problems. So once I committed that I'll help her sort it out. She's doing it and doing very well. Very soon she's going to come out, hopefully get a job as a journalist and be more impactful in society than if she had not gone to school. So for me, what people get me with is I want to go to school. That one will kill me. I'll give you money. Once you want to go to school or once you want to learn a trade. Because in our society now, a lot of our girls are being abused and abused by people because they're either looking for a job or so. When I go out and talk to people and especially there are girls, I tell them never give yourself for any job or the guy. Sometimes even the person who is taking advantage has no power to even do anything. They just use the organization and they take advantage of it. So if I'm able to help 1 or 2 of these guys, it gives me great pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I'm glad you passed by because, as I was saying the last time, there are so many things that we can, when you see this place, it will give you more context. Yeah.
Of course, I followed you since we first met.
Right.
Was it Student Entrepreneurship Week in February?
think so. Either career
I think
fair
that
or
no, it was career fair.
Yeah.
It was career fair. Yeah. That time we hadn't started
student entrepreneurship
so
week.
it was a career fair.
It was much later.
Yeah, since then I follow you quietly, trying to see what's going on. So anytime you are doing something I'm interested,
Yeah.
hopefully we will collaborate more. Now that I'm
Yeah.
moving part,
Yeah.
we'll do
Yeah.
a lot
Yeah.
more to help our
Yes, we have to.
And this ready for work stuff.
Yeah.
It's a game changer.
It is.
Because I like I talked to a lot of young people. Last week, or was it this week? Like you interview graduates and like the content is very low.
Yeah.
And for me as an HR person, I talk to what will make me take a decision on this, how you come out.
Absolutely.
You might have an excellent CV, but the engagement with you,
Yeah.
if you are not confident, if you don't speak well and all that, you lose the opportunity. Somebody who can be very articulate.
Yes.
So
Yes.
preparing people after school for the job market is very, very important.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of
It
people
is.
lose opportunity. He might be a first class student, but we don't employ first class students. We
Yeah,
employ
yeah.
people who can
Do the job.
and do the job.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. So you can go to all the school, like you meet people, they have gone to school, masters, second master, but they've never worked. If I have somebody who has 2-3 years experience, I'll pick that person over you who has a master's without work experience. So yeah, so preparing people for work is seriously a gap that SFAM is catering to. I think it's a good thing. You must make it work for a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Later on, when you see the platform itself, you'll be blown away.
Yeah.
You'll be blown away.
I've seen some of the testimonies from some of the people
Right.
who have passed through.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Any news? Huh? So we have break? Okay.
Yes, Tom. I didn't know we almost in an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Thank God. We'll go and get some energy.
Drop.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Something interesting. So 2019, I was invited to speak to the graduates at University of Ghana. And then I told them that when you come out, don't look for money. And they started bursting and laughing. A graduate, I'm going to work. You're telling me not to look for. But my point to them was, if money is the focus, you miss a lot of opportunities. I told you about my story in going to that village that gave me the stepping stone to where I am today. So you must have a solution people are looking for. Once they want that solution, they will come for you. Right. So when I was leaving IBM to Tropical Cables, it wasn't really an application, it was a recommendation. They spoke to me and then they said I should join them. So if you have something that somebody wants, they will pay whatever it takes to bring you on board. So the money comes with what you have. It's not looking for money first. If I need an electrical engineer and I've seen your works, you come to talk to me about, or I come to talk to you about working for Tropical. I know what you have done. I know what you can do. So I'm willing to pay. But if you come to me and say that, I want to come and work for you, pay me 10,000, you have nothing. That don't work. So build yourself up. Get as much knowledge as possible, and then money follows that. If everybody knows you for these passations, you are the best. They will come for you. When it comes to doing making chairs, you are the best. That people will come and pay whatever, especially for fresh graduates. Sometimes they come out, you give them a job, you say you give them 2,000, they feel it's too small. As a fresh graduate, you don't have anything. Don't have heirs around you. Start from somewhere. The main thing is get into the job market, because increasingly people value experience more than certificate. So the job is paying you 2,000, but get in there. Sometimes people come, they don't even know how to do photocopy. I give them something, copy for me. He goes stand by the machine. He has no clue. A graduate, you can't make a copy. So once you get in the job environment, you learn these things, you build yourself up. Don't let money be a barrier in making employment decisions. And of course, have some level of integrity.
Wherever you work, be known for doing the right things. Don't cut corners. Don't be the person who comes in late, leaves early. You are not committed to your job. If you say I submitted this report on Tuesday, Thursday, you haven't submitted it, you get seen. Waiting for people who will not come to you for anything. So have some integrity, and then also be innovative. Bring ideas. Like the current cohort of our international service, I was telling them, we have been here for so long, so we are not seeing things, but you are fresh. If you see something that can be improved, talk to your boss. Boss, can we do this way? Can we do this way? If it's workable and your boss, that's it. That's a plus for you. So don't just come and do yes and massa, only work or do things that you are told. Look around you. What can be improved? What can we do better? What can give us more value? What can we do to save costs? These are the things that make managers endear themselves to you, right? So look around, be innovative, think of solution, be solution oriented. There's this problem, how do we solve it? And that is what makes people come after you, because you have solutions for problems. There are so many problems looking for solutions, but there are not many solution oriented people.
Yeah.
Therefore, we struggle. So as fresh graduates or people looking to go into the job market, these are something like that. And one thing personally, I know a lot of HR people, it is a CV that is badly rated. Like with mistakes, you don't take your time to check somebody CV, the mobile number 024497H. So even if you want to call the person, you can't even call. So like I said earlier, the CV is what kind of sells you. So if your CV is terribly written, know that the HR person has thousands is going through. So once he sees mistakes on the first page, he's not going to. Right? So have a well-written CV that sells you. That's just the first thing. Build yourself up. Have something that is needed on the job market, and then you build it. But believe me, I believe I've done a lot, but without God, I couldn't have reached where I am. So the first factor also counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Great. So,
Oh yes, you can.
thank you, big man.
You need some strength. You need to want something this to do.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. How many
Have you
cups of coffee have you drank?
two?
Are you sure?
I haven't given you this.
No.
Give me pen. Let me autograph it.
I have a pen.
Okay.
HR.
Those.
So how does this work? You edit everything?
I'm
afterward?
streaming live. This is live,
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's all going to YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean to present to the GWR.
We'll have just a minute, Scott.
Okay, okay, all right, okay. But you're doing well. Like I've been watching, like, and then especially in the night.
This guy is so surviving.
These
So when I sleep and wake up, I want to check, is it still on? Charlie, Tom, thanks so much. All the best. Hopefully, so what time are you officially ending? Tomorrow evening? Oh,
potentials.
wow.
And in turn, act as catalysts to help others.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can pass through. I'll try.
The brightest thought leaders around the world. in the same with young people.
Yeah. Friday, 1 p.m. Okay. I didn't tell you. I started law school.
Wow.
So I'm studying law now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I go to school every evening to work. Yeah.
Make decisions. As fans,
So I'll see Friday if I get a chance.
demand services.
I will. There'll be celebration. Yeah. Cool. All right. See ya.
To capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
So much.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for-youth, by-youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic ASFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. ASFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Looking for globally competitive talent? Ready for Work is your final destination. To learn more or apply for our upcoming cohort, visit readyforwork.africa or call us on 030-280-2935.
Hi, my name is Kezia Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around the brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I thought I knew. And then I recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction on companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. My name is Emewulu, and I'm excited because it's barely 7 days away from our exciting Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you know, is the Guinness World Record edition. I'm aiming to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon through this exciting Student Entrepreneurship Week, the 5th edition. For some of you that might not know what exactly this programming is all about, I established Student Entrepreneurship Week in 2018 to create a platform for budding entrepreneurs to explore the entrepreneur impulses by learning from investors, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders from around the world. The last edition brought together over 6,000 people online and on-site in 2021. Now, this edition is going to be unique in every way because we are mobilizing over 96 speakers because we've now opened the wait list and considering to extend the timeline into what will become a history-making project. And I'm glad to say, I'm thrilled to say we filled all the speaker slots and we have a lot more people wanting to join. So why am I doing this? You've asked the question, some of you have asked the question, Tom Chris, why are you doing this? And it's very simple. I'm doing this to use it as a platform. I'm trying to break this record, to use it as a platform to really draw attention to our smart, intelligent system called Ready for Work, which we've created for early career professionals and entry-level job seekers to help them to unlock their potential. Now, Ready for Work really leverages artificial intelligence and machine learning to help Africa's youth understand how they stack up against their competition and give them tools and resources to upskill and become of higher value when seeking gainful and meaningful work. You know, it doesn't make sense to spend 4 years of degree course and be carrying CV from office to office like a robot for jobs that do not exist. That's what Ready for Work really is out to solve. So we've been having exciting success stories from this programming, which we've had 5 cohorts of it. And 126 people have leveraged our platform and our system to make their life progressive and meaningful on their own terms. And I've been told if a lot more people, a lot more young Africans know about this Ready for Work platform, they will utilize it, they will take advantage of it, they will be part of the global workforce. And so that's what this Guinness World Record attempt is really all about. And I really want to thank every one of you that have joined us in the process of mobilizing attention for the speakers and the programming. I thank you so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are here with George, our next speaker. So could you please introduce yourself to our online guests?
All right, thank you for having me. My name is George Pierre. Currently the CEO for Solar Taxi.
There are so many other antecedents.
Yes. Right, so I'm also happy to be the CEO for Kumasi Hive, and also then the director for Ghana Tech Cloud.
Right.
At least the few that can.
Yeah. Right. How's the taxi and the electric movement?
I think it's been an amazing journey so
Yeah.
far. We have been able to lead the frontier of electric mobility,
Right.
not just in Ghana, but in West Africa over the past 6 years now.
Right.
And we are very excited about the progress so far. We as a company too, we have grown in a lot of ways, moving from something from just having an innovative product to now a mainstream business. Yeah, I think that is a great accomplishment in itself.
How did the idea come about?
I think it came up from we working our ways and trying to find sustainable transportation solutions. And this was somewhere in 2018 in Kumasi, at Kumasi Hive, together with my team there. We built a simple prototype. And then with that, we had an interesting partnership with Mastercard Foundation to explore the business model of how to this work as a business. We spent time to understand the market, and this was quite novel.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing it.
Yeah.
The opportunity to pilot something like that allowed us to get an insight to what the market could be before then roll it out as a full business in 2019.
Did anybody tell you it was a mistake?
Well, I think people kind of wonder why we are doing such a thing. I think in Ghana then we used to get a lot of people asking, "What is this kind of thing? Right? What is this? Why? Okay, electric doesn't use fuel. Are you sure? No, we don't believe it." So you get that part of what you get from the locals, but I think from some investors. So we spoke to a couple of investors, partners outside, and we have some investors maybe in America or in Europe. They are like, "You're trying to do this in Africa? Why do you want to do this in Africa?" And especially they go crazy or bananas when we tell them that, "Oh, we are assembling them here in Ghana." Like, why do you want to assemble them in Ghana? Why is it easy for you to import from China or somewhere else and all that? So yeah, people feel like you're a bit crazy trying to do that, taking that approach. But I think our approach has sustained. Over time, we kind of shown that that is the right way to go.
And I guess it was also part of the reason why now we have other elements of, yeah.
I think that is something that we are happy about. Now the market has accepted the product, accepted the conversation to the point that government has come in, policies with interest. We have other players entering to the market, doing what we are doing and all that. And it's kind of soon spread across West Africa now. So I think for that, to me, it's one of our biggest achievements up to date, even though we are very ambitious looking at touching a lot of products.
Do you think you are recognized for being the first mover in that direction?
Well, I think those that know that, but I don't think that is a priority to us.
Okay.
Our priority, we set up a goal. We have a 10 years plan. We have currently done about 6 of it. We have a long way to go if we go for our plan where we want to get to in terms of
accessibility and affordability. We are not there yet. We're
Right.
not there yet. And that is what we are fighting. So we really don't care about that title hold. I mean, given to us is not a problem. I mean, those that know, that's definitely know. But for us, the aim is to be able to achieve our goals of making e-mobility affordable and accessible to the majority of Ghanaians and Africans.
I saw the strategy you were using was to use ladies to create, like use ladies to create the jobs. Is that still the strategy?
Like a strategy per se.
I just sure it was a marketing strategy.
Yeah, but it was something that we realized in the initial stages of our being. We started looking into the transportation sector and then realized that a lot of women are not really involved in
Yeah.
the value chain.
Right.
Where you see a woman in the transportation value chain has to do with the usage.
Right.
Just sitting in the car, sitting on the bike, or sitting on whatever transportation is. But when you look at the other part of it, right, from let's say assembling or production and all the other value chain parts, maintenance and all that, women are not involved.
Yeah.
But we feel that we can't really produce a product that meets supposed to be both the needs of male and female that doesn't have women involved in. And it's a great market, it's one of the big market sectors of the economy. So why is women not partaking in that? So for us, it was a step taken to correct a wrong.
Right.
That, okay, can we give opportunity for women to be part of our engineering team? Then can we give opportunity for women to be part of our riders and drivers?
Right.
If we are to introduce a new technology, which is going to reset the platform, because with the old ICE vehicles, the value chain has been developed already. Getting it is quite difficult. With the electric vehicle, it was kind of a new thing. So we have the opportunity to doing something new to reset the approach in terms of gender involvement. So that was the opportunity that we saw, and that's what we are trying to take advantage of. So it's not to do with anything else, but to correct the wrong that we think that the old transportation system has established.
Did it work?
Well, I think so. I think
Okay.
so. So I think from our first cohort in 2019, we have trained a lot of women. Some that are still working with us, that I'm still working with other people. Some people have left to go and work with other people. Some also travel with it. Some have the skills that they're also using for other things. So,
Right.
so I think that's really working. If you look at even those new entrants in the market, good number of them have engineers coming from us that we have
Right.
trained and we have built capacity of. Some of the riders that use other people's electric bike are mostly trained by us also. So I think it did work.
They also brought you some money.
Well, it does. Like, I hope it does bring us money, but
Yeah, it made a good business case, because I can understand MasterCard will look at it and say, oh yeah, creating job for women.
MasterCard, it wasn't part of the consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't there. I think for MasterCard, it was more how to do green jobs for the youth.
Right.
That this innovation could create. It was when we saw the errors or the injustice with women participation and on our own introduce it.
Whose idea was it?
That was us, the team. The team. So when they came back for the reporting, and then we told them, oh, by the way, we also set up this academy called the Female Engineering Academy. They're like, oh, wow, this is amazing. Because it wasn't part of the project design.
Initially.
It wasn't part of the objectives
Right.
that we're aiming at. So I think the aim wasn't necessary to build a story to raise money with it. It was just an injustice that we saw and we
Right.
wanted to correct it.
What else do you track?
Oh, we track a lot of things. So we track job creation, obviously.
Yeah.
We track how our products are impacting the society,
Okay.
especially in terms of the carbon emission reduction.
Okay.
So we track that.
Do you get credit for that?
Yeah. So we are working on a number of programs for a number of partners that looks at providing credit for that. And I think this is not something that we really looking at taking all that credit, but we're looking at transferring the benefits of the credit to the end user. So
Right.
If you are buying a product from us that used to cost about, let's say, 15,000 cities, or used to cost 20,000 cities, or used to cost 80,000 cities, we could reduce the cost down maybe by 10%, 20% reduction due to the carbon savings. So we are not keeping it, we transfer it back to the people that use it.
Sounds interesting. Okay. So now you have stable source of the off-taker is there for some of the additional costs, and you have your marketing angles covered. Now, the bigger guy in the room is the charging unit. Who do you use, Tesla or
So
other third-party vendor? Who do you use? I suppose it's Tesla.
no.
Who?
So I think well, maybe I can correct the opportunity to correct that out. So
Right.
electric vehicle, being a bike or being a car or being a bus, think of it as your mobile phone charger.
Right.
All right, or your mobile phone, which comes with a charger. So every mobile phone that you buy comes with a charger. Literally, you don't go to a public place to go and charge your phone.
We used to.
Well, we used to. I'm not don't. I plug it in a second now. So now this is how the electric technology is now, because
Okay.
almost every vehicle that we have ever sold
Right.
since 2018 across the country,
Okay.
all our clients have their own chargers. So we store private chargers for you. So in your house or your workplace, you have your own charger.
Right.
You close from work, you charge your vehicle, the next day you go to work.
Okay.
So you don't need public installation. Those are simple devices. You don't need Tesla kind of fast chargers and stuff like
Has
that.
it always been like that?
Yeah. It has been like that
From the very beginning.
from the beginning. So most of
Okay.
our clients across the country, we have clients in Boga, we have clients in Kofodia, clients in Sunyane, almost everywhere, Takrady and all that. They all use a private charging stations, which
Okay.
we install for them. Then also give them a travel charger, which is in the car. So everywhere you go, you can plug it in to any socket that you find,
Okay.
so that you don't get the inconvenience of maybe you running out. For the motorbikes, they are simple. They also have their chargers. You can plug it at anywhere, like you're plugging a phone.
Right.
So they charge it at anywhere, anytime. So currently we don't depend so much on a model where most of our clients have to depend on public charging stations.
Right.
But is it something that is needed? Of course, I think it's needed, because sometimes you are moving around, going for something. Let me top up. If you're a public charging station,
Yeah.
you can let top up. Maybe change your mind. Initially, you thought that you go to work on Friday and come back home. But Friday, there's a party somewhere.
Yeah.
Keep cool. Say, hey, let me just go in there. You don't come back to your house, come and charge. You go to the public charge station and do that. And now that also we're looking at a lot of commercial activities that these electric vehicles are taking, like ride-hailing, taxi services, and all that. There's a need for something like that to take place. So finally, ultimately, it is a strategy that we intend to use to reduce the cost of our product.
Right. So the question becomes, how long does it last?
Well, it depends on how much is in your pocket. How much can you afford
Right.
for electric vehicle?
Right.
Well, how long you want to last, it depends on the battery capacity.
Okay.
The battery is the largest expensive,
Mm.
the single expensive component of the electric vehicle.
Is the battery.
It's the battery.
Okay.
So if you're looking at something that will go, we can have electric cars that can go as far as Tamale.
Okay. Single charge.
Single charge. As far as Tamale. It's not a problem. That is almost doing about 700 kilometers, 600 to 700 kilometers on a single charge using AC, going the speed that you want to go. But it costs a little bit.
What would that cost be?
Yeah, okay. So nothing less than between 80,000 to 100,000
USD. Okay.
Not that much. So then you could have those that could do to Kumasi, easily. That's something between even 250 can do Kumasi, 250 to as high as 500 kilometers on a single charge. 500, that means I can even come back on a single charge. Right? But if you want to just do Kumasi, 250 is enough. We have cars that do that. Those cars are not expensive. We'll be looking at something around between 20 to 25,000 US dollars for that. Then we have those that do about 500 kilometers. That means they can go to Kumasi and come back on a single charge. That you are looking at between maybe 25 to somewhere maybe 40,000 for a battery type. Yeah, so you're safe. But even somebody that are doing just Accra Tema, Accra Cape Coast, no, you don't need that much.
Right.
You can get like 200 kilometer vehicle that costs you like around 5.
How long does the vehicle last?
15. Yeah. So we've measured more kilometers.
Right.
Because when you're in traffic, it doesn't consume. So it
Okay.
doesn't really matter how long it takes you to get there. It's
Right.
more how far is the place. So
Okay.
the 20-kilometer vehicle, Accra to Tema should be roughly maximum, maybe around 30 kilometers maximum, very, very maximum. That means you are coming from far end of Accra. So that means that with a 200-kilometer vehicle, we are doing about 3 days in and out, maybe 60. So let's say 2 days.
Hmm.
On a single charge, you are good with that.
Have you considered making it a hybrid?
There's already hybrid options, especially those that need long journey.
Yeah.
Those that more of emergency services.
And especially when you talk about the ride-hailing services.
Yeah. I don't think ride hailing need a hybrid because
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah,
But they already have the ones
they
that
can get a hybrid.
the Suzuki thing.
Yeah, that don't. It's a good option if you want to, but for me as an engineer, I really don't think so. I
Oh yeah.
don't advise that because the numbers does not point at that.
Okay.
Because hybrid can be expensive and also difficult to maintain.
Oh yeah.
Difficult to maintain.
Explain it to me.
Yeah, it's just like see one of the big drawback of the ice vehicle is maintenance issue. Literally. If you are going to move to electric, one of the things that you're looking at is cut down the cost of maintenance.
Right.
Now, combining the hybrid technology with an ICE vehicle technology, you're creating two systems in one. All right. So you have the complication of the ICE vehicle that you still have to deal with. And then you have that of electric vehicle combined with that. So you have the technology, the know-how of the electric, the know-how of the ICE vehicle. So it just makes it complicated. So yeah, it has its role to play, to be honest with you. It has its role to play. Those that are doing very long distance on day-to-day basis, emergency services where you cannot really risk having the time.
Ambulances, police.
But if you are doing ride hailing, you have predictable
routine.
Work.
Yeah.
Space. Normally you are doing about 20 kilometers a day.
Right.
For most people that are very hardworking. Right. So 20 kilometers a day is very predictable. We just got to get you something like that, something that you need to work in that space. Right?
So do you think there is a branding problem with electric vehicle because it doesn't seem to have gained, the kind of acceptance that you will be looking at it to gain?
Well, I think everything is time.
Right.
Everything is time.
Okay.
Yeah. When a vehicle cars started becoming the mainstream, people were still fighting it. The people wanted to make families of making the horse go faster instead of switching to the car. So I think it needs time. It needs time and acceptance. If I look at the past, as I said, the past years, where we have moved from to where we are now, it's marvelous.
Right.
It's marvelous. Like it's so many electric vehicles now, at least in the market, that we ever imagine. Right? And it is part of the main conversation. Media houses are talking about it. If, for instance, if you pick the policies or the manifesto of both political parties in Ghana, they are talking about electric vehicles.
Why?
Because it's now mainstream. And everybody sees the advantage now. So I think it's catching up, and it has, even to my perspective, it has moved faster than we are then projected. So I don't think we have a branding issue necessarily. I think it will continue to be the mainstream. The time is coming to be the mainstream. Let's give it about a year or two. It's going to be the mainstream.
My concern, okay, so here is another alternative argument. We have AI, and AI equals electricity. And now we have electric vehicle, which is again demanding electricity. And the grid we have already has a lot of burden on it. So what do you think?
That's very interesting thing. So I've been reading about this AI cleared and needs, and listen, is there a real concern, especially on the AI part. I think AI consumes more than electric vehicles.
Yeah, it does. Like several times over.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But put this in context. Let's start from the electric vehicle side. I believe it's easy to mitigate centralized power generation again decentralized power generation. So mitigation is a bit easier. If I have a centralized power generation, I can make a conscious decision that I'm moving into one power source easily. So case in point, most of the cars now use diesel or petrol. Thousands and millions of cars on our roads right now. It is difficult to move them, all of them, to a different type of power source.
Yeah.
But if all these vehicles are electric, and let's say even the government is still using diesel power generators, which they are not using anyway, but if they are even using, the government can make a conscious decision to decentralize the power and move it to green power easily. It can easily increase capacity easily. So there's a more control to change or increase capacity with that. So I don't think in the long run it's going to be a problem, but just give more power for us to decentralize and centralize and also change the power source and move it to a more green source. But that's what we want to. We want more green generation. So you can put more solar system into the power. We have a lot of solar system in almost every region, doing about 200 megawatts, doing about 500 megawatts. And Ghana, our usage is not that much, literally. Right? So you can easily, if each region has 500 megawatts, that is almost taking care of all our demand in terms of power generation. And solar is everywhere. So there's one advantage about electric. Yes. But when you put AI in the mix, the consumption is very huge. And that is something that we need to look at. I think it can be better be addressed as a commercial problem, where there's more private participation into it. So let's see the opportunity that, okay, AI is going to come, data centers are going to consume more, electric vehicles are going to come, there's going to be any more energy consumption. Okay, private sector, this is a great opportunity for you to make more money. So those that want to go to power generation, get into there, generate more power, make more money.
Right.
Get it?
Yeah.
So when you do it as a commercial challenge, then there's an opportunity for us to meet that demand without really suffering a deficit.
So here comes another concern. Do you think government should let private sector be in charge of generating that kind of volume of power for AI?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. It has to be private sector. Government has no business continuously involving itself in power generation. Because when there's a commercial incentive, the private sector likes that. They can invest.
Yeah.
They can maintain it better. They can
operational efficiency.
Right. Yeah. It's make
have you ever had that debate with the ministers and
No. I don't think I've been in the space. So I've not been speaking. I've not been doing a lot of energy conversation. I mean, I'm coming from an energy background. I've written a lot of papers around energy projects and all that. I have not been doing that for some time now. I've not been speaking on that, and so I've not really been. I think we have been talking more about the end usage of energy. That has to do with electric vehicles. But definitely, this is how I think about the program. This is how I think about the way forward will be on. There's something that I also sometimes say that I think that the future is not going to be, let's say, a modified past or a modified present necessarily. Like, just like, okay, this is how the present is, so the future will just be like that, and then we just plug in something, put something there, and then it replaces what is there, and then that is the future. No, it's likely to be a bit different than the way we perceive things to be. So the way we use energy, the way we move around and stuff like that, I like it to be totally different than what we currently doing like that. And so I have a lot of arguments sometimes against, let's say, the thinking that we're going to have a lot of public charging stations across the country like that. I don't necessarily think so. There will be, but I don't think so. I don't think so for a number of reasons.
Tell me. Why don't you think so?
This is the first time sharing it. Okay, fine. So one, battery technology.
Okay.
The battery technology, I think we are just at the tip of the iceberg of what it could be. There's a number of technology that is here to be commercialized. The number of cycles is going to change drastically. The range is going to change also. How much we pay for kilowatts per dollar for a battery is also going to come down so low. So
why?
Well, because of the technology that are coming. So there are a lot of solid stage. There's a lot of other technologies that are coming through when it comes to battery technology. Some of them are far cheaper.
Okay.
Some of them have higher energy density. Some of them are more safer. Some of them can do. So just imagine that you charge a single battery, and that could take you about 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers on a single charge.
Mm.
Right? That means that literally you can drive almost literally like 2 months without you
So,
needing to
so
charge your car again.
you're saying that filling station for battery charging wouldn't be the same?
It might not necessarily be the case. It might not necessarily. It will have a role to play, but I don't think the future is just like a modified present.
Mm.
I don't think so. Right. So we need to give
But we
them-
know that the more things change, the more they remain the same. For example, so we know that, okay, I was having this conversation with what's his name? The digital marketing guy from iSpace. Yeah, he was here yesterday, actually. Let me get him. Enoch. Yeah. We were talking about copywriters and GPT prompters, you know. Back in the day, copywriters were like over there. And then as AI begin to come into the system, it seems like they are fading away. But when you look at it, copywriters of the old are the GPT prompters of today, right? Because it's still the same sensibility that the way you think about the thing to prompt. So the more things change, the more you see they remain the same. Yeah, of course, there will be some nuances in the process, but I feel like yes, filling station might not be a lot, but charging unit will be there.
It will be there. It will be there. So that's why I'm using I put the caveat that not necessarily.
Mm.
So it will have a role to play, but
In 10 years, 20 years.
The future is not a replication of the past necessarily, or a repetition of the past with some modified ingredients, you know.
But we haven't seen technology.
So let's put a case in point. Like if there's this famous picture of you pick a mobile phone now,
right?
And it's made up of a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's made up of what's it called, a fast machine, because you send emails through that.
Right.
It's made up of a camera, like
Yeah.
you have a camcorder, the whole camera on this cell
Yeah.
phone.
Yeah.
It's made up of a number of things that we should take for granted.
Yeah.
All coming back, putting together into one single device. So if you were to be in maybe like a fast machine production company, you'd probably be out of business.
But we still have digital camera.
You still have that.
Right.
You still have that. But the role is very limited.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying that they'll have a role to play, but it's not necessarily the way we think of it. So now, if I want to fuel my vehicle now,
right,
the only way I can do that is go to a filling station.
Right.
But with electric vehicle, I may not need to go to a filling station.
Because you can charge it like a phone in your house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then maybe
that's
on a single charge, I
right.
don't need to charge it for months.
Well, if we, let me say we are taking first principles.
Yeah.
Okay, Nokia 3310 came out in 2000 and do you remember 2002?
Somewhere around that.
Yeah, let's say then, and it took between 2002 to when iPhone came out. Do you know how long?
iPhone, 2010 or 29.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So if we use that first principle correlation, so it tells you something about, then you add quantum leap.
Yeah.
So between now and when you begin to charge your car like a phone in the house, we are looking at maybe at least, let's say AGI is achieved in 2027, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be charging our cars in the house like a phone in 2030.
We're already charging it in the house.
To go everywhere.
Yeah, my clients, my client currently all across the country, they charge it in their house.
And they don't need external chargers and any. That's interesting. Okay.
They have never got any external charging point on. You don't. Just plug it.
Then that's impressive. If accurately represented and they give you the right feedback, then that's impressive.
Yeah, they move it everywhere they go. They charge it in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic then.
Across the country with electric vehicle. The only thing I need if I get to a hotel, I just seek permission to plug it to one of their sockets.
Right.
Like a phone. I just charge it. The next day it's fully charged. I continue. So I drove to the north, I went to the western region, Volta region. I've been everywhere.
So why is it that people don't know that?
I think it's time. I think it's time. Maybe going back to your first point about the branding part, maybe it could have been accelerated.
Mhm.
I think it's organically to get there, but maybe it could be accelerated for people to feel in that
Yeah.
hey, this is it. But once again, I think the future is more ambiguous than we think it is.
Yeah, well, I agree. We have the smartest generation that has ever been. So yeah, anything is possible.
Everything is possible.
Yeah,
Anything.
absolutely.
I believe that we'll be getting to a place where you just charge a vehicle, it take you whole year with that charge.
If we actually need a vehicle anymore.
Mobility, we will need every mobility. So for me, I don't think the future of mobility is necessarily like four-wheelers necessarily.
Right.
Right. I don't think so. We are going to move, but in terms of how we are going to do it, that will lead to the future.
Yeah.
So for us as Solar Taxi, we when we talk about we as a company, we are more of a mobility company.
Yeah, mobility and not vehicle, right?
Not necessarily
Right.
the four-wheelers that you see,
Right,
or the
right.
two-wheelers that you see. They are all type
Agreed.
of mobilities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are a mobility company. That means
Because
our option is
you are
something.
still in the past with the vehicle, right?
Exactly, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Agreed.
what we are doing.
Agreed. But of course, you need to use the vehicle as a test case to
Obviously.
prove the mobility angle of.
To
Yeah.
build our resources too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
But we are happy to move people around. We want to move people around affordably, and then also conveniently. And access to mobility should be to every African.
Yeah.
If you want to move from point A to point B, it shouldn't be a struggle. Like the way people be queuing long hours, moving from a short journey that is about 20 kilometers, and you are doing it with an hour and 30 minutes.
Right.
It's so unproductive.
Let's go back to the tracking again. Well, you said you track jobs created, energy.
Yep.
Okay. What else do you track?
Yeah, so we track the impact that we are making.
What is that?
The lifestyle. So then, that's part of the job. I talk about the couple savings that we track.
Yeah, energy.
On that end.
Right.
We also track the impact of our products in people's businesses.
Okay. How do you track that?
So, for instance, most of our clients, before maybe they switch to electric, spend like if it's a car, the person will spend a minimum of like 4,000 a month.
Right.
On fuel, if it's a bike, the person probably will be spending about 2,000 a month on fuel. When you switch to electric, you are saving about 90% of that.
Okay.
So now, instead of spending 4,000, you are now spending about roughly, let's say 400 cedis.
Okay.
That is 3,600 in your pocket.
What about change of lifestyle?
So you can now invest that.
Okay.
You can invest the 3,600 into something more impactful, something more beneficial than just letting us go always on transportation.
Okay.
And if you look at the average Ghanaian spend almost 40% on the average of their earnings on transportation.
Okay.
So this is something that the possibility to move this figure a bit down to maybe between 10 to 20%.
Okay.
Of their earnings on transportation. It frees out a lot of money for prosperity
Mm.
in people's life. So we kind of track that, see how our businesses benefiting from
How objective is it?
It's very objective. People are, because the data is there. We probably use our product for years.
Okay.
But the data is there. So therefore, everyone to say that. Let you speak to a couple of our customers, and they will tell you that they'll be making a top killing.
Right.
Savings.
You talk like a politician.
Oh, really? No. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I should take it as a compliment. But I guess it's something that we strongly believe in what we are doing. So.
Okay, so improve lifestyle. What again do you track?
Well, I talk about gender. We are speaking about gender already.
Right.
Gender impact. We are
Right.
consciously investing. And the word
Is it incremental now?
It's better now.
Okay.
It's better now. just last week, we have about 20 ladies graduating from our academy.
Okay.
They are not joining the main workforce.
Right.
Right.
They have a job?
Yeah. So if you finish with our academy, the Female Engineering Academy, you get it close to between 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
Potential.
Experience.
Yeah. Where
Okay.
you get working for, you pay you
That makes
to
sense.
do that,
Yeah.
to work it. So you get on the ground job experience.
Who pays? The foundation or your company?
So for now, I think we pay some in-house. We had opportunity to work with this organization called WUSC.
Right.
I think they are Canadian funded program based in Ghana. So they have been supporting us. They give us a good contribution towards that.
Okay.
It allows to acquire the material, the training materials that they need also to support them. But in terms of when they are done, we take care of their internship in terms of their allowances.
Right.
For 6 to 3 months. Yeah, we do that.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
part of our revenue that we commit, investing back into the academy.
As a marketing case study or or yeah.
As a marketing case study. No. As pursuing what we believe in. Like I said, this gender thing is something that we decided for ourselves. Nobody gave us money to do it. Nobody incentivized us to do it. We feel like it's a way of correcting the wrong in the value chain. So we are not doing that for market.
Sales speech.
No, that is less than that. We are doing that purely because we believe in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Anyways, because I mean, was it Uber or Yango? The other guys tried it too, and I suppose that's how they raised the millions of dollars they raised.
Yeah.
But I don't see a lot of women driving. It was boats.
Both.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's something that we can get there.
Right.
I think we can get there. So this is not something you don't correct something over hundreds of years. Misrepresentation.
Yeah.
You just don't correct it with 2 months, 3 months, a year, or 2 years.
Yeah.
Activation or something like that. No, it takes time.
Right.
And you should be willing to go the long method. So even if you have 2 or 3 people driving, it's a big achievement.
Right.
So out of 100 trained, get 2 staying to drive.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Just be committed towards it because you can't undo 100 years of
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
with just 3 months or 4 months.
Agreed. We're on the same page on that. Now, let's go back to the topic. It was entrepreneurship in Ghana. Oh no, we haven't started the topic. Oh my goodness. We're almost out of time.
I'll do my best for you, whatever you have.
Entrepreneurship in Ghana. And we have only 8 minutes.
Ask what you want to ask. I'll tell you. I think you'll find that.
I have a lot of questions. I don't know how many I can ask in 8 minutes.
So that is difficult to answer.
Okay. Oh, well, you're a judge. So what question about entrepreneurship in Ghana will be difficult for you to answer?
Okay. I'm still learning as a person.
Yeah, of course, learning is the work we do. We used to learn to do work, but now learning is the work we do. The more you learn, the more, yeah, absolutely, the more you learn.
I think for entrepreneurship, I think there's nobody who have especially in Ghana, there's nobody have all the answers.
All over the world, actually, nobody has all the answers.
The thing that we have to do in our country is documenting a lot of the stories of amazing entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Not just those who are successful, but those who didn't even maybe succeed.
Right.
Those that went up and came down.
Right.
Down to up. We have not been doing a lot of that documentation, so we don't have the Ghanaian case of entrepreneurship. What's a true Ghanaian case of?
Right.
We used to say this thing 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that if as a Ghanaian entrepreneur, who do you look up to? They probably say Bill Gates or somebody who's not.
But it seems like something changed in the last maybe after the pandemic. Like there was a cut somewhere.
In terms of what people Ghanaians look up to.
No, not even that. We used to have these bars, you know.
Oh yeah, we did. You are right. You are spot on. I think before the entrepreneurs, there used to be a lot of ecosystem activity.
Yeah.
There will be investors coming,
Absolutely, yeah,
banner.
yeah.
So always you hear this event there,
Yeah,
event that
yeah.
there, there's this speech there. I think yeah, that bars kind of got down. But I think also entrepreneurship have become a bit of mainstream language now.
Mm.
It's something now, it's not more to do with
Starting a business.
yeah, like that kind of young group of people, like young of us, like we talking about now. Government talks about it. Is in the universities and all that, and so I think it's kind of, I don't want to use the word sexy.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not sexy anymore.
Mm.
I think it's kind of more institutionalized, if I should put that way. So because of that,
Does that signify growth? Because in ideal instance, an entrepreneurship ecosystem comprises academia, which is the fundamental principle, talent, and then you have the hubs, accelerators, incubators.
I think they're all
Then-
the same.
yeah, absolutely.
So you
Government
have
is supposed to
policy,
provide policy and oversight. Media comes in with celebration of success stories. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, we do have that. We have the financial institutions
Yeah.
that comes into part. So yes, I institutionalization is, yes, it's growth. It's a growth of a system.
Mm.
The thing about also having a wonderful ecosystem also has
Yeah.
to do with we allowing
Mm.
the bottom part, and with that has been also one of the areas that I've focused a greater part of my life doing. The bottom part of the value chain of the ecosystem,
Yeah.
to be a bit rough or random, shouldn't be overly institutionalized.
Right.
So
Right.
so it allows people to
Politicize.
come up with things that they
yeah.
want to come up with. Let me put a case in point. I'm not so much a big fan of, let's say, overly defining who a startup is.
Yeah.
I'm not so much a big fan of
Right.
it. I think we need some form of randomness. Innovation is a random thing.
Right.
Innovation is not structured.
Right.
Otherwise, it's not being innovation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you are a big fan of physics, there's something called entropy.
Right.
Right? It's
Right.
always move to a place of randomness.
Yeah.
So innovation is meant to be random.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Anybody should get access to innovation.
Yeah.
Ability to innovate.
Yeah.
Because we can't tell where the next big deal to come from.
Right.
We have no idea.
Mhm.
It will come from a town at Paga or come from Techima.
Yeah.
Not necessarily from Accra.
Yeah.
Or something. So if you overly structure the system,
Yeah.
trying to find
Yeah.
innovating ideas that
Then
you
it
think
stifles innovation.
then it stifles innovation.
Yeah.
Then you have a challenge with it. So don't overly structure the bottom part.
Mm.
Allow random people to come through. Allow them to do whatever they have to do. But then we need to build a system that support this randomness.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that those people will not be moved to be structured.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we are finding ways of supporting startups, I think the early stage of a startup not shouldn't be overly structured.
Yeah.
So maybe you're going to look for grants, and then they will ask you as a startup that you're a year old, where's your board? Where is it? I think it's stupid. Right? Why do you need that for? No,
Mhm.
you don't need that. You
At
don't
that early
need
stage
At that
now.
stage, no.
Yeah.
But you need to find ways that can help them to, over a period, be structured.
Mhm.
Right? They need to make their own mistakes in a control environment,
So
so they can go from there.
when you speak with these agencies that come into exact presence, what do you tell them?
Well, I don't overly advise a
Okay.
young entrepreneur. I don't.
Oh no, not the young entrepreneurs.
Yeah,
I mean
agencies.
the
Well, even whether you are a Gen Z or a Gen Y, if you come to me as an entrepreneur,
Right.
that coming up to, and you want to speak to me about something, and I don't try to overly advise,
Right.
right? And I don't get so attached to my advice
Mhm.
because I might
Optics
might
are not
have done what
everything.
you are doing,
Right.
and I didn't succeed. That doesn't mean that when you do it, you will not succeed.
Mm.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So I won't try to prevent you from doing that or overly advise you. I will just tell you my point of view.
Okay.
I'll make it very clear that it's my point of view,
Right.
and that you still have an opportunity to pursue it if you want to,
Okay.
right? Because that is what it's about.
Right.
A lot of people try building or trying to get to Mars, they fail. Somebody's going to get to Mars one day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So we need to allow that room for people to be wrong.
Mhm.
That, and once again, that's what I talk about randomness.
Yeah.
Right. Young people should get a chance to be wrong. And I
Yeah.
think over the period of time, we don't give our young people the chance for them to be wrong. If we have a culture or entrepreneurial ecosystem where we are overly structuring our startups and structuring our at a very young age,
Yeah.
they will all end up dying too soon.
Yeah.
Right? You need to allow them
Yeah.
at their own time to
Yeah.
go, they make their own in a controlled environment.
Right.
So that they can get time to
Which is
think
empowering
more.
the hubs and empowering
So
the
like
nerve
business plan
centers,
like
the
this.
ecosystem.
I don't ask for business plan.
Right.
What any business plan for? Like a startup that you're not even figure yourself out, you don't need business plan. Yeah.
Wow.
Think we'll
Okay.
get time to talk more
Yeah,
later.
to be continued. To be continued.
Yeah.
George, thank you very much. Yeah.
Big fan of what you're doing.
Thanks,
Wish you
my
all the
man.
best.
Thank you.
We
Thank
get
you.
this record broken.
Sure. We'll break it. Thank you, my man.
Thank you very much.
Is Prince online? It's not in yet. So we go with. Thank you.
The best. All right.
Your water.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Good conversation.
Prince is joining. Yeah.
Phone charging.
Yeah.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Prince.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm good. You're late.
Oh man, so sorry. I had to be switching between Wi-Fi's.
How's it going?
Internet betrayed me. Great.
Okay.
It's good.
Ready to
I'm out of
kick off?
Accra in the
All
voter
right.
region.
Okay, great. So let's get it started. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, so my name is Prince. I'm the CEO, founder and CEO of Caliber Waste Management Services. We are into recycling, recovering of plastic waste across the country. We recycle all forms of plastics using community buyback centers. And then the materials are brought to our main recycling facility where we convert them into final products. Some of them we export, and some of them we recycle them into local products that are used locally. So that's what we do, and that's what I do.
That's what we do, and that's what I do. I like that. Let's go back to the back beginning of everything before you became a global award winner and everything else that came with it. Huh? Were you planning to do this line of business when you were at GTUC?
Ah, you remember my school. That's smart. No, so I wasn't really
Yeah, of
interested
course I
in
do.
doing, yeah, I wasn't really interested in doing. I think what brought me to the place of starting my company was from a place of strategy. I completed GTC with first class, IT department. And then from there, I had a job as a software engineer with a software company in Accra. And I think it all kicked off after losing a friend to the 3rd June disaster. So if you go back 3rd June 2015, there was a major flood disaster in Ghana that claimed over 200 people. So that event, I lost my best friend. I was within the vicinity of Circle when the disaster happened. And the report will tell you that aftermath, the reason for that during investigations was simply because the Odo River was choked with waste. So I started with beach cleanup with my team. We were cleaning up the beach, we were cleaning up the drainage systems in various part of Circle and Adabraka. And we'll clean up and we don't know where to put the plastic waste. I just started collecting them, bringing them to my house. Usually I'll put them in the garage. And what started up as a cleanup became a business. I mean, 7 years down the line. So I wasn't really into environment. I was more into tech. So that has been the beginning or the genesis of what I do.
Okay. I hope you wouldn't mind, but I remember that incident, the fire incident during that flooding issue. It was a filling station that got burnt or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah. Wow. Your friend died in that accident. Is that from us or from Prince?
That's very handsome.
I'm curious to know the name of the friend. I haven't heard this story before. Mm.
Yes, I lost my very good friend in that accident, and
Mm. Prince, your network is still some way. Maybe you can change back to the other Wi-Fi, then reconnect. How about that, so that we can hear everything you're saying? Maybe Alfred can come up.
And I was a survivor of that accident in the sense that, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but it's cutting off. It's not that smooth.
Sorry, I guess my network is really bad. Is it better now?
This time it is, but I don't know whether it will continue to be this good. If it would, then we're good to go.
Okay, so let's just try it. If it is terrible, then maybe I don't know what your we could switch into the next speaker, but I just hope it's not interrupted and it's better now. Because
Okay. Right now it's okay.
Awesome.
So let's pick it up from the previous conversation. I wanted to ask you the name of your friend that died. I'm not sure if I've heard this story before, which is a sad story, actually.
Yeah, his name was Mike. Very good friend of mine. And like I said, it's not a story I like sharing, and I often get a question a lot on how did I begin Koliba, and I was supposed to meet him back then. It was a filling station next to Ghana Commercial Bank, if you remember the place of disaster. And our plan was to go to Kimpiski, moving back then for swimming. So he was there ahead of time. I was almost at Seco, and that's when the disaster happened. So it's not something that it's interesting, but it was a tragic loss, and that was the genesis of how I got myself into the environmental space. Hello?
Okay. Yeah. I thought you were still talking. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, Prince. So the tragedy became something that helps people, but somehow some good thing came out of it, because maybe you saved the lives of many others that would have died due to the shockload of sanitation issues.
Exactly. It was the beginning of what we do at Colibas. So that sparked the beginning of cleanups and beginning of collection, and I had to resign. I had to resign from my job because the trauma. And it's interesting how I resigned. I just took a trip to Abidjan, which is 8 hours drive from here, Accra, 8 9 hours drive. And there was what we call the Ampion Startup Bus that brought African entrepreneurs and German entrepreneurs on a bus. This is some unique bus that has sockets and all of that. And you do a 1 week trip on the bus from Ghana
Yeah,
all the
I
way to
remember
Lagos.
that.
Yes, so and then you get to Lagos and do the Demo
I
Africa
remember
pitch
that trip.
competition. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I remember that trip. There's also some guy that you partnered with for that Coliba CIV Ivory Coast, right?
Exactly. So right on that trip, there were four co-founders. Myself, one from Cote d'Ivoire, one from Nigeria, one from Burkina Faso. And when we won the competition, we said, let's go back to our individual countries and start Coliba separately. And then we'll come together and merge it as one group of company. Nigeria failed, Burkina Faso failed. So it was only these two countries, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, that's 60 is that event, yeah.
So right now you are all running your individual companies.
Yeah, so right now we're running as separate entities. Cote d'Ivoire has different investors, Ghana has different investors, but we do have an MOU that binds us in terms of shared vision and shared goals so that we are aligned with our goals. The difference, the reason why we couldn't merge it together was because if I wanted to have a share in Abidjan or Cote d'Ivoire, then I have to pay $250,000. There's a whole complications around that. In the same way, if a foreigner is supposed to have a business here in Ghana, you have to go to GPIC and show some investment, either in asset value. It doesn't have to be cash. You should have a value of that amount of money, 250 or 300. And that clause was a challenge in me being a shareholder there and him being a shareholder there. So we have to now bridge that with an agreement that this is what our footprint and goals is going to be in terms of what we want to do. So it's the same company, same name, same strategy, except that it's different management.
That's interesting. Well, as long as because I wasn't so sure. I used to see the guy in the news, and sometimes I see you in the news. It says you have a company in Ghana and Ivory Coast, and I was wondering because the guy calls himself the CEO of Coliba CIV, and you are Coliba GH. So it wasn't so clear to me. I have been wanting to ask you this question. So now that you clarified it. This is a problem.
Hello?
I think it will be best for you to fix the internet since we are streaming online. The breaks are affecting the count.
Okay, all right. Should I
Yeah,
join later?
time and fix it. Then we have the session with Alfred. After Alfred, I will call you up, please, just so that it
Okay,
doesn't
great.
affect the count. Yeah,
That's fine.
because
Sorry about
all this while yeah, please, thank you, Alfred.
Yeah, thank you.
Needs to be smoother.
Hello. Is it good?
Yes.
Good. Yes,
Your camera.
See? Good. So I'm supposed to be looking.
You can look at here when you want to make direct statements. Yeah.
And I can.
Of course. All right. So, Alfred, please introduce yourself since we already started.
Sure. Thank you very much. So my name is Alfred Elide. I'm a legal professional and recently honored among the most influential people of African descent. That's my part support to the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. Also the Chief Business Development Officer for Clever Technology, which is a payment processing company, and also a Pan-African served as the second international president for the Federation of African Law Students, which is the unifying body for young lawyers and law students across the continent in over 42 African countries currently. So just brief synopsis of who I am and what I do.
Plus. It's good to have you here. Is my sound okay? Great. All right. So we are discussing the 21st century young African leader. Who is that?
The 21st century African young leader. Africa is on the rise.
Right.
We always talk about Africa's renaissance. We talk about Africa is going to rise. We have now seen that there is the 21st century young African leader, one who is resilient, one who is innovative, one who thinks of collaboration, one who thinks of Africa and the growth that Africa needs and its acceleration, and one who doesn't just think about the Africa that we always talk about, but one who applies their skills and their potentials into contributing to the growth of Africa through diverse means, through innovation, through critical thinking, through a global mindset, and then also through effective collaboration.
What can I make that guy?
I think you are that guy. You are that guy.
Am I?
Who, yes.
Thank you. That's so kind of you.
No, very much. So I've seen what you're doing. Tom Cruise is that guy who is not just putting to test one that things that Africans, the usual Africans that we know, would not really want to test themselves with, but you are changing the narrative, throwing spotlight on innovations, on businesses.
Right.
And this is not just a platform for breaking record. It's also a platform where people can collaborate. People can actually, you're throwing spotlights on businesses and what people do.
Yeah.
And so you are building that sort of ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that is what that 21st Young African is. One who would bring a platform that is potent for use. And so we have seen that there have been diverse personalities and speakers on this platform, one that you would not have seen in any other conferences. We've been able to galvanize these effective resource personnel on this 4-day journey. And so I'm crazy that 21st Young African.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind word. Who's the biggest influence in your life?
The biggest influence, I'd say, I wouldn't say one person. If you are trying to identify maybe a single person, I mean, we all have Christ.
Yeah.
Our influences.
Yeah.
I think my big sister, I would say she's a big influence in my life because my journey as a person, she's played a significant role in that journey. At some point, she has to even play the role as a parent. And so growing up, I learned a lot from her. And even till now, even before I would get here, she called me to ask me, how is it going? Am I here yet? That was like 30 minutes before I would get here. So it tells you how much invested she is in my journey as a person. And
why?
So I think so she's the first, I'm the second. Okay. I think it's just because
of who she is and who
Right.
God has called her to be. And she is just that person that would give her all into people developing.
Is she watching now?
Yes, I'm really
Okay,
passionate.
talk to her then.
So, sis, I really appreciate what you've done for me. I love you so much, and I'm looking forward to even bigger prospects with you. And I always tell you that I'm going to make you proud, and so you get to the top together. Thank you.
Oh, that's too kind.
Yes.
That's really good. Okay. So, what about your parents?
Yeah. Great parents. I come from a very humble home.
Right.
Home where my parents have always taught us virtues.
Right.
My mom, for instance, is always that one calm woman who'd always let you understand what the principles of a Christian is supposed to be. And so
Right.
I come from a very staunch Christian background, and I've really learned a lot from them by being careful, by applying, like I said, these virtues into my life as a young Christian. And so it's also shaped me in my interaction with people, in my socialization, and in a lot of things that I had to do growing up. And so,
Like what?
yeah, like even the course that I would choose, even the and my way of interacting with